stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
Remember last week I mentioned about the main course? Well, it's finally here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2024, where I'm going to be a host at Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, we're currently inside of round one, day one. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling super excited. It's a long journey ahead of us, but it all starts today, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys were with us throughout the journey of the grind as well, because a lot of interesting things that happened will relay back to us in the BGIS as we kick things off later on in the tournament. But round one, this is where we get to see one of the biggest starts to one of the biggest tournaments in across esports in India.
Before we proceed to talk about the future, though, we still need to let the new audience know what exactly happened in the past, right? Talking about the grind, we had 256 invited teams playing in there, and those teams were divided into groups of 16.
Yes.
Each team had a chance to play 6 games in total, and then only top 64 teams had a chance to move in to the main event.
Exactly, and those 64 teams are seeded into different rounds of BGIS, so we will have to wait a bit before we come across those names again. But Necro, we talk about round one. 1,000+ teams kicking things off today itself. How are you looking at this stage of the tournament right now?
I mean, once again, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of these rookie teams, but I just want to see that one single team that we're looking to find. I want to see a new team that just comes in out of nowhere, dominates the battleground, astonishes all of us. Maybe all these teams that are playing inside are probably going to be some of the most skilled teams, right?
Of course, and some of the best teams in the country, of course, because all of these teams had to make their way through the in-game qualifiers, and it wasn't easy. You basically go up against the entire player base of BGMI. But with that being said, I think, as you said, we are looking out for that one team, that one story that starts in round one itself and takes us all the way towards that land stage of grand finals.
That's still way too far away, but inside of round one, as you mentioned, there's going to be so many teams joining in, a lot of new faces. Probably they're going to be unknown to a lot of the people, even for us. But then there's also going to be some returning names. The teams that were not able to make it in from the grind itself, they probably had another chance to make it in from the in-game qualifiers, and they're going to be back over here.
Of course, there's going to be names, as you said, who failed to qualify from the grind, and then they had to qualify from the in-game qualifiers. We'll have returning names from the previous iteration of BGIS as well, so that is also something we are excited to see, which names show up again. But I think it's time to talk about the journey that awaits us in the BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. With that, I mean the format of BGIS 2024.
Exactly, and this is the format right in front of you guys. We started the journey off from the grind, then of course from the grind itself. Now we transition on forward to the BGIS main event. Round 1, Round 2, Round 3, and Round 4 will be played. After this, we will see the wildcard stage, and after the wildcard, we're going to be seeing the semifinals and the grand finals, where it matters the most.
Exactly, but let's kick things off with round 1, where we have 1,024 teams that have made their way to round 1 from in-game qualifiers. These teams are divided into 64 groups, and these groups will play 3 matches in round 1, after which top 7 teams from every single group will qualify from towards round 2, and then top 32 teams from an overall leaderboard will also move on to round 2. And remember the teams that we talked about from BGIS The Grind? Well, this is where they join us back again.
Exactly, 480 teams in total, and then the teams from the BGIS The Grind 2 will be joining alongside, so that means 512 teams in total will be playing inside of round 2, and then these teams will be divided into 32 groups. Moving on forward towards the round 3, top 7 from each group from the round 2 will be moving on forward directly to the round 3, and then top 16 from the overall standing of the round 2 will be moving into the round 3 as well.
Exactly, so that means opportunity for teams is going to be there to keep moving forward in the tournament, but we also move forward to round 3, and this is where things get interesting, because now you have 240 teams from round 2, you have 16 teams from the grind itself joining us again for a grand total of 256 teams divided into 16 groups who play 3 matches. Top 3 from each group qualify towards round 4, but the top 16 from the overall leaderboard, well, this time they move on to the wild card stage.
another chance given to the teams who are not able to make it to the main stage, to the bigger stage that they want to be in. So wildcard is sort of going to be the lifesaver for a lot of these teams. Then moving on forward towards the round 3, we're going to be having 48 teams moving in from the previous stage, but then we're also going to be having some teams joining in from the grind too. So in total, we're going to have 64 teams, which will be divided into some groups as well. And then even from these groups, we're going to have top 4 teams moving in towards the semifinals week 1.
Exactly, and this is where things get interesting, because now top 48 from the overall leaderboard also move on to the wildcard and join the teams in the wildcard from round 3, 48 plus 16, which gives us an interesting set of groups, well, in the wildcard stage, because here is where things get interesting, right? You have 64 teams divided into 4 groups, and over 2 days they play 3 matches, after which there is a reshuffle happening. And this is where things can get extremely intense, because after the reshuffle you have to reanalyze where you're going forward, who are in your groups, and how you want to qualify. Again, the same thing repeats over the next 2 days. They play 3 matches, after which the top 16 teams move on to the first week of the semi-finals, and everyone else, 17 to 64, they're out.
Exactly, 16 teams from the round 4, 16 teams from the wild card. Well, once again, these teams, they will be duking it out against each other for a span of some time. And as I mentioned, these teams will also be divided into 4 groups, so things are going to be super interesting over there as well. Moving on forward towards the top 8 that are directly going to be qualifying to the grand finals from the semifinals week 1. This is where things will be interesting, and the remaining 24, they will be directly playing inside of the semifinals week 2.
So that's a second chance for them to make their way towards the grand finals. If you missed out on the opportunity of semifinals week 1, then you can try again in week 2, where you will have 24 teams, and again these 24 teams will be divided into 3 groups, and they play in a round robin format just like week 1. After 16 matches are done, we will again have the top 8 moving towards the grand finals. And we all know about the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. It is the moment we wait for since day 1 of the grind itself.
Exactly. The grand finals is where you're going to be able to get your hands on that prize pool that will be there, where we know 2 crore rupees are there just waiting for the champion. And as we know, of course, 16 teams will be duking out against each other on the span of 3 days, and 18 matches will be played by every single team. And after the 18 matches, the champions will be figured out. And this is what I'm talking about. Money is something that's really important in everyone's life. And don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, Crafton India Esports, they've got you covered. 2 crore rupees over here inside of this tournament, from which the champion team will be getting 60 lakhs, the second placing team will be getting 30, and then the third placing team will be getting 20.
Exactly. I mean, over the next 6 to 7 weeks, we will see these teams, their journeys, and eventually who actually makes it into the top 16. And of course, there is some incentive for individual players as well, as we see the individual prize money at the bottom of this prize distribution. MVP getting 2.5 lakhs, most finishes getting 1 lakh, Lone Survivor getting 1 lakh, and Rampage also getting 1 lakh. So individual performances will reap benefits for the players as well. But we all know the goal right now is to make it to the stage of the grand finals, be in the top 16, and then once you are eventually on that land stage, then you're going to try your level best to secure that 60 lakh rupees, the lion's share, in your bag. But ladies and gentlemen, we also have the point distribution on our screens, Necro. We've seen this in action during the grind itself, and I believe that since BGIS is starting, teams will have more matches to cope up with each other. We're going to see this thing take its true form for the first time this year.
I mean, this point distribution has brought in an interesting shift in the playstyle for the teams as well, where teams are relying a lot on those elimination points, but at the same time, early game, they're not really going for those battles that much. If they do take a fight, though, they make sure it's probably going to be a complete squad wipe. They do not really want to give out those individual blows. Moving on forward, we need to figure out which team that are going to be playing today itself, and we've got the Group 1 of the day 1 in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, where we've got some of the new names, of course, and then we've got also some of the known names.
Exactly, and talking about these teams, we have Fly Eye, Scared Eyes, we have Team SSE Elite, Bolt Rusher Esports, Team Moon, Mongers, we have Hyderabadi Coders, IPS Esports, 7 Deadly Sins, the Conquerors, Infinite Reality, Mythical Esports, Enigma Gaming, a big name, part of Group 1 already, Team Rule Breakers, ZX Official, and 7 Hill Esports. So a few big names that we do recall. We have 7 Deadly Sins, Enigma Gaming. Who can forget Enigma Gaming? No one. ZX Official, we've seen them in the past quite recently, in fact. And of course, 7 Hill Esports, a returning name from the grind.
Hey, but then moving on forward towards the Group 2 of the day, right? Once again, we've got some familiar faces over here too. Some teams returning back from the grind. Unfortunately, they were not able to qualify directly from the grind itself. That's why they have given a shot from the in-game qualifiers too, and now they're here to make a stark statement. We've got Dynamic, we've also got Echoverse Esports, Shoot at Sight, 7XT Esports, Team Iconic, you've got Team Brawlers, once again returning back. You've got The Last Chance, Super Rocks, Great Esports, and then you've also got Maddox Esports, Team Warner, Lava of Champions, Zai Esports, Team Hextix, and Gen G, another returning name.
Yeah, and Zen G, in fact, is one of those teams that we need to keep our eyes pinned on, because this team, I mean, well, we might not have necessarily seen them pop off, put big numbers on the board, but we could clearly see that there is potential, maybe with a slight tweaks here and there in terms of how they approach fights and what the rotation timings exactly are in the late stages of the game. You could see this team improve and move to the later stages of the tournament. And of course, one more big name in Group 2 is going to be Great Esports, but we'll talk about that in a bit, ladies and gentlemen. The schedule for the day is in front of us. First 3 games, Erangel, Miramar, and Sanok will be played by Group 1. And then once we move on to the next 3 matches, Erangel, Miramar, Sanok, played by Group 2, well, things are going to get more interesting.
Yeah, no changes inside of the schedule because, of course, we want to keep things even, Steven. And for both these groups, they want to be feeling at home. They have been seeing so many teams duke it out in 2024 itself, be it the third-party tournaments, be it the official tournament, the grind itself. And somewhere down the line, I hope all these teams, they have noted down some of the most useful tips that they probably would want to execute themselves inside of this main event.
Of course, one of those things would be to avoid any early fights inside of the game. We have seen that backfire on a lot of these teams. And of course, when you only have 3 matches to perform to secure your qualification, you have to be in the top 7 in 3 games and beat, well, I don't know, 512 different teams. It is going to be tough, man. So again, you have to be on point, you have to be precise. Aggression during the late game, we've seen it pay off for a lot of these teams during the grind itself. I think grind gave us a good idea of what the trend is going to be like in round 1, and I think late game aggression is what majority of these teams are looking out for.
Exactly. I mean, you know what? Soon enough, we're also going to be moving on forward and looking at a promo, because this is one of those promos that I've been looking at for a while. I'm trying my luck. Unfortunately, it's not working out. So I would say you guys also move on forward and try your luck inside of the game. Before now, let's move on and look at this promo. Well, you know what? Unlucky me, Johnny. I'm never going to be getting that. I've already given my hopes up. I hope you do get it, though.
I haven't gotten it as of now. I'm still. You and I are always in the same boat, man. How can you forget that?
Well, I hope it's not the same case with you guys too, man. Just give it a shot. You know, as we know, the first spin's probably going to be at only 10 UC, and everyone has that 10 UC lying around. But getting back to the conversation, we've got the newer team join alongside, but we've also got some of the known names inside of this entire round 1. So speaking about the Group 1 itself that we've got playing in front of us now, we've got Enigma Gaming, one of the bigger names inside of the community. We expect that name to dominate actually inside of the games too. What do you think? Is that thing going to happen, or the newer dogs, they're just going to straight up chime in and start destroying?
I mean, see, this is why round 1 is always intense, because even though you have a big name, and when I say big, I mean one of the biggest names in Indian esports circuit, when you have that kind of a lineup present in round 1 itself, and you get very curious when you see their name, right? Like, what went wrong for them a few months ago? But then again, I mean, you remember the last time we were here in BGIS, we saw a lot of new names pop off quite nicely in round one itself, because you have nothing to lose at this point if you are a fresher team on the circuit. Either you get eliminated because you are in the bottom 9, or you are in the top 7, you get to move forward. And as we have discussed, 3 matches, you have to go all in. So it might be possible that Enigma Gaming, if they are unfortunate enough to get caught off guard in the early games, in the first match itself, then too much pressure can result in the team collapsing in the next 2 games. The first game is very important for all of these 16 teams, but for a team like Enigma, as you mentioned, I think this either makes it or breaks it. Either they go big or it can send them back home.
I mean, we've got the matchup in front of us, right? Another returning name has to be Seven Hills Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Because even this team, they have the experience from the grind of 2024 itself, so you can't say they're sort of warmed up.
Yes.
They've got the experience too, so I think so they're here to pack a punch. What do you think?
And I think they can as well, because their run, Seven Hill Esports, during the grind itself was not too shabby, to be honest. I mean, the first initial week that they played, they were quite decent. They secured 25 points in 3 matches.
Yeah.
If they do the same thing here, maybe, just maybe they can move forward, but again, it's not going to be easy. And Seven Hills, I think the one thing that was working out for them, even during the grind, was the confidence that they have into those team fights, the aggression they bring inside of the game. Because even though they collapsed in the later stages of the grind, they still were able to secure decent finishes across 3 matches. I mean, 7 is not that great of a number, but they had put in enough work during the first initial week, so they might have thought like, alright, this might be enough to help us cross over towards BGIS, but that did not happen, unfortunately, for them, because the cutoff just kept going up and up and up and up till the very last day. And over here, I think the second opportunity that has been granted to them, they should not let this slip out of their hands, and definitely this team has the potential. I see them moving quite deep into this BGIS.
I mean, 7 Hill Esports, yeah, not that they're back over here, considering they've also warmed their hands up. I genuinely think so they're going to be packing a punch.
Yeah.
Because they've also got that experience, as I mentioned, and considering they're going to be playing alongside teams that have never played inside a pro circuit before.
True.
So even that's like the edge that these known teams are going to be having, and I just want to see how sort of that transition is going to happen, because at the same time, it's also an advantage, but it's an advantage too, because you've never faced off against them. You do not know the play style. You do not know what's going to happen inside of a game, so that's a big question mark. You're just facing off against.
Exactly, it's a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways. They don't know anything about you. They don't know what it feels like to play against you, because trust me, Tier 1 circuit, the teams are built different. The pressure you feel when you run into a fight against any one of these players, it just completely feels like you're playing a different game. And then, again, as we said, a double-edged sword, right? Even the bigger names like Seven Hills or Enigma Gaming aren't really going to be aware about what these newer teams, as you said, who are playing a pro tournament for the first time, what they will be up to. You might never know. There is this one team that just shows up that is just all about aggression. The players have been practicing their mechanics in the backlines for a couple of years, and now they're just too godly to deal with, and they just run around blowing everything up. That can potentially happen in round 1.
And I would love to see that as well. Considering we're stepping inside of uncharted territories over here, Johnny, there's also a chance for drop collisions. And you know I'm a big fan of that. And considering the new point structure too, the drop collision is actually going to help you out so much. Because if you end up doing a flawless squad wipe, that's going to grant you 4 points off the rip.
Of course, but it can be quite risky as well. If you do not really, if luck, Lady Luck does not shine brightly upon you, and you do not drop close to where the weapons have spawned, and the opposition picks those weapons up first, then you're basically done for. We've seen that happen in the grind as well, wherein a team drop clash another squad thinking, alright, it might be very easy for us to wipe them out just because we have been doing better. These guys have been struggling on the overall leaderboard, but then again, the RNG of the game, they find weapons, you don't, and you are the ones who are on the wrong side of that stick.
But you can still expect the known teams to dominate the lobby, because you can still give them the benefit of the doubt. They've got some of the known players inside the lobby too, but talking about Enigma Gaming themselves, their entire roster, it's been revamped, you can say. It's complete new players on the block, and I want to see even these players, how they really do adjust to the tempo, because Enigma Gaming is a big org. It's a big flag that they're trying to execute and showcase over here, and if things really do go south, then a lot of question marks will be there on the banner itself.
I think the one place where the known teams definitely do hold an advantage, and in fact it is, even if the players from Enigma Gaming are new, they will still have a certain percentage of that advantage with them, is the fact that experience allows you to realize what needs to be done in a particular situation. If you start struggling at the starting stages of the game because you did not find enough loot, you have lost one player and you're now left with a 3-man lineup inside of the match, you won't go around looking for more fights. Your firepower has been taken away from you. And for a team like Enigma Gaming, having that experience just in the organization itself that can let the players know, alright, first game we just bombed really hard, did not go our way, how do we approach the next two? We just go completely passive and only fight when there are just 5 teams remaining in the game. That sort of mindset can help you move forward in this tournament. It's not about winning the game right now. It is about qualifying to round 2. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I think, Necro, it is time to kick things off.
It's about placing yourself in the top 7 inside your own individual group. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of the day begins now as the plane flat pad starts all the way from down south, which is going to be Sosnovka military base, towards the top left, which is going to be a little bit closer to the shooting range. Once again, the plane flat path is tilted a little bit to the left side, but it's not going to be that big of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you can still quite easily glide towards Farm, towards Rozhok, towards the northern part of the map if you are looking to head towards either Yasnaya or Stalber Kameshki Hill. And as you said, Necro, normally we do see a lot of drop clashes happening in round 1, but one thing can also happen, the exact opposite of it, right? Where we see no drop clashes, teams drop into those off-drop isolated positions, and then there are no fights for the first 20 minutes of the match, but I think this time it's going to be different.
I mean, what are the chances of that, though? There's probably going to be a lot of teams thinking the same way too, Johnny.
Yeah.
Just trying to drop on the off spots, and then even in the off spots, we're going to see one of the drop collisions. And yeah, down south is one of the prime examples of that.
Yeah.
2 teams dropping right next to each other. You've got TRB, and then you've also got 7DS just dropping right next to each other, even towards Fairpier. We've got a couple of more teams ejecting out. 7 Hills Esports, considering they're one of the known teams inside of the community, this team will be having that experience and that confidence too. So 7 Hills, they will try to contest some of the bigger names on the map.
And again, as you said, people moving around with the same mindset that isolated drops are not going to be occupied has backfired. We talked about the rule breakers and 7 deadly sins. Look at shooting range itself. You have the players of IPS moving forward, and along with them there's another team that has chosen right now to glide all the way towards Severny just to not be a part of that early action, not to lose players early. And it will be interesting to see now, do they loot and take a fight, or they just loot and get away? Because at this point we have a circle towards the northeastern part of the map, so no incentive for these 2 teams up north to actually force a fight against each other than clearing their surroundings.
I mean, right now we've got the players of Enigma on the screen, right? Of course, one of the known teams, but all the players inside of this squad are completely new. You've got LeBron, then you've also got Sahil. Currently we've got GodX4 on the screen. And once again, expectations from these lads, it's going to be huge. It's going to be massive. At the end of the day, yes, these are new players, but still you cannot forget the organization itself. The scouting team has done a great job, probably, because they probably do want to keep their orgs banner up. So let's hope these players do actually end up doing so. SS in front of us, even this team is taking that rotation towards their drop location. Considering the plane flat path was tilted a little bit to the left, I guess the players just wanted to take that safer route, got their hands on the boat, and now they're all the way going towards Milta Power, which is probably going to be one of the most isolated areas.
I mean, it can be isolated, but we see the players from Infinite Reality, and even they are moving towards that Milta Power in their vehicles. So there is a possibility of SSE Elite and Infinite Reality clashing. If the players from Infinite Reality actually move towards the shorelines, they will be able to spot that boat out, but it seems like they're heading back to the city. Realize how risky that early collision can be to them. But again, I mean, prioritizing safety, prioritizing your numbers in the early stages can definitely reap benefits in the later stages of the match. Of course, we saw a lot of drop clashes, but you know what's interesting? Not a single shot has been fired in the game.
True. It's been peace all across the board. And I just think so it's the first game jitters too, right? These teams are playing the game for the first time. Everyone's super scared of getting eliminated from an official tournament, so everyone wants to be there till the end. And talking about the meta so far, right? How it's been. Every single team is just trying to contest through the center spot off the circle. Before now, we've got Enigma Gaming taking shots against the foes. Team flying a big wall of trouble. Fly high. This time they're not able to fly so high. Considering Enigma Gaming, they're just tying him down. The constant shots taken against them, the taps are doing a lot of damage. It's putting that constant pressure. And Enigma Gaming, for them, it's all okay. The players haven't even taken a single bit of damage.
But Infinity needs to be careful. Because look at the radar. He was isolated up until now. Now one of his teammates has joined him for the action. Although it will still be a 2v4. At least in the front lines. They are looking to fall back, the players of Enigma. And one point of struggle for both these teams was always going to be the fact that they will have to rotate towards the circle. In the meanwhile, though, a few moments ago we saw IR Infinite Reality kick things off against the players of SSE Elite. They were able to secure a knock. But as it looks like it wasn't really converted into a finish. So the fight is still a 4v4 between these two teams. Although SSE Elite, they have done a brilliant job to reposition themselves and at least draw some pressure away from them.
They tossed out. Unfortunately, misses the first one. Maybe the second one can actually find the connection. A little bit of chip damage can definitely help. And Muskan, considering she's all the way in the outskirts, engaging in the close and personal combats, it can be a little bit more difficult, but the players of Infinite Reality, they're quite stubborn as they find the first opener, and that's all that was needed. Infinite Reality, they just keep on pressing on the wounds once again, just rubbing that salt on top of the wounds. Infinite Reality down to a 3-man squad, but they've done so much damage against the team in the front. They're in the big world of trouble. This 3-man squad can indeed inflict a lot of pain still. They've also got the suitable amount of weaponry to do so. Muskan, still not really exact part of that fight, considering she's playing a little bit from the far fray. And now Evil's Eye, he realizes the fact that the fallen players are back up on their feet, but then peeks around the corner, and he gets both of them down. Evil's Eye, a nice 2K to back his team up, and the last man is way too far away. I mean, he's still there in the compounds, but getting the resurrection back is going to be next to impossible. He's a little bit too far away from those players.
No revives for SSE Elite. I think when Apo and Galactic fell to Evil Eye, that was pretty much it. Zeus now, he's stuck in the back lines, nowhere left to run. I think the only option for him to fall back is to try and get back in that boat and just use the water to rotate along the eastern shorelines of the map, then maybe land towards Lipovka. But even that is going to be risky. Right now, he is getting pushed upon. The players of Infinite Reality, they want the complete squad wipe. Has the shotgun arm, takes down one, but that will be it. Muskan shows up, gets that final frag for the lineup, and Infinite Reality, well, they have successfully wiped out the players of SSE Elite.
A good start. Not a great one, though, considering they lost out on one player.
1 for 3, 1 for 4, actually. I would say that's a good trade.
Yeah, still, but things could have been taken a little bit more better. This is what we're talking about, right? These are newer teams, and I guess they're just learning still.
Things can always be better. I mean, the best possible situation is you do not lose a single player and you get all 4 points. But considering they did not have a lot of loot to sustain themselves in a fight, if it got stretched out, if it lasted a while, I think they played it decently. I mean, of course, having that last man would be beneficial in the later stages of the game, but it comes down to how many finishes do they actually accumulate in this match from here on out. You have 4 already. If you get 3 to 4 eliminations more, I think it's a good job. It's a good game overall.
Always 2 ways to look at a thing, right?
Yes.
Not every single team can be Revenant Esports.
Yeah, that was something else, that performance.
Yeah, I mean, what they showcased inside the grind, that was a monstrous performance. And replicating that is going to be next to impossible. In 3 games, they had more than 70 points. That is just unthinkable for me. But yeah, they actually made it happen.
They made it happen, and that's the thing. As you said, replicating it, it might be next to impossible, but I think that should be the goal.
Yeah. Aim for the top.
Oh, look, a swimming competition. We have team rule breakers. Seems like no rules are being broken right now, but Coder X and then another teammate of his just taking the waterways to
Well, I mean, the rules aren't
Are
being
they-
breaking,
are
but
they-
soon enough.
Did they just get back on that military island? Where did they go?
I'm not sure. Rule breakers. The med situation on the players isn't really looking that great.
Yeah. Of course, still stuck on that military island as well. This is going to be a very stressful game from their perspective, but look at Enigma. Seems like they want to pick off another team mid-rotation on the side of Hyderabad Coders, but unfortunately distance not really allowing them to fight it out, although here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Moggers, and they are going up against Team Moon.
Interesting fight, but already the DBS clicks off. First man slapped down, an instant confirmation could have been there, but he moves out of the way in the nick of time, so he's going to be safe for now. But then he himself has taken a lot of shots. Now it's taken down quite low. Luckily enough for him, it's not getting pressed up, but unfortunately he peeks out of the window, and he instantly gets dealt with, but his teammates got his back. But still the confirmation is not being stopped, so unfortunately... This team is being taken down with just a two-man squad. A rough fight for them, that's for sure. But then a third party as well just rolls around the corner. Another team wanting to be a part of this entire action, wanting this piece of the pie. And almost the first knock could have been found too, but Zervi finds it. Finds the second one too. Nicely done, lines both of them up. Now the third man's in the front lines. He instantly goes for the flush, but still this battle comes through, but he barely saves the day for the team.
Oh my goodness, I just noticed. Mythical Esports, they were down one player already, so it was a 3v1 situation. And the lad took down two of them. Had he gotten the last player as well, it was going to be 3 more frags for Moggers, but another third party Fly High show up as soon as the previous fight comes to an end. And now it is Rebel leading the charge. Nades lobbed out towards the staircase. Snacky still mid-revive. Slayer going for the revive on Godbhai. Snacky, his HP is back up. So, Mythical Esports, in the next few seconds, they will be at 100% of their fighting capabilities. Well, not at 100%, 75% at max.
I mean, still they're patching themselves up, right? And these utilities that are being tossed inside of the house, it's just going to apply that constant pressure on the players.
Necro, another one. Talking about third parties, bro.
Yeah.
Rebel knocked out.
At this point, it's 4th or 5th. Even 7 Hill Esports now wanting to be a part of this fight. Fly High, of course, even they themselves are taking a bit of damage in the fight itself, but let's see. Considering they've got the man advantage, things should be all okay for them. Mythical just trying to squeeze themselves in that corner, playing it out of the house. Slowly and steadily, the players of Fly High are actually growing on top of the players of Mythical. And you can see them pushing up close and personal a little by little. And this nade's actually going to give them the confirmation that was needed to push up. And as soon as the nade's going to find the knock, the players are looking for to push. But then Godbhai, he pulls out the S12K in the hand. And he was just waiting for someone to push up against that stairs. No one does so. UMP45, the man in the first, gets caught in the second one as well. Instantly gets put down. Way too easy for the players to Fly High. But they've still got another third party approaching them.
Yeah, now they have to deal with the players of 7 Hill in the distance. We see them on the radar, but it seems like with how Fly High were able to, but in fact how quickly they wrap things up against the opposition, we see the players from the side of 7 Hill take a step back. They are looking to reset themselves as well, or maybe they're just trying to flush out the players of Fly High out into the open, into their lines of fire, because with the shots that were fired from the side of 7 Hills on these players, they also revealed their angles in their line of fire as well. So now if Fly High are able to avoid those sights, they can survive without taking any unnecessary damage. But we have scared eyes right now. It seems like they've come across the side of IPS Esports, and while shots were fired upon the opposition, they weren't really able to dish out enough damage to secure a knock. So scared eyes, they're going to be forced to, well, move to a different spot, find some concrete cover for themselves, and just stay there until the next few stages of the game.
Scared Eyes moving away, as you mentioned. Repositioning is a crucial aspect of the game.
Yes.
And slowly and steadily, these newer teams will, of course, adapt onto that, but the problem is time. And these teams do not have a lot of games to play inside of the tournament.
True.
So hoping they adapt on the fly as quickly as possible and understand the tempo of the lobby.
Alright, another very interesting thing that is happening in the first game itself is all the finishes that we have seen as of now from the teams taking early fights, and it seems like the trend is sort of building up. You take a fight, you get taken out instantly in the next one. And if that keeps on happening, the rankings that will be there in front of us after this game one, ouch, I mean, they are going to be something else. So again, consistency will reap rewards, but you have to be consistent throughout the day. And again, as you said, just 3 matches, that can be a problem for a lot of these teams. As of now, Fly High looking a little stable in this game, but in the next 10 seconds, we are going to see the zone shift.
All of this is fine, but Team Rule Breakers is still down south towards Norupnoi.
I have no idea what that team is up to. Where did those 2 players go? That's the biggest mystery. What were they swimming towards, Necro?
Well, I mean, still a little bit less on that loot. We did see them a while ago.
True.
They were lacking on that loot. They did not really have enough med supply to keep on tanking the damage up. So I guess Norupnoi is going to be their pit stop, where they loot up a little bit more and then try and move inside of the safe zone. Before now, looking at the circle itself, moves in a little bit towards Yasna Poliana. You can see that big wave of vehicles just moving in from the left side itself. 7 Hills Esports 2 trying to contest that prime spot. This is where we're going to see the real fights happening now.
Yeah, and I think one of those fights might actually break out very soon, because on the map you can see the players of Fly High, Enigma and 7 Hills quite close to each other, and while Fly High have a very solid compound available for themselves, 7 Hills, they do not, and they find themselves against the players of Scared Eyes. A fight initiated. It was a slam from Scared Eyes, this time not scared at all, and 7 Hills, they lose 2 players just like that.
Talk about some of the known teams getting destroyed just like that in 7 Hills. This time they've been handed out that reality check. It's all down to Desync and Can't Stop. And both the players instantly just looking forward to back away from this entire situation, because they just do not really have the man number to back things up on that spot. Oh, Desync almost could have been taken down. This man caught so many bullets on his skull. But luckily enough, he backs away instantly, so he was going to be surviving to see another day. But yeah, if he was ejected out in the open, if he would have been knocked out in the open, no one could have stopped that confirmation flowing through.
Oh, and after that, no one could have stopped 7 Hills from getting eliminated from this game, because even their position was compromised, but they realized they have to move around as much as possible, just play for survival from here on out. Last 2 players left inside of the game. In the meanwhile, though, CX official. We've seen them in the past, and again, as I said, potential in the team, but they find themselves across the hill from the side of Fly High. As of now, no one has peaked the ridge, I believe. ZX, they know that is the only position from where they are vulnerable. So they are keeping that in check. But this is a replay of a fight that took place a few moments ago, ladies and gentlemen. The Mongers went up against Team Moon, and while the Mongers might have come out on top, might have defeated Team Moon, they weren't really allowed to celebrate for longer, as Zaveri was forced into a 1v3 situation against Mythical Esports. He tried his level best to clutch it out, did not happen. Mythical, they ended up winning that fight, and then Mythical get pushed upon by the side of Fly High, who end up securing all of those 3 points from the side of Mythical Esports in their own bag.
I mean, this entire compound was just too chaotic.
Yeah.
Too chaotic. A lot of teams just going third party after third party. It was really tough to sustain all that damage that was being inflicted on you.
3 back-to-back third parties in the same house.
Yep. It's really tough. I mean, I just feel bad for Team Moon and Mongers themselves, because, yeah, for Mongers, they had a rough day. There was one man inside of the house itself who got that knockout with the DBS. He wanted to flush that as well, but unfortunately, the thirst could not come through.
He almost had it, that last man from the side of Mongers. Almost brought the 1v3 back. Was able to secure 2 knocks. Then the last man, I guess he was able to bait out like half a clip as well from the opposition. But then again, I mean, you can only do so much. In the meanwhile, though, again, Team Rule Breakers, it seems like... Oh, hey! They're here, Necro! They've made it!
Finally.
A few moments ago, we saw them in Norupnoi, but somehow they find themselves at the southeastern edge of the circle, and the zone shifts right on top of their head. Now, this team is having a very, very lucky day.
Luckily enough for them, as you mentioned, even the zone shifted quite close. So they do not have to readjust much, but still it's all about holding that prime spot. And for now, Enigma Gaming contesting one of the teams for the prime spot as well. The team in the front line's getting destroyed for now, but Enigma Gaming, even they have dropped down to one of the bodies. Infinity's knocked out for now. But getting the confirmation on Infinity's going to be even tougher. This man from the side of IR is taking too much damage, and he now needs to start playing a little bit more safer.
Ooh.
But he's not going to be allowed to do so.
Gets shot in the back over there, Kately, as he tried to run out of the house. I think first when he ran in, he might have thought, like, alright, both of them are going to be upstairs, maybe I can try and isolate the fight. But as soon as he realized, alright, it's not a 1v2, it's a 1v4 against the entirety of Enigma. Tried to escape, could not escape. But Enigma, they need to be careful. Look at the radar. Even this compound is getting surrounded.
Yeah.
You see the players from Fly High on one side. There is the squad of Conquerors on another flank. Of course, another team down south. So Enigma, they need to be extremely careful with how they step out of these houses.
I mean, for Enigma, they're all good in the hood.
Yeah, for the next few moments, they do not need to, but you never know. Maybe the fifth stage or the sixth stage forces them out.
They're in the smack center. Even if the circle moves away from them, it's not going to be that far away. So if they do play things out a little bit properly, if they do utilize the vehicles, they can still use the vehicles as their cover. If it moves up north, there's a little bit of dips that are still not taken away by the team, so they can just reposition themselves towards the dips. But if it moves down south, they're still going to be inside of the circle, considering their position is a little bit tilted down south. So it's still all okay in my opinion.
I mean, it can be all okay, but the next few moments of the game will give us a clear picture of how things might turn out. In the meanwhile, as we look at the map, see the players from the side of Bolt. The 8 rotation coming in, just now crossing the northern side of Yasnaya Poliana, 7 Hills, as well moving along the same route. And both these teams, it looks like, are going to breach the circle from that northeastern edge, quite close to where the players from Team 8C already are.
Every single team, all they need to do is just remember one goal. And that is, position yourself inside a top 7 in your individual groups. And for now, you've got 7 Hills up against their opponents. Interesting, the opponents just straight up push up against them. Bolt rushers, indeed, they're doing something that replicates themselves. But unfortunately, they get instantly shut down. 7 Hills Esports, they're doing a fantastic job in holding this ground down. And for now, they're going to be okay. But unfortunately for them, the circle moves away. And Johnny, it shifts right on top of the players of Enigma.
Oh my goodness, this is a game that Enigma Gaming should not miss out on. This can be a big chicken dinner to kick things off. And as you said, since the circle is right on top of their head as well, in an open field position, for Enigma Gaming, this match just turned into hunting season. In the meanwhile, the hunt's still on for the rule breakers, as they're still looking for their first finish of the game.
The rule breakers, Coderex. This is one of those teams that breached inside of the safe zone super late, and for now, they're doing quite okay. Just going for the shots against the vehicles. They're able to find some connections, that's for sure. A lot of damage has been inflicted, but they're not able to give any type of fatal blows. No confirmations yet. And this is something that's just getting the players of Team Rule Breakers even more desperate.
Yeah. And as the time goes by, the number of players in this lobby keeps on decreasing. The panic for the rule breakers might set in as well. But again, as you said, it is not about winning right now. It is about staying within the top 7 of your own particular group if you want to move to round 2 of BGIS. Enigma Gaming, as we talked about them, still in the prime spot, but still taking hits and trading them out against the players of ZX Official. And this trade actually opens the floodgates for the rule breakers to come pouring in, put some pressure on ZX Official and try and steal away their cover from the other side of this ridge.
TRB taking shots against the team in the front, and as you mentioned, it's going to be the players of ZX Officials too. Hagimaru is knocked out. The man's got the cover of the rock for now. Before how long he's going to be behind that cover, that's the real question. Good shots from Enigma. They find a return knockout on one of the players of TRB. Man's knocked out for now. Coderex is trying to be there to get the revive done on the fallen player. But it's going to be a little bit tough. There's a lot of fights going on and all across the final circle. But it's all about Team Enigma Gaming just having that prime spot before now. Look at this entire chaos that's erupting.
Yeah.
Fly high up against 7D, and then you've also got SE wanting to be a part of this action, as SE Navini's going to be the only player left alive, but not anymore, considering it's the players of 7D just running him over.
Yeah, 7 deadly sins. One of the sins added to their list has to be domination of the opposition, but as we talk about it, we have Guwaiti knocked out, Shadow also on their knees. Last 2 players left standing from the side of 7 deadly sins, and Satyam is looking for the opposing side, the Conquerors, who are hiding inside of that smoke wall, looking to survive. It's not going to be easy though. The nade lineup looks decent enough and should be able to dish out some damage to the opposition. And in fact, it does secure him a finish, secures him a knock as well, and now Satyam has set himself up for success enough that he has an opportunity to force the players of the Conquerors into the line of fire of Enigma, maybe.
Forcing is fine, but soon enough, even the Wall of Death is going to be forcing all these teams to move inside of the safe zone. So that's when everyone's going to be outside of their comfort zone.
And you have 20 seconds to figure it all out.
Yeah, making adaptations quick on the fly. Adaptability has to be one of the most key skills a professional player can come up with. And if these guys are not able to adapt instantly on the fly, then it's going to be a big problem.
Yeah.
And for now, you've got Team Conquerors with only 2 players trying to figure out how to exactly adapt to this entire situation they're being put into. They just want to move inside of the safe zone. For Cloak, the Wall of Death is already moved up. And that's why Cloak instantly sits inside of his buggy, tries to pick his teammate up. As soon as he does so, they're on the way to the safe zone. A foe is in the back lines, but there are too many foes in the front too in the name of Enigma Gaming. And Enigma Gaming right now, they look like a wall that's going to be uncrackable.
Oh, but look at this, ZX official. This is quite unfortunate. Even though he was on his feet, Zeus has to take that fall as the blue zone engulfs them and takes away their HP. 7 deadly sins. This might be the end, and it is. Satyam hits the deck, and he will be sent back to the lobby, packing at the hands of Enigma Gaming, who have made it to the top 3 now with 9. Nay, make that 10 eliminations on the board, and they have all 4 players still remaining. Just one last man left standing in their way, and it is going to be some Marpith from TR8 who gets picked off. He gets taken out. One last player left from the side of Hyderabadi Coders, who are playing for survival, it seems. But with 12 eliminations, they put him out of his misery as well. 12 eliminations and the chicken dinner for Enigma Gaming to kick things off. What a way to start off their journey in BGIS.
Exactly. I mean, that chicken dinner taken away by Enigma Gaming is something we all saw coming. And you mentioned, too, all the players inside of this roster are also super new. But the fact that they get the first chicken dinner on the board, that's going to elevate their confidence so much.
Exactly. I mean, out of the 3 matches that you are supposed to play in your own group, you secure that 1 win. And with this new point structure, it is a big win for them as well. You get 10 for placement, you get 12 for those finishes, 22 points to kick things off. And with how the finishes were distributed within this entire group, I don't think there will be anyone else who will be close to Enigma.
Interesting. So the vacuum is pretty much going to be created by the players of Enigma Gaming, and no one else is going to be anywhere near closer. But now let's talk about the rule breakers. This team was all the way down south towards military base. This team was also struggling when it comes to the med situation and still somehow made it to the top 3.
I have no idea how the rule breakers got inside the zone. You're asking me about the top 3, man.
I mean, indeed, they have broken one of the rules. You're not supposed to do that, but still somehow they ended up surviving till that late game. Luckily enough, too, the zone was also shifting down south, so you can't say it also favored them a little bit.
It was just that one shift that that sort of turned their fate. It turned the fate in their favor, right? Because we were worried about them when we saw them in Nova Repnoy in Stage 3. Stage 4 comes around, they barely inch towards the zone, and that Stage 4 shift, that was when the circle moved down south. And rule breakers find themselves right on that southeastern edge. And I think that as soon as that shift happened, while it was happening, while the blue zone was closing and we were seeing them move towards a fight, they were in the midst of action at that point as well, but they instantly back off because they realize, all right, no incentive for us to force a fight. We can actually find some concrete cover for ourselves, stay safe, and then maybe we can survive till top 3, top 4 of this match.
And once again, we also saw that disconnect between the players of Seven Hills, right? Where 2 players were in the back, 2 players were in the front, and this players of Scared Eyes instantly made that push happen against Seven Hills. 2 of the players getting knocked out. Seven Hills Esports, their winning chances were instantly taken down.
And again, one more surprising result from this game was ZX Official. What happened to ZX Official? We've seen this team in the past as well, and the way they got eliminated was quite awkward. You have 3 players who were trying to make their way inside of the circle. They were quite sneaky about it as well, but as soon as they get to the edge of the zone, 2 of them get knocked out, and Zeus is under so much pressure. His HP was taken away from his as well, quite a big chunk of it, so he couldn't really do much, and the blue zone, well, it took care of all the business.
I mean, we've got the fiery finishes of the day in front of us, or of the previous game in front of us, and this compound was one of the most chaotic compounds, one of the most unorthodox fights, you can't say. Too many teams wanting to be a part of this fight, and at the end of the day, it was that one single team who third-partied in the end who ended up scooting all those points away. So, once again, it was a big chaotic moment, but still recovering from that moment was next to impossible, so I'm not going to blame any of the teams that were being caught in there. I would still say you've got another 2 chances. Hope for the best. Cross your fingers. You've got Miramar and Sanhok lined up.
I think one of the best parts about that fight was the fact, as you mentioned, it was quite awkward, quite unorthodox, and even though Fly High won that fight, they were the only team to push inside that house and still walk out alive. Things could have been different, right? Because we saw Seven Hill in the distance. We saw one of the players from the side of Fly High also drop extremely low in terms of HP before he ran charging in for safety. And that damage was being dished out upon them from Seven Hills. So Seven Hills could have gotten eager. They could have been the 4th or the 5th team to make a move for the third party inside that compound. And they could have potentially taken care of, or in fact wiped out the players from Fly High. But Seven Hill, we know they'd like to prioritize their own safety. So instead they just completely backed off. They played for the circle and they played for the zone itself.
I mean, even because of the zone, a lot of teams were actually left out of that zone too. So once again, I thought I'm probably going to be giving these teams some tips of their life, some advice, but unfortunately, this game was just really unorthodox. It was really tough to say what is exactly going to happen at what instance. Luckily enough, Enigma Gaming, they cracked the code at the right time.
Exactly, and talking about how unorthodox this game was, we saw 3 drop clashes right off the bat, and yet not a single fight between those 3 drop clashes. Somehow all these teams avoided each other, and it took us a good 4 to 5 minutes for the first finish in the game to happen.
Yeah, I mean, even that fight was super scrappy too, where one man was all the way in the back lines from the house. He was not even providing a proper cover fire. His teammates were getting eliminated, but still, he was not getting aggregated, and that's something that really made me question myself. So, hey, once again, if you're watching the broadcast, my friend, make sure to help your teammates out. I understand you were there in the back lines to provide that support fire, but I just never saw that support fire coming in a proper way. Maybe you should have also stepped in the field.
Instinct Outliers versus SSE Elite is the fight, Necro, you're talking about, right?
Yep.
It happened, and that fight itself was quite interesting. I mean, because you look at the build-up of how that fight happened, this was one of the initial drop clashes that we witnessed. Both the teams, it looked like they wanted to take control of Milta initially, but Instinct Outliers ended up, Infinite Reality ended up holding that Milta city for themselves, and SSE Elite, for some reason, I don't know why, chose to take a boat, and then they tried to rotate towards Milta Power or Lipovka, but does not matter where they were trying to go. They stop in the midst of their route, and they turn their heads back towards that Milta city, go towards the shoreline, and for some reason, re-engage with Infinite Reality. You have already escaped from that fiasco. Why do you walk back into it again?
And from that initial fight itself, this team was taken down to a 3-man squad.
Yes.
So going for the fights head-on later on just did not really make a lot of sense, right? They should have waited for their turn and then probably taken parts inside of the fights. But once again, I would just say the circle was also super unknown, considering it was just shifting down south. It was out in the open as well. Enigma Gaming was the only team with the prime compound in their hand. Yeah. And once again, the stars were aligned for them, man. Considering they also won that fight inside of the compound, it just gave them the entire control they wanted to have. And from that compound itself, they were just sitting in there, taking shots here and there. But the amount of intel they were able to gather, it was insane.
I think it was about information for Enigma Gaming, because with how they were approaching those rotations, it felt like you could see they wanted to know where the opposition was going to be, and then they chose either to avoid it or to just commit to a fight completely 100% without not holding back. And for a team with experience, at least for an org that has been in a position like this, again, we talked about this before the game even began, experience helps you make these critical decisions, whether you want to go all in about the aggression, whether you want to play passively inside of the game. Enigma, while they might have chosen to go passive in the early stages, I think we all know with how this new point structure has forced teams to keep their head down in the early stages of the game. Late stages, if you are there with all 4 players remaining, you will walk away with 7 to 8 eliminations.
I mean, the same thing can also be said for Seven Hills too, right? With what we saw in the first game, you cannot even exactly say it was the first game jitters. This team is played in the grind itself.
Yeah.
But still ended up making such a rookie mistake where they instantly got capitalized by a new team, by the way, that came in from the in-game qualifiers, which was Scared Eyes. Yeah. And I just love that push from them. They realized that those 2 players are isolated. It's the best time. It's the prime time to make that push happen against Seven Hills. And as soon as the players of Seven Hills, or the remaining players of Seven Hills, they saw the first 2 players getting picked off, they instantly backed away.
Yeah.
There could have been another potential knockout where the man was taken down so low while he was trying to escape with that US, but luckily enough, he wasn't taken down. So you can't say God sort of helped him out over there. But soon enough, we're also going to be looking at the MVP of this previous game and find out who's exactly going to be that man from the side of Enigma Gaming.
I do agree with that. I think Enigma had a lot of eliminations, and I think one of the players had 7. Yes, it is. It is Sahil OP with 7 eliminations, which is 58% finish contribution for his team and a map impact of 11.6%. Again, Enigma, out of the 12 total eliminations that the team has, 7 belonging to just 1 player, means he was allowed to put in that extra bit of effort. Freedom was allowed in terms of charging into fights and taking shots whenever he was placed to. But the rest of the players, I believe, also supported him to be able to put these numbers on the board. But I think after MVP, we have to look at who else will be in the list of top players as well.
Inside of top players, we have to see some of the early brawlers that were going for the fights, early stages. I would say there has to be someone from the side of Infinite Reality too, considering we did see one of the players racking up those elimination points, especially that player who peeked around the corner, got those elimination points instantly secured. So even there could be things a little bit more different. Maybe we can't see someone from Seven Hills too. You never know, because the remaining 2 players, they were surviving for a decent amount of times. Moving on forward towards the top 5 performers of the previous game. Instead, we're not going to find anyone from Seven Hills over here.
Well, no one from Seven Hills here, but we have Team Hyderabadi Crores. Now, this is a team we might have missed out upon, but their survival instincts were quite solid, and we see 7 eliminations upon the 2 players that have made it to the list of top performers. And of course, 7 deadly sins. To be honest, Nico, I want to ask you this. From 7 Deadly Sins and of course ZX Official, the performance that we saw, are you satisfied with that, or are you left longing for more?
Of course I want a little bit more from them. This is not something I expected from them, considering they're facing off against complete rookies, right?
Yeah.
They're facing off against teams that have made in from the in-game qualifiers. They do not have a lot of confidence in taking the fights.
Yes.
And you saw that in the early phase of the game too. The teams were avoiding every single early course of action, which just tells you that the confidence is a little bit lower on these teams. But still, we did not really see the capitalization coming in from the known teams. As you mentioned, ZX Official, Seven Hills, they were still failed. But let's just hope that in the upcoming games of Miramar and Sandhawk, things can be a little bit different. We say learn from your mistakes, and once again, they have been given a chance to learn from their mistakes.
Well, let's see though. One thing that we want to witness right now is the point rankings, and it is there on our screens. Enigma Gaming, of course, a wonderful performance, finishing with a total tally of 22 points. And then on the second position, we have Team Hyderabadi Crores, 13 points in total, along with 7 eliminations. A decent way to kick things off, and 7 deadly sins as well. But a little bit more left for us to expect from 7 deadly sins and ZX Official, as we talk about them. 10 for 7 deadly sins, ZX Official with 8 points. Then we have Team Rule Breakers, who were all about that aggression, 6 points, just 1 for placement, 1 finish, 5 for placements. Fly High is going to be there, quite the opposite position to be in. 5 for finishes, just 1 for placement. 7L Esports with just eliminations on the board, 6 points. And then Scared Eyes with 4 points, 3 for finishes, 1 for placement.
As long as you're going to be inside of top 7, it's all okay. even 7 Hills, somehow they found themselves in the top 7, so it's all good.
Yeah.
But in the game of Miramar, they would need to step things up a lot more. They would need to amp things up, that's for sure. Moving on forward towards the latter half of the board, Infinite Reality on the 9th. You've also got the Conquerors on the 10th. Moggers, a team that was stuck in that kerfuffle for so long. Near Rozhawk, even this team has made it till the 11th spot. You've got Mythical Esports, Team Moon later on. Then you've also got SSE Elites, IPS Esports. And then at the bottom, you've got Team Bolt Rushers. Speaking of Team Bolt Rushers, we did see those 2 players staying alive till the final few moments, but unfortunately, when they made that push happen against one of the teams, I don't exactly remember the name, that push was a little bit too rough. I'm not sure what the call was over there. They could have avoided that push and maybe try to move in from a different spot, but still, they must have gotten that confidence that maybe they can take the opponents down.
I have no idea. I don't even remember Bolt Rushers being a part of the action inside of this match. Completely missed out on this team. But then again, I mean, no action, no finish points as well. And in a lobby where even the team on the second last position was able to walk away with 1 elimination, SSE Elite, from that Milta fight. But I think this might lead to a few interesting developments as well, because all of the teams we saw on the second page of the rankings are the same teams that are kicking things off in terms of aggression. And of course, as we mentioned, you have to be in the top 7 to qualify, so the cutoff is not going to be that high after just 3 games. But ladies and gentlemen, this will lead to an exciting result at the end of the matches of this group. We have something exciting up for you guys as well. Let's have a look.
I've been mentioning this over and over again. That X-Suit looks amazing, but unfortunately, I'm not one of those lucky people to get my hands on those. But maybe you can. You probably do have 10 UC lying around, so make sure to go ahead and try your luck inside of the game. If you are lucky enough, maybe you can get your hands on that. But you know what? Moving on forward, Johnny, with the conversation, right? Now, Erangel done and dusted. Moving on forward towards Miramar. What are your expectations going to be? Not from Enigma Gaming, I would say from the remaining teams.
I was just about to say another big win for Enigma, but I think now, if I speak honestly, I would love to see the other big names you were talking about, 7 Hills, bounce back, and of course, some of the aggressive teams inside of this group that we have seen. Fly High, I want Fly High to put up big numbers on the board, because it seems like that is a team that won't really be scared to be a part of the action. But let's see how this game is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. Again, a lot of opportunity for teams like Fly High, teams like Sacred Eyes, SSE Elite, of course, will try their level best to recover from the fiasco of that last game. And Necro just asked me before when we were looking at the overall rankings, Bolt. Well, Bolt Rusher Esports, they need to kick things off yet to open up on that scoreboard. They need those points, and now they have only 2 matches to make it happen. And it is going to be interesting as to which route they take in order to make it work. Are they going to go all aggressive inside of the next match, or are we going to see them secure placement points on Miramar and then bring the aggression on Sanok just to try and get the stability first? But, ladies and gentlemen, while the maps change inside of the game, we have a change happening on the desk as well. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Joining me right now for the next game, for the upcoming match, will be none other than Mr. Fixes. How you doing, buddy? How you been?
Already having those jitters, already getting very nervous about what's really going to happen in round 1, because we did just see the first game, right? And it was quite evident that all these teams, they want to go for it. There were those multiple fights right in the start. You could see that hunger coming in there, because being a player myself, I do realize what it takes to get out there and perform.
And at this point, I mean, it is all about expectations from the big names. Are you satisfied? I mean, of course, we are satisfied with what Enigma Gaming has done. But what about the other big names? ZX Official, I mean, they were able to put up decent number on the boards. 7 Deadly Sins as well. But 7 Hills, do you feel they failed to hit the mark?
See, honestly, if you're looking at how much the points are supposed to be accumulated, you need to kind of be in that average around 6 to 7 points a game, right?
Yeah.
You have to make sure you're in the top 7. So you still have 2 more games to go. So if Seven Hills kind of recover from this situation, I think it's not a debacle. They can easily do that in Miramar.
Exactly. Or if you can't maintain that average, or you feel you won't be able to reach that average, I think it's nice to start praying for Enigma Gaming to keep on winning in the next 3 matches. Because if Enigma creates a vacuum, then it can create a scenario where the cutoff for this group is like 8 points.
And we've also been talking about that, right? 32 other teams also do get to go ahead.
Yes.
Considering how the points have been accumulating, that's not going to be the case, because you could see some of the other teams are also hitting hard.
Yeah.
There have been a couple of teams that have been forcing fights. Now, that is something that I really did not expect. We were kind of assuming that round 1, it's going to be a little bit slow, but once the fights start brewing up, we've seen multiple third parties coming out here and there, and then you did talk about the circle shift. However, Johnny, I was really shocked with TRB, what they were trying to do. They were downright at the southeastern side of the military base, and suddenly you see them inside the circle.
I am still wondering where were those 2 swimmers coming back from? Where did they go? That is that one answer
They
I
did break
need
those
in my
rules,
life.
though.
And yeah, they broke the rules, because technically it is an unspoken rule. While you're on the military island, why are you swimming down south? There is nothing there. So they technically broke a rule and then came back, but it is just a fun rule for us. But ladies and gentlemen, again, one rule we should never break is when the counter hits 0, it is time for us to jump into the action. And that is what we will do as well, ladies and gentlemen. The matchup of Miramar, match number 2 for the very first group of round 1. Well, it is about to begin.
Indeed it is. It is going to be Miramar in the desert. We did have a couple of changes, and we're going to talk about that, but this is going to be stage 1, round number 1 of the BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. We do have the other matches also happening simultaneously. Unfortunately, that's not on the broadcast, but this one, we've got you covered this time. However, the flight path trajectory all the way from the northern side, from the Oasis area towards Puerto Paraiso. And this is one of those games, Johnny, I really feel that Enigma Gaming, they've got this in the bag. Because even in the domestic circuit, we have witnessed that happen. They kind of tend to go on a little bit of a spread, and considering how well they played in the previous game, especially that fight against Infinite Reality, and after winning that, I really never felt that this game went away from them. Certainly the favorites, but hey, we're open to surprises.
We are open to surprises indeed, and one of those surprises can be Enigma colliding against the players of IPS in La Cabrera. Well, both the teams still mid-glide, so I'm waiting to see if that drop clash actually happens. But other than that, we have the Rule Breakers who are heading towards Sierra Bronca, you have SSE Elite in Campo Militar, and then you have Mythical heading towards the southern shorelines of the map. But hey, we talked about this drop clash. It has happened. It is the Winchester in the hands of one of the players from the side of IPS. He tried his best to secure a knock with that weapon. Unfortunately, did not succeed. And he fell down to the hands of Infinity from Enigma Gaming.
The wrestling has already begun. For sure, IPS not really anticipating this, or maybe did they? Trying to get a little cheeky, a little mischievous. Looking at Sparta, he's got that angle on Godex. For sure, he's got to peek and take those couple of shots.
Ooh.
But he misses. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah, quite an awkward position for the cross at Viad, but Sparta OP. Well, it is LeBron, one of the goats of all, well, one of the goats of the game. Secures that finish. And to finish the knock, in fact, and I think IPS, they are about to lose their third player as well soon. It's going to be a struggle for this team. And Enigma, though, they're going to be quite happy with these 2 early finishes inside this game without even taking a single hit upon themselves.
And from here onwards, Johnny, I pretty much think that whatever they're going to accumulate for themselves would be just an added bonus. They're going to unleash themselves, already having accumulated so many of those points. But the Moggers, can't really say the same about them. They've got the players off Fly High. Warrior, he's got a really good position, but when you look at Bharadi, he's got a different angle though, a 1-3 split going on. But again, those fights around Picado certainly do have their time though, because they're kind of around this circle. But Moggers, with the kind of a start they had in the previous game, went to do a third party instead, were also hunted down. Certainly little gutted. But we've seen those signs from their side. This is one of those teams that never shies away from taking a fight. So if they could maybe wipe out a squad and then get a couple of more finishes to their name, I think they're good to go.
I agree with you on that. And one of the key players, someone who did impress us with how he was approaching the fights and how precise he was with his aim, was Zaveri. In that 1v3 situation where he was supposed to take on the players of Fly High, and he dealt with it so perfectly, but has to replicate the same again in this game. Although we switch focus now towards Hyderabadi Coders. They have set themselves up for success with a good finish in game number 1. And if they can replicate a similar result, I mean, just 10 to 11 points from this game as well, I think they might secure their qualification round 2 along with that as well.
You know, when you talk about Hyderabadi Coders, they've had a really steady start, but had a good finish. And as a result of which, they also might start unleashing themselves. And this is one of those teams that, you know, you had a good game 1, and all you need to do in game 2 is get a couple more finishes, and you're good to go. All you got to do is try and make it inside the top 7.
All right, Fixes, you have been a professional player, right?
Yeah.
So answer me this, right?
All right.
What I've noticed throughout the entirety of the grind, and you're going to notice this right now as well, the moment I say it, you're going to see it on the circle. Why is half the circle always empty? Exactly half of it will always be empty. Now we see the players from Team Moon move towards Sumasera, but it's always just one hemisphere of the circle extremely crowded and the other half is completely empty. What is that about?
I mean, that completely depends upon the RNG factor, right? You've got that randomness hitting in. But we're going to talk about that in just a wee while, because we do have a fight breaking out here, Johnny. And Fly High, they've opened things up. Morgus again in a world of trouble. I feel this is one of those teams that kind of plays like a wrecking ball, right? They're not kind of worried about their surroundings. They're kind of trying to go hether and tether, and again in a whole world of trouble. Now, Fly High is one of those teams that really loves taking that sweet time over there. They like to cook things up. And with Ishan getting this knock, now suddenly you would find the players of Morgus getting a little bit restless. Now, coming back to your point, now this is one of those circles that we have seen in the past, right? It's a certain circle, but every single time a new team comes up, they've got their different spots. Now, after the first circle, I'm pretty sure that is when they're gonna be making their migration inside the zone. So, to answer it out, you know, that's the reason why we love this game. Always that unpredictability, always a circle. We cannot anticipate what's gonna happen. Different teams, same map, but new stuff happening every single time.
Yeah, new things happening every single time, and again, I think that is the adaptation mid-game that the players have to make. And even in a situation like this, where everyone was forced on the same side of the zone, as soon as they realized, like, alright, more options might be available if we move further deep inside the circle, I think now we finally see a decent spread in this southern zone of Miramar. But Ishan from Fly High was able to secure that opening knock, and while Morgers were expecting someone to cross to secure that finish, Ishan, ever so patient, just stayed there watching the knocked player from the opposing side, and as soon as the finish is secured, it is eventually in their bag. Fly High, I think now is when the push comes to shove.
You know, it's kind of quite a defensive maneuver by the players of Morgus. They could have easily backed out. Or maybe JNX could have just gone backlines and could have just rotated and maybe found Ishan off guard. They had multiple avenues, but this is the pressure creeping up on you. And Fly High, they've lost their temper. They want to go in for the push.
Yeah, getting a little too over-eager, and you can tell that with the utility being poorly lined up, but they still have the numbers advantage to work with, and the arena within which both these two teams are going to collide, it is kind of massive with a lot of hiding space. So there is a possibility that Morgus can isolate these fights in their own favor, get a trade going, and then with a 3v3 developing, they might just end up beating the players of Fly High. So Fly High need to be extremely cautious with how they approach this fight from here on out.
It's all about the crossfires, Johnny. You are defending. You've got a 2-2 split coming in right in front of you. And for the Morgus, they've got to hold on to these angles. And maybe it's all about just that one knock, and suddenly the panic button hits in. And Morgus could have that advantage. Fly High, like you said, a little overwhelmed with themselves, trying to lose their patience, and hence trying to commit, trying to maybe thread the needle a little bit. But for Morgus, they've got all the time in the world. They've kind of put on a defensive stronghold. It's going to be a little difficult to breach in.
Could have been very difficult to breach in, but Morgers right now, it feels like, are a little too distracted with all the commotion around them. And you were talking about that crossfire. We see a crossfire set up to deny Fly High the entry towards the second floor of this arena. But even then, I think it is still Morgers who have the ball in their court. They are the ones who will be forced to react. Fly High, they already have the man advantage. They can just stay patient and just wait for Morgers to panic, make a mistake, and then that mistake will end up getting punished by these lads.
I like how Morgus have positioned themselves with JNX having that unorthodox angle. Oh my god. I really feel like he's been spotted. Rebel has given those call-outs, but unfortunately does not have any util. And there you have it, JNX realizing the gravity of situation, does fire back. But it's going to be Rebel who escapes by the skin of his teeth. And now will have enough time to patch himself up though, as now this fight is again going to end up in another stalemate. Something that, yeah, Morgus, I think the onus is on them, don't you think? Right? Especially considering the fact they do not have the best of start, where Fly High did kind of try to fly in a wrangle, did have their wings clipped off, but not too shabby.
Ooh, Zaveri spotted out in the distance, and he will be knocked out by Rebel as well. What a brilliant job done. Found the angle, was ever so patient for Morgers to make a few mistakes here and there. But in the heat of the moment, what just happened? Fly High, while Dodo was on the other side looking for the second player to knock out from the side of Morgers. Well, Fly High, the tables have been flipped on their heads and broken, in fact, on their heads. Dodo, the last man left, gets pushed by the last two remaining individuals from Morgers. And as you said, Fixtures, they make it look absolutely beautiful. This squad wipe in a 2v4 as well.
Yeah, was unrequired. Quite unnecessary from Fly High. And again, somebody just cut their wings and threw them apart. For the Morgus, I think a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah.
Still considering the grand scheme of things though, the kind of pressure they were in, surely their heartbeats have gone quite high. But finally, we kind of cut off from the Picardo fight and get in over here. We've got ZX officials against Team Moon. Now everybody grouping up together. Pretty sure that Cosplay, YT and KO kind of unaware of what's happening. Imagine one of their players being taken down and things really go awry for them. It is a fight which might brew up around the Chumasera region. But as things stand, Team Myth, they did take those central line compounds, but this is how everything begun, right? And yeah, there was a knock initially from the players of Fly High, but it was the Morgus that got those trades in their favor.
Yeah, I think as soon as Zaveri fell, I don't know, Fly High, they might have thought, alright, 2v4, this is going to be our fight. And all of them just charged forward without having any information as to where the other two players are. Which staircase are these two individuals positioned on? And we saw that crossfire set up a while back. It worked out. Finally, that trap laid out by the players of Morgus pays off. But Team Moon, shots fired from MVP Gaming, but he ends up being on the wrong end of the damage trade. HP dropped, although not significantly.
Yeah.
I guess Team Moon, the opportunity for them to reset is going to be there, and it's not going to be too complicated for them to reset as well.
I'm pretty sure, Johnny, you would also agree as well. There were those lack of utility from the players of Fly High.
Yes,
had they had those mollies or those frag grenades, could have certainly decided to go in for the push. But not having that, that was pretty much a dumb call, and yeah, they just kind of fell flat, and they learned their lesson the hard way. And the big question is, they just have one more game to go. They're still in the contention though. Can't really rule them out, but seems like this time the rule breakers They're in for a fight. Desync, I believe, he's been spotted out, but always drops that grenade, lands it, but does not find much.
Finds nothing over there, in fact. Although always needs to be careful. Rush a little too far away from his teammate. But 7 Hill Norman Jr. What? He's on the other hill. And still does manage to dish out enough damage to Samarpit, allowing the rest of the side of 7 Hills to actually fall back and join him on the other side of the hill. And Rule Breakers, while they might have tried to break the opposition, they did not succeed. In the meanwhile, though, we have the side of Sacred Eyes and shots fired upon the opposition, the lads from the side of IPS. This is the fight happening in the middle of the blue zone. And Max, even though he was the first one to pull the trigger, he's also the first one to hit the floor from the side of his team.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt him though. Certainly had all the chances in the world and he whiffed and punished, but this time still Sacred Eyes. They've got that sacred high ground advantage for themselves as Naveen lobs that grenade. That's gonna land into perfection, or maybe not. It's a smoke grenade coming out from Crit himself. Tries to buy some time as Grafolian. He gets a decent angle on Crit and also his teammate as IPS. They suddenly start losing out on numbers. One of their players already down and out. Almighty, it all comes down to him. He's got to fight it out. He's got the DBS, but yeah, that's all she wrote for Team IPS as Sacred Eyes get those 2 finishes, but with a casualty, which was not supposed to be.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they would have preferred if it was a clean fight in their favor as well, but unfortunately that wasn't the case.
This is nice.
This shift of the zone, what a curveball for anyone that thought we were going to see a shift towards those southern hills of the map. But now Mythical Esports, Bolt Rushers, you have the players from the side of SS as well stuck outside the circle. And Fixes, see again, you see that southern half of the circle, how clustered up it is, and the northern half is just empty, man.
Yeah, the only reasoning is you've got the Chumasera compounds around it, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. But what I liked about Enigma was how they kind of had that little bit of a higher altitude control, but they also decided it's better to sort of play it around from the center, considering the fact that they did scout out these lands and they've already done their bidding, right? They've already accumulated enough points. They are heading into round 2. Nobody stops that. And for Team Enigma, the question over here is how many finishes can they rack up? Certainly wanting to kind of try and set a record, because they did come up in grind. There were those instances where we kind of felt like, yeah, Enigma was really good. This team is going to make it inside the top 64. But unfortunately, that did not happen. But for the Conquerors, in the previous matchup, we did see they kind of were staying aloof from all those fights, but now caught in a little bit of pickle.
Well, and the name of this pickle is Hyderabadi Coders. Naveen from the distance. Alright, fails to line up the spray. Whiffed just a smidge. And I think Omkar is going to be quite happy with that, but Conquerors, Foxy was knocked out. He has been brought back inside the game. Oh, this can be a very interesting development inside of this match right now for these 2 individuals in the shack. Because look at the radar. There's one more team that's not that far away from them in the form of Team Moon. And even they will have an opportunity to kind of isolate these split up players from the side of Conquerors and just pick a few extra points for themselves. But so on the finish feed, another fight breaking out on the map. And this time I believe it is the Rule Breakers themselves who have been broken.
I mean, for the players of Rule Breakers, look at Koda. Seems to be one of those players surviving, but the flush-in, like you said, coming in from the southern side. So Team Myth, considering how they got eliminated pretty early in the previous game, this time could kind of try to keep the circle and get a couple of finishes to their name, as well, as it is going to be so important for them. Now, I'm kind of surprised nobody's kind of gone for that northwestern side. They've got such good high hill lines over there. Could have that bird's eye view. Could maybe enter your way in, but hey, we know where these teams are. And everybody's scared to death. And this is round 1, you can feel it. Now, all these teams, they've been working it out throughout the entire year. And they're the rest of their career kind of depends upon how they perform in these 3 matches, right? These are the stepping stones, ever so important. Now, even for Team Bolt, like you discussed with Necro, a team that was not really visible, and even I was kind of surprised, could not get to see a lot out of them, hoping that they make a little bit of a comeback in Miramar.
Well, I think even the players from the side of Team Bolt are expecting, in fact, hoping to make the same thing happen. But it's not going to be easy. A few moments ago, we saw the rotation from SSE Elite. And they were following the path laid out by Team Bolt as well. But as soon as Bolt reached this high ground, SSE, we see them move further towards the western side of the map. Look at their position still, just north of Minas del Valle. And this shift of the circle can either make it or break it for teams like SSE Elite. Because if you have that western flank or the eastern flank in your control, you can choose to enter the circle from that northern edge or maybe the western edge if you are being gatekept from this this zone. But look at that, Moggers running into the players of Sacred Eyes. And now they're just down to their last man, who is going to be running for his life.
Yeah, maybe they've got a couple there. Enzo along with his teammate. But for now, again, it's going to be a fight for the hill, right? You've got Team Bolt, you've got Enigma, and then S is coming in from the western sidelines. The Moggers having no other options but to find some safe cover, at least for now. Now, Team Enigma, they've not decided to take on the hills, rather just playing around the center of the circle. Now, this is something we both did anticipate, the circle kind of taking that hard shift to the northwestern side. And suddenly that happens, and it is chaos, it is anarchy all over the desert over here. I'm kind of starting to get worried about Team IR. They gotta get in. You've got 7 deadly sins, however, holding the door.
It's not going to be easy at all. And as soon as commotion happens towards that eastern edge of the zone, even Sacred Eyes will have a line of fire available. But in the meanwhile, let's look at the Conquerors themselves, as right now they are getting pushed upon by Martin from Team Hyderabadi Coders, and Martin actually secures both the elimination points for his team and then just falls back casually behind the shack. Wow, what a move.
It was written in the stars, wasn't it?
Yes, a million miles away.
Yeah, had the positions compromised. It was just a matter of before, you know, they decided to kind of go in for the push, and that happened, and they were kind of helpless there. Could not get those cover fire, but Team Moon, a little bit of a trouble, in fact, in a whole world of trouble, as already 2 players being put down to the ground. MVP has no other choice but to kneel and cry, as, yeah, a couple of players still alive, though, as those shots come in at 1v4 God, but does not really care. Now for Team IR, in a little bit of a trouble. Look at KT. He's got that angle, but now this is the reluctancy that we talk about, Johnny. The hesitance, that should I take the shot? Should I not? If I get knocked out, what happens? This is the pressure of the BGIS.
One wrong move and it could all be over. Dreams coming to a shattering end, but Team IR, Infinite Reality, they go for a revive. Rex is being brought back. And considering the zone is just 60 meters away from them, I think they should be able to get themselves to safety, at least for the next few seconds. But it is definitely not going to be easy at all. In the meanwhile, though, another fight breaking out mid-rotation. Hyderabadi Coders, they want to reset and move forward after picking off those 2 points from the Conquerors. But as soon as they move up and move towards the circle, I think they get sandwiched by ZX Official and the 2 remaining lads from the side of Conquerors. Hyderabadi Coder, 2 players lost, last 2 left standing. And it won't be easy for them to move inside the circle as well. Lot of teams standing in their way right now.
Yeah, certainly won't be. Especially with the kind of teams that have already made their way inside the door. And for Team Enigma, they've already said this out and loud. No ID, no entry. Especially holding that southern foothills. Especially, but with Team Bolt, things can be different this time.
Yeah.
You know, this could be a fortunate finish. But for now, the Conquerors, they're starting to open up. They already put down out in the open, has no signs of help. As Godex, he's gonna try and fight back. But again, when you're in the foothills and somebody's up top, yeah, the latter does have that advantage. And Crores, they're gonna take their sweet time. But you were talking about the Hyderabadi coders.
Yeah.
They've got one sneaky player. That's gonna be Cancro. Maybe he might change things around.
I mean, that is what they are going to be hoping for, considering he is that last surviving player for the team. In the meanwhile, Conqueror still surviving with 2, Cloak and Omkar, and they are holding on to their positions, just keeping their bellies on the floor. Although the circle 300 meters away from their position, there is no way this team move forwards. I think this is where we see Conquerors take an exit inside of this game, or they can just prove me wrong. I'll be happy with that as well.
You know, this has happened in the past. Even in the grind, we've seen a team called Autobots. They had managed to do the unthinkable from the edges, just trying to go in, spearheaded their way in, and managed to get a chicken dinner. However, we might not want to get ahead of ourselves because they had all 4 of their players alive. But for now, this is going to be Team Enigma's turn to now start stepping up, pedal to the metal. Now they've got shots being fired at every single direction. And the big question is, I hope they do not have enough to chew on their plate, because that sometimes might just go against them, as the Conquerors, they've already been put down to rest. Now for Zeus, look at his HP as he also takes his final breath. He's also out.
Yeah. God of Olympus brought down the Land of Men, but one surprising thing, Fixtures. The rule breakers are still present in this game.
Alright.
I thought these lads were going to bite the dust a long time back, but it seems like that last man, his survival instincts are some of the strongest you will come across. Oh, that nade! Barely managing to stay alive. 7 deadly sins. It seems like the sins are being punished from every single direction. You have them sandwiched. Enigma on one side and Sacred Eyes on the other. Shadow knocked out. 2 men still hiding inside that smoke, out of which Doggo YT was down to half his HP. And I just saw Enigma a few moments ago. Did they not have just 2 eliminations? They have 8 now.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they were holding on the southern side. And so many of those teams trying to pour in. And yeah, it was a finish galore for them. They're going to take it all with an open arms. But for now, Sacred Eyes, they've got their eyes set on the players of 7 Deadly Sins. You've already seen Dugu White, he's burning. But Naveen, a little ahead of himself. And the Moggers from the backlines, it's going to be Enzo. Gets that knock, though, still not confirmed. However, Team Bolt is ever so patient. They're waiting for all those fights to break out. And whatever remains, they're going to salvage it and would want to take the chicken dinner. But with Enigma still in the picture, now Team Sacred Eyes trying to move inside the circle. It's going to be 7 Deadly Sins, already so low. But still, somehow, both of these teams trying to still survive. And Riostic Whitey, let's see what is he up to. What can he deliver?
It's not going to be easy, whatever he wants at this point. Dugu Whitey right next to him gets finished off, and I think 7 Deadly Sins, yeah, they are done for as well. The last man ran out of first aids, ran out of healing utility, and he will be forced to take an exit in this match as well. But while all of these players were falling left and right to the blue zone, nade damage each other, we saw the last man from the Rule Breakers take an exit in this game on the 5th position, surviving till late, trying his level best, but ultimately failing to secure a top 3. In the meanwhile, Enigma Gaming, Codex did get finished off by Bolt Rushers a few moments ago, but that is why Enigma are moving towards them to exact revenge for their fallen comrade.
Certainly their game to lose. In it, Johnny. They've got a beautiful position to hold. They're firing on all cylinders. They've even blocked off Team Bolt's entry inside the circle. And for now, let's see Team S's. They've got those numbers though. But still now, they've got to bank upon the fact that, yeah, fights from multiple fronts. This might be the Achilles heels for Team Enigma's LeBron. Almost was a close call. One more headshot and he could have been down and out.
Yeah, that flank from Coolboy needs to be read by either Bolt or Enigma, because if Coolboy is still holding on to that position while Bolt and Enigma are forced to go up against each other. This game is guaranteed for SSE Elite. They have all 4 players remaining in this match. Galactic is knocked out right now, but he's close to his teammate, so it is going to be an easy revive for the squad. And they have control of the circle as well, although they are still not in it. And as soon as the blue zone starts moving, the panic is what Bolt Rushers utilize as an advantage in their favor. They go for a push. SSE Elite lose 1 player. Bolt, they get taken out by the blue zone, and now it is a 3v3 between Enigma Gaming and SSE Elite.
Now, considering Team Enigma knows exactly where the players of Team SS Elite are, they've been pincered, right? They're dead to rights. It's all about Team Enigma just spreading their wings and trying to close things off. One good grenade, and the whole thing goes kaboom. And it could be the second in the bag for Team Enigma.
Oh,
they're already flying so high, and look at the number of finishes they've accumulated for themselves. And Infinity again opens it up. And now they're completely aware of the surroundings. All they need to do is put the final nail in the coffin.
Well, LeBron and Sahil, the frontliners for the team. Infinity has just showed up as well. SSE Elite, the quick reset for them. Quite impressive. Instantly just fall back, go for a revive. And now, since they have all 3 players back in the game again, they can look to re-engage against the players of Enigma. But Infinity is gone off to the flank. Well, Saina and LeBron are still pulling all the attention of SSE Elite in their direction. And they have no throwable utility, the players of Enigma. This was the last grenade in the hands of Sahil. And apart from dishing out a little bit of damage to Galactic, it does nothing. But as soon as the players step out into the open, trades come in from either side. But that HP advantage works in the favor of Enigma Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Another big chicken dinner with 16 finishes on the board. What a day for this team.
And they're not going to stop at it. I think the hat-trick could also come in with the way they've been playing, how meticulous where they were with their rotations. It all started off with a fight, and they managed to take down, I think, 2 of their players, and then they kind of went on ahead. It was all about respecting the circle, where we kind of saw and witnessed that the players of Enigma, all they're trying to do is try and take the center of the zone. That is what they had to do, and it was an easy game, and was just another day in the office for them. But for Team SS Elite, this was an important one, especially after the fall off in Erangel, a recovery in Miramar. I think finally they have their hopes up to maybe make it into round number 2.
And I agree with that. I think SSE Elite, they performed quite phenomenally in this game, but they weren't the only ones. We have to give props to Bolt Rushers Esports as well. They were quite decent number of eliminations, and they made it to the top 3. I think the idea for Bolt Rushers towards the end, I did like the idea. They messed up the execution, but it could have worked out in their favor. They figured out where the isolated player was from the side of SSE Elite, and they charged that man. They got that extra point. But from there on out, I think they just for a second just forgot Enigma is still in the back, and that sort of came back to bite them. But picking up that one player was also the reason that Enigma was able to charge into that fight with the way that they did. Because initially, SSE Elite held the man advantage in their hand. It was 4 players for them, 3 for Enigma, and just 2 from the side of Bolt Rushers. But as soon as Bolt Rushers found that extra pick on the flank, it was a 3v3 after that.
It certainly was a 3v3, and it kind of really got exciting. But when you're talking about the fiery finishes that we had, it had to be the players from Enigma. Wasn't the case every single time we kind of seen them play. I think they've got a lot to prove, especially being one of those bigger teams a couple of years ago. And I'm pretty sure it was a big fall off for them, and a complete roster revamp, a change in their coaching staff, and now putting their faith and trust in the younger lads. Certainly they've stepped up. Now, getting back to the last fight that we were talking about, Johnny, it was all about, Team Enigma. They were taking too much on their plate. I really felt like had the other 2 teams let the fight simmer a little bit, and I'm pretty sure the players of Enigma would have gotten ahead of themselves. There were those moments, but it was not as planned. Bolt suddenly decided to kind of ram in on the players of SSE, and that's how the cookie crumbled. Team Enigma sort of recovered, and they never saw behind.
I think one more reason for how chaotic the top 3 or the final fight in this game got was the fact was because of how the teams had actually positioned themselves. You had Enigma and Bolt on the high ground, and then SSC Elite are stuck on that lower position. They can't move up. As soon as they step out of cover, they are exposed. Both the teams are going to pile up upon them, and that would be the end. That would be it. So they had to stay back right on the edge of the circle, and it is not a lot of distance you have to cover from there on out. I think it was like 10 meters, 12 meters for the zone. But the circle out in the open, so chaotic. As soon as the blue zone starts to move, it closes in first from the northern side, just touches upon the players of Bolt, and they panic. They rush towards the southern side to steal a position from SSE. Enigma actually use this chaos, and they just sneak in towards the edge, just barely inside the edge of the circle, and that is how they were able to keep themselves in check. But I think this back-to-back win fixes develops the scenario that I was also talking about, the vacuum of points. It is there. It is an enigma how they made it happen, but it is there, and that just leads me to believe that the doors to qualify within the top 7 are still open as we head into this last game of this group.
And not just that, right? Of course, Team Enigma, they have made it to round 2. There's nobody even trying to stop them over here. But again, you know, when you come back to the final fight, they had everything resting on Demon, the one player who was a little bit aloof from his team. And suddenly when he was picked off, I think the panic button hit in for the players. But again, when you look at the entire storyline, Johnny, in the previous game, we did not have more returning names over here who made it into the final circuit. It was those new teams that have stepped up. So once the overall standings does come out, and even for the viewers, you would see, I think the difference is going to be quite minuscule. And as bitter a pill to swallow, you have to understand that now your fate rests in a map of how you perform in Sanhok. Now that is going to make things ever so exciting for us, but I'm pretty sure for the players, they're already scared.
I mean, of course, it is the last game that will decide your fate in one of the biggest esports tournament in this country, right? So a lot riding on the line. No pressure over there. But we have been talking about Enigma for a while, so let's talk about the other teams. As you mentioned, no returning names in the final few situations. One of those returning names that actually did, I believe, do quite decent in terms of finish in this match is Hyderabadi Coders. Now, this is an interesting team because mid-game aggression is there, positioning seems decent, but one thing I noticed in Miramar was they get distracted very easily.
And quite stark contrast to what we did witness in Erangel. We did not see a lot of those third parties happening in Miramar, right? Everybody was kind of trying to respect each other. But for the Hyderabadi Coders, they had their work cut out. They knew they did manage to get a decent number of points. And all they wanted to kind of proceed further was get a couple of more finishes, which I feel like they've done. And considering how they've been adding things up, they might feel a little secured heading into Sanhok.
I think Sanhok there needs to be goal of 6 to 7 points. If that happens, they should
at least 4 or 5.
Yeah, 4 or 5 bare minimum. But I think we can get a better picture about where the team is, how they are doing, if we have a look at the points. But ladies and gentlemen, before we start crunching the numbers, we have to talk about individual stats as well. And we always kick things off with the MVP of the game. And again, one more question. Will Sahil be a back-to-back MVP?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. 6 eliminations, 37% finish contribution, and map impact 12%.
And he's been doing that time and again. Certainly one of those players to look out for, not just in round 1, especially with the kind of heat Enigma has been bringing along. It's the other players as well. They performed so good, but Sahil OP, I think he's gotten a majority of those knocks. He's like the tip of the spear for his team. When you still have players like Infinity, he's the one who does the dirty work, and as a result of which, the confidence that is kind of inside of this player, I think I want to see more out of him.
Yeah, I would love to see the same confidence in the other 4 players as well, because we do see it the other 2, LeBron and Infinity, but these 2 individuals are also some experienced players in the pro circuit, so they know what they are up to. But that's the question, right? Even the 4th player in this team, Godex, has some experience under their belt. And I think in this game of Sanhok, hopefully he steps up and we see Enigma put up massive numbers on the board. But in the list of top players, the players of Enigma are followed up by Grafleon from Sacred Eyes, and of course Omkar from the Conquerors. Now, this one individual from Sacred Eyes, a huge shout out to him, performed brilliantly because the position where he got 2 extra eliminations, I thought his team was done for in that fight, but still securing every single point matters. So if one player is able to steal away even just 1 point from the opposing side, it can sometimes be the difference maker in you moving forward to the next round or you just staying back and going back home.
Now, this is what I was talking about. Bolt Rusher Esports, game number 1, did not perform well.
Yeah.
And game number 2, they managed to get 9 on the board. And even the likes of Sacred Eyes, I think they've had a decent time in the previous matchup of Virangal. I mean, a couple of points here and there. But for SSE Elite, this game meant a lot. But for 7 Deadly Sins, now this is one of those teams that we were really looking out for. I think 6 points is not too shabby, and can say the same for ZX officials as well.
Yes, I think 7 Deadly Sins and ZX official, they did do quite decent in the previous game as well. I think they were around
Look
6
at Rule
7
Breakers,
points.
5 again.
Yeah, but Rule Breakers, 5 points again, 3 for placements, 2 for finishes. But Rule Breakers, I think again, they need that one top 3 finish with like 2-3 eliminations on the board. If they can make it happen, I think that should be enough to push them across the threshold and keep them in the top 7. But let's see, anything can happen. And I think this might be one of the most chaotic starts you could have to a tournament just because of this vacuum of points that Enigma Gaming have now built. And if they have that hat-trick chicken dinner fixes, then the overall leaderboard is going to be one of the worst overall leaderboards you would have seen.
I think it's the other way around, Johnny, because
Really?
considering the fact that Enigma, they've accrued so many of those points, now the difference between the others is quite less. Once the overall standings comes out, I think, like I said, everything is gonna depend on how these teams perform in Sandhawk.
Yeah.
So it does not matter if you get a lot of points. It's all about trying to make it inside the top 7, and the fight is gonna be quite ruthless.
Every time we are in the league stages of a tournament, right, always the discussion follows around what the cutoff is going to be. What do you think the cutoff is going to be after Sandhawk?
I think the way we're kind of progressing, somewhere in the lines of 14 to 15 points at the very max, that's on tops. But now, when you talk about the entire storyline that we come along with, what do you have to tell about 7 Hills? Or even the players of 7 Deadly Sins?
7 Deadly Sins is decent, so I'm not going to talk about them, right? 7 Hills is the team that is actually struggling, and it is a surprise because we were talking about both these teams before the day even began, and we were expecting exactly opposite things to happen. But it turns out I think 7 Deadly Sins are a little bit more focused inside of this game. 7 Hills, though, I mean, just running into chaotic fights and getting destroyed. The first conflict of the game, I think that was an unfortunate drop clash, so can't really do much about it. But still, I think in this last game, if they can get that 20 bomb, that should be enough, and a team with this much experience should not struggle in doing so. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward, have a look at something special we have in store for you guys, and after this, we'll be back with more action.
Make sure they know with the new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, Craft in India bringing you exciting things inside of BGMI. Do go ahead and check them out. But let's talk about the exciting stuff that we have waiting for us in the next game. You spoke to me about 7 Hills, or you asked me a question about 7 Hills. I've given you an answer, and I hope you were satisfied with it.
I'm not satisfied with the performance, though. And it does not matter what opinions we have, unless and until they deliver. Right?
That is true. But now I have a question. Which new name has impressed you the most in this particular lobby, and which one individual do you think has the skill set that with a little bit more experience, or maybe with a different team, with some more experienced players around him, this lad can definitely take things up a notch?
You know, you might make the Mickey out of me, but I've been really loving the rule breakers. They've been doing something different. They've been quite unorthodox every single time in their approach. In fact, their angle game, imagine what on earth were they doing? Suddenly in the game of Miramar, they somehow make it inside the circle. And then, you know, heading on into Sanhok, they kind of tickle you, right? In the right spot, thinking, this time, what will the rule breakers be up to?
I mean, hey, if they like breaking the rules, then Sanhok is that map where all rules are like kind of tossed out the window for at least one game. So I think this team with that unorthodox playstyle can actually catch a few of them off guard. But let's see how this next game is going to turn out. I want to know your expectations. Are you expecting the hat-trick from Enigma?
Oh, of course. Anything less than a hat-trick would be a shame. But we would love to be proven wrong over here. But now the onus, the ball is in the court for the other teams. Especially the likes of Seven Hills. They've got to go big in this matchup if they want to have their hopes of qualifying, or they need to somehow accumulate so many of those points that they become one of those top 32 teams after the top 7 that make it to round 2. But now a little bit of a switcheroo on the desk. Johnny is going to take a little bit of a breather, and my panda bro, he's back on the desk. Necro, you've been watching the match from the sidelines. Tell me something about the rule breakers. I mean, they've been quite interesting, haven't they?
They indeed have been, and even the circle has been really interesting.
Oh, for sure.
The circle's been taking some curveball shifts. I still remember a lot of teams were inside of Chumasera, and then the circle just instantly moves up north, and every single team inside of Chumasera is screwed. Then we just saw a massive wave of vehicles just trying to move inside of the zone, and that's when it was just all-out chaos. Now, moving on forward to the map of Sanhok, you asked me about team rule breakers. I would say it's not really going to work out this time. That playstyle is not going to work out. I mentioned this over and over again. Sanhok is a zone-centric map. You need to respect the zone.
Listen, man. If they've pulled off something out of ordinary in Erangel, one of those matches where we kind of were thinking, what are they up to? What's the idea? They're swimming across the waters. Somehow, if they made it into the top 3, you know, I'm not going to rule out their chances in Sanhok. But, you know, coming back to the discussion, looking at the entire storyline for week number 1, I've been impressed so far because there have been those fights, especially now. Let's come back to there was another fight, Fly High. Now, this is one of those teams that did get ahead of themselves. It was Picardo, they managed to get the first knock and they decided to push on Muggers. And they suddenly fell flat on their faces. They had no utility, no meds, nothing. They just had those man advantage and decided to push. Now, for Flying High, they did manage to accrue a little bit of points in game number 1. But game 2, I think they fell flat. Now, heading on to game number 3, what is the kind of approach you would want them to have?
I would say do not really take a lot of pressure. The cutoff is not that massive. A decent game in the last game should also cut the deal, considering it's just Enigma Gaming dominating the entire grounds. The vacuum of points is just going to be on Enigma Gaming itself. So for you to qualify inside of the top 7, maybe you just need a little bit of double digits on the board, 11 or 12 points, and you should still be in the top 7. But that's just to qualify. If you're here to make a statement, though, you need to be somewhere in the top 3, and to do so, you need a chicken dinner in the end.
I mean, for sure, Enigma Gaming, they've already made a statement.
Of course.
And then you talk about Boltex, they did manage to redeem themselves. But this is one of those games that you would ideally want to see maybe someone from 7 Deadly Sins, or even 7 Hills, or maybe someone from Sacred Eyes, because there were some moments where Sacred Eyes, they kind of got us excited. They were trying to get those angles here and there, trying to, you know, kind of surround their enemies from multiple fronts, and they've done that. Now, in Sanhok, like you said, all hell breaks loose. It's so difficult to really anticipate where the zone has been going, and especially with the BGMI gods kind of taking the low-key form over here, it's so difficult to say where the circle ends.
I mean, so far, Hyderabad Decoders, they have been really impressive to me. Yeah, the Circle has been playing a lot of the magics. Understandable. You can't also say the Circle's been someone that's just stealing all the limelight. But Hyderabad Decoders, they have been looking really nice. I want them to consistently move on forward just this way. Because one thing is for sure, they have made it inside of the top 7. No one's going to be kicking them out. First game of Wrangle, it was quite solid. Moving on forward towards Miramar, they were looking decent. Not good, I would say. Now moving on forward towards Sanhok, all they need to do is look decent once again. That's all they need to do. Top 7, easily acquired. Going back towards Enigma Gaming, though, this new roster from this team is amazing. The positioning game that we're seeing from them, it's looking incredible. Confidence on point with the way they have been approaching the zones. It's clinical.
I think for Enigma Gaming, they were set for success, at least in round one.
Yeah.
Anything less than that could have been disappointing, especially with the kind of lineup that you have, the tier 1 circuit experience that they do have. But it is going to be the game of Sanhok. And like you said, you know, the Hyderabadi coders, they've impressed you. Now the Shackles, they have been let loose. I think could be one of those games where they go all out.
Could be. There's still going to be a lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda, but hey, as soon as we jump inside of the map of Sanhok, the last game for this group, everything will be cleared out. As the plane flat path's going to be starting all the way from down south towards up north, towards which is going to be Cow. This plane flat path, once again, is really not going to matter a lot. It is the map of Sanhok. The map's quite small. You can pretty much stretch wherever you want.
Well, you certainly can. And now, looking at the flight path trajectory, should not really be a big question for those teams. But really want to see who drops down at boot camp. One of those hot areas. Now, we did talk about this, Necro, initially, that, yeah, few teams, they've already got a hint that they might have made it into top 7. Now, this is one of those matches where they're going to decide to go all out. And you look at Dogs, right? The Hyderabadi coders right beside Sacred Eyes. And they have them dead to rights. But look at Cam Charlie. Feels like a couple of teams are already jousting it out.
Interesting. I mean, it's one of those places where you do not really expect the fight to happen this early inside of the game, but we're seeing one of those. And we've also got team rule breakers. This time, they can't be the one who will be broken in half if they do not really play well. Fly high, they're like the Wounded Lions. Definitely looking forward to get their revenge inside of this game of Sanhok. They want things to be a little bit more safe for them, that's for sure. The previous game was complete downhill. They cannot afford the same thing to happen inside of this game as well. So Fly High, one thing is for sure, they're going to try to take every single precautions. But what do we see? On the elimination board, it's already the players of 7 Deadly Sins making a mark.
Yeah, of course, one of the players of the Conquerors being put down to rest, but Warrior is in the hiding and finally lets loose of those couple of bullets. Gets one on Codex. Now for the rule breakers, the alarm bells suddenly have started tolling. But how are they going to respond? For Fly High, they've learned their lesson the hard way. They cannot be cocky. And this time, giving that much of respect certainly has earned them that first finish.
It indeed has. And Fly High, all the players inside of that compound, I like the fact that every single player is just pushing in tandem. 3 players pushing together. Just waiting for one single peek from the opponents. That glimmer, that's going to find them the opening that's needed. The 3 players from the rule breakers, even they're playing it super safe. Once again, I just do not really want a stalemate situation to occur because all that's going to do is burn through time, which is going to be really essential this early inside of the game.
Even considering they had the southern periphery, Fly High. Now this is the problem with them, right? They always get ahead of themselves, and this time also was the case. But this time, however, pushing in tandem really did reap them some benefits, as now Samarpit having real low HP, and somehow Dodo needs to make that push, and that has to be done really quick.
Fly High, nicely done. They went for the trade. Resurrection's going to be super easy as well. And now the man just makes the push happen. Dodo's going to be the one to come out on top in that duel itself. And Fly High, slowly and steadily, they're flying high inside of this battle. I told you, for Team Rule Breakers, this time, it's not going to work out. And that's what exactly happened. They've been broken in half.
You cursed it, man. It was the caster's curse.
I just predicted the future.
You're not supposed to do that. I mean, for first time in my life, after a long while, I come over here on the commentating desk. I see something out of ordinary happening. There's a team, you know, that's playing against the meta. And unfortunately, you know, they did try to do this time as well, but it was a drop clash. And yeah, script lines. I still have a little hope that they might make it in the top 7, considering how they've been consistent in the first 2 games. But for now, the Hyderabadi coders, having spotted out the players of Sacred Eyes, Max already done and dusted. Yeah, there you have Grifolian also down on his knees. Now just left with 2 players surviving. What are they going to do?
Hyderabadi coders, 2 elimination points accumulated easily. That's a great start in my opinion.
For sure.
Kicking things off at 2 points just like that, that's going to be taking off all that early pressure. And considering now that the pressure is probably going to be subsided, Hyderabad Decoders, they can move on forward and try to claim those remaining 2 points. But once again, execute it properly. Even if it's just a 2-man squad against your 4-man, anything can happen. We've seen a lot of those 2v4s happen in the past, inside of the grind itself.
And we did talk about it, didn't we, Netcrow? Especially with how they had dropped down. But this is too much. A little too much, don't you think? A Brill, a 4 times, and a laser sight.
I mean, a choose bullet. That's all that matters, right?
And considering its stats, it's quite understandable. But for Sacred Eyes, I think they're breathing their final moments, possibly in the BGIS. Their journey just on the cusps of maybe ending, and yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a bittersweet story for them. They've come this far. It's not going to be easy making it through the in-game qualifiers. And for all the viewers watching, yeah, we've got 64 groups. So many of those matches happening simultaneously, and all those results getting uploaded on the website. So do not forget to check that one out, as Sacred Eyes just reduced to their final 2 men surviving. But you know, when you talk about the zone, initially, I've got to point this out. Nobody dropped at boot camp. It was Mockers who have now taken control over it.
Luckily for them.
Yeah.
Because in the ground, if you remember, inside of boot camp, there's always been a drop collision. Always.
For sure.
Not even once on the map of Sanhok we've never seen a drop collision. But this time in the main event, in the round 1 itself, teams, they're not really interested to contest that boot camp area. For now, we've got the Conquerors trying to take a fight against the players of 7 Hills. And for 7 Hills, this fight is super necessary. They need to be the one to come out on top. If they mess this fight up, it's all done for. And Ruga is tossing those constant nades, just wanting to apply that pressure. I mean, talking about Conquerors too, this team isn't doing that great as well. Even they need to squeeze themselves inside of the top 7. Once again, you've got 16 teams playing in one group, and to place yourself in the top 7, yeah, I mean, someone has to go out, right?
Yeah, for sure. But coming back to this fight, you've got 1v4, God, trying to break
Third
things
party
through, but it's going to be Morgus. Now, this is going to be trouble in paradise for the Conquerors, as Ruga, he's just moments away from getting spotted. Still one with the nature, though, as now, slowly but surely, Team 7 Hills kind of trying to get that high ground advantage, and do have a slight idea of where he could be, as those nades being poured over at him. Still alive, though, but the big question, Necro, for how long?
And Ruga now finally looking forward to back away. I would say it would be a wiser option to just back away from this fight. That's what he's trying to do slowly and steadily, but unfortunately his position gets compromised in return. He's also taking a bit of damage. He's being scraped up a little bit. Fine though, still a chance to escape out of this entire situation is there. But 7 Hills, as long as they're going to be at the top, the chances will be minimized. Conquerors losing out on that one single player, Omkar. It's going to be a big hit to them. A big punch in the gut. Recovery, it is quite easy too. But Ryuga needs to make it out alive from this entire situation that he's found himself in. And for now, it seems next to impossible. There is some backup fire available. But I'm not sure how good of a backup fire that's going to be. Another third party actually comes into play. Once again, it's going to be the players of Moggers just slowly and steadily eating the players of Conquerors alive.
Yeah, all out in the open. And that's going to be gutting in it. Considering the fact that, yeah, the finish has been stolen. And 7 Hills, I think, yeah, this was anticipated by the Moggers. You've got one team pushing through, but the Conquerors trying to cut down on their loose ends. They know that the only way out is to escape, to make a run for their lives. And seems like they've almost done that, you know, now heading on towards those western shorelines. But considering, looking at the circle, now Team IPS, now this is also one of those teams that we really expected a lot from, but haven't performed quite well. They've got the players of ZX officials right beside them, and seems like one of them has already fallen down, and it's going to be Hagimaru, who's been blown into smithereens.
I just want you to look down south. Hyderabad Decoders and SC.
They're on the chase.
I'm not even sure what's going on over there, but finally the players of Hyderabad Decoders, they have found that knockout, the opener that was needed. Considering Sanhok is a zone-centric map, though, you really do need to respect the zone.
They
It's
don't
better
care.
to get the prime spot inside of the zone first. But yeah, for Hyderabad Coders, I guess they just do not really care. They probably think they've made it inside of the top 7. Before now, focusing on the fight that's currently going on. Mythical's in a big problem, as Enigma. Even they've dealt a lot of damage against him. Instinct behind the rock, even he's quite chipped up. Sahil slowly and steadily trying to creep and crawl his way up against the foes, and he finds that confirmation instantly. It's all down to Slayer now. What can this team do? This team's in a big world of trouble. And somewhere down the line, even they themselves know that it's done for. Mythical Esports probably cannot make it inside of the top 7.
The chances looking quite bleak, and seems like it's done and dusted. The journey, the BGIS just begun, and was really a gutting end. As for Team Enigma, it's another day in the office, especially with the way they've been playing. They've been pulling everybody in the lobby. And from here onwards, they would be marching inside the center of the circle. Now, just putting Enigma aside, such an important game for Team IPS as well. We know that Myth, the journey might be over. For Sacred Eyes, just reduced to their final players, and the Hyderabadi Coders, they did begin this fight, and they have no intentions of letting Sacred Eyes pass, with Naveen finally just letting himself get finished from the circle. I think that could also be a journey or tale that ends for Sacred Eyes as well.
We've got Boltex in front of us. This team on the map of Miramar did okay, considering they were there in the final few moments.
Indeed.
But now for Sanhok, things are looking really tough. Dire, in my opinion. Outside of the zone, survival's looking tough for them. To breach inside of the zone, it's not going to be an issue from the northern side, considering not a lot of teams are actually holding that breaching point, so it's all okay for now. But talk about the future. Look at all the prime spots that are being contested. Every single building towards the center or towards the off-center is already being taken away, including the hilltops. So if you're going to be one of the late breachers, you would need to adjust or just compromise on whatever that's left over. Unless you like to assert dominance, then Sanhok can also be your good friend.
Considering what you just said, I really feel it's a very important game for Infinite Reality. A team that has been struggling for quite some time. The first 2 games did not go the way they wanted. But this is where their fortune changes. One of those games, considering how they position, and with so many of those teams kind of trying to squeeze inside the zone, the southern side, Necro absolutely stacked up. Fly high this time, however, they've managed to take down 4. This is one of those teams, right? They've also been an interesting prospect. These players love to play aggressive. And previously in the start, they did manage to take down the players of the Rule Breakers.
Fly High is one of those good teams, hands down. They are looking confident, but sometimes, as I keep on mentioning, right, there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. And it's really easy to step that as well. Before now, Enigma Gaming, they've already got the early advantage inside of the fight, considering we just saw the confirmation flow through. So once again, for Team Moon, things aren't looking that great. Moon, they cannot even disengage because it's that late inside of the fight. They're already too deep. Now, Atomic and his teammate Kyurus in the back line. These 2 players will need to try and pull off a 2v4 if they even want to have a chance to survive. But the utilities that are being tossed in from the side of Enigma, they're doing a lot of hurt. And Kyur now is also getting surrounded by the players. One of the men just drove in the back lines. And yes, he's going to be wrapped up from all the different sides. But look at Atomic. His position isn't compromised. And Atomic Kraz is right behind that rock. He can see every single player from the side of Enigma Gaming. Maybe he can't pull off a spoiler. He can't pull off a big upset over here. Enigma, considering they have been winning every single game so far, they can't be shut down. But as soon as I say so, he holds on to that trigger discipline for too long.
Yeah, just scared to death over there. And Team Enigma, Infinite guys, how on earth did you not check this angle? But for now, again, Team Enigma quite comfortable. But for the players of Moon, seems like a little too much pressure because did not really put up a fight over there. And considering how the circle has been shifting, this time it's been a little concentric. Did show those signs towards Bhan, but now got Team IPS having a decent position. Even Bolt if the circle takes a northwestern shift. But if you talk about 7 Hills, a very important game for them. Not have any cover though, but still a good position to hold as of now if they did not get backstabbed by the Moggers. Oh,
7 Hills in a big world of trouble. Oh, Norman, he's so lucky to be alive. He instantly just steps back in the cover in the nick of time.
Indeed.
He himself realizes how lucky he is. But the next circle shifts also in front of us, and it shifts on the top right, tilted a little bit to the right side, where Enigma Gaming, once again, they somehow find themselves in the advantageous spot. I don't understand what's going on, but this team's cracked the code.
Oh, they certainly have. And for now, again, Zeus, they might be denied on the doors. I think SSE Elites, they've been surrounded, and Enigma going all out of them.
God.
Already you can see GodX trying to go all out of there, but still being picked off. Silo OPF, he gets a different angle, and the fight suddenly starts getting more exciting.
Yeah, the players are chipped up a little bit too much, and Sile is just looking for to toss this nade. This can't be the Annihilator that he's looking for. Molotov tossed in the front as well. It's probably going to be incinerating a couple of more players, and it does actually. Finds that re-knock onto that player. Too many players in the front lines, and yes, the opponent's not going to stand a chance. Enigma Gaming overwhelming their opponents and coming out on top in that situation. Yes, they did lose out on GodX, but it's completely fine. Look at the amount of finishes they have.
11 to their name. And Fear the Enigma is what they have said to the lobby, and it's being echoed through the villages of Sandhawk over here. And for now, you know, considering how Team Enigma really played that one out, SS Elite, they had no idea what they had signed up for. All 4 players in one vehicle. You know, that's the basics. And seemed like it was a desperate move. All they wanted to do was kind of get inside the circle. They were harmless. They did not intend to do anything out of this world, and hence, you know, having been surrounded. But for now, you know, the fights are still slowly but surely starting to break out. Now, this is one of those points where you've got the Hyderabadi Coders again in for some mischief.
7DS, which is, of course, 7 Deadly Sins. A team that's returning back in the main event. The last time we saw this team was all the way back in 2023. And now that 7 Deadly Sins is back, so far they aren't doing too bad. Okay, Sean, the point standings. I mean, so many teams in the nearby vicinities. And I've also got the players Moggers wanting to be a part of this entire action. So even they need to find themselves in a better spot in the zone. But unfortunately for them, there's not a lot of good spots left over. And Moggers, they might just end up punishing themselves over here. Yeah, I'm not sure what Jinx was trying to do here. But Genix is taking a shot. Yeah, a lot of shots missed in that initial fight, but still all it takes is one single shot from this DBS. But Genix forgets that even his teammates are going to be around the corner. And the backup from the opponents was perfect. Moggers, they're instantly getting completely dismantled. It was a desperate move from the side of Moggers, but it's not working out so far because the ram-in, that came in. It wasn't too good. The execution wasn't nice. And what did I just see? Rax, did he just blow his own teammates up?
I mean, yeah, but it was Team Enigma from the backlines. Look at them go. Now, they've made things worse for Infinite Reality over here. Like you said, right, it was the Moggers. They had a desperate situation, but for Team Enigma, they're being pushed upon by the players of Fly High. As from 2 directions, LeBron still holding on to his ground. Needs to find a little bit of cover. Infinity, he's doing a good job providing that. As another one, Hodo, he also falls down. And for Team Enigma, they've got the higher ground. They've got the better of the circle. And they want to go after the Hyderabadi Coders. They are all over the place.
Enigma just proven the parallel. Enigma saying that this lobby is unmatched to them. They're just better. Yeah, just better. And look at this, LeBron all by himself, single-handedly just destroying Team Fly High. The last man barely manages to run away from this entire hellfire that LeBron was raining on top of him. But then this nade's probably going to find the closure. 2 nades tossed at the same time. Does not find the closure yet. But they still do get the confirmation on one of the players. Enigma Gaming, look at the spread they've also got. One of the players inside of the zone. The rest 2 players outside trying to hold a couple of teams off at bay. And yeah, the last man from Team Fly High. The man does not stand a chance. Because now the Wall of Death is going to be doing so much damage that he actually needs to be in the zone desperately enough. And the desperation is something that's going to get him eliminated. Enigma Gaming, Infinity from the top. Decent almost could have been eliminated in that situation. Seven Hills moving out in the open. No other option. This is desperation from them. And for Enigma Gaming, this is like a feast being served on a silver platter. 3 points eliminated, down 7 Hills in a big wall of trouble. On the verge of getting eliminated completely from this game too. 23 elimination points accumulated so far, Fixes. This is a nuclear performance from the side of Enigma Gaming.
They've set the benchmark, 23 already, and could also go in for a little bit more. As 7 Hills just have the final player surviving, Norman Jr. as 7 Deadly Saints. They've also get inside the circle. But for Team Bolt, another consistent performance. And surely they're also playing against the meta. Ariostic knows that, yeah, it is going to be the blue that takes his life away. As now it is going to be a fight between Team Bolt and Team Enigma. As Bolt, they've got the entire control over the circle. But Team Enigma, they're a wrecking ball.
Look at that last man remaining from 7 Hills. Norman. I mean, the wall of death has engulfed him. Hopefully he's got enough meds to at least keep his team alive till the top 2. That's going to give him a decent amount of placement points. But that's not a lot. But at this point in time, 7 Hills, they're trying to latch on to anything that they can. And Norman outside of the zone is taking some serious damage. Some hefty damage being taken from that man. Bolt, even for this team, this fight matters a lot. And speaking of this team, right, Bolt Rushers, they're not doing too bad themselves. The previous game was okay. This game as well, top 2 or top 3, you can't say. Enigma Gaming taking their sweet little time as well to try and execute the fight, but unfortunately, there's too many opponents in the front lines. It's really tough to keep a track of every single player. And slowly and steadily, the players of Enigma, they're also getting overwhelmed by the opponent's presence. Now Infinity tosses out so many smokes just to try and shroud himself there, because that's going to be his only good friend. He doesn't exactly know where the enemies are aligned.
Yeah, they've racked up so many of those finishes, but for Infinity, the final player surviving, and he's going to get surrounded from multiple fronts. And surely he wanna give his life up to the blue, but hold on. He's getting a little cheeky. He's going to try and get that rev up. And once it's out there, LeBron, now the things have started changing. But still an arduous task for Enigma if they want to close it out. As they're getting surrounded, surely Team Bolt, they would not want to mess it up from here. They've got their stars aligned. They've got the circle in their favor this time around. Team Enigma still trying to find that hat trick. They want to breach their way in. It's going to be Wave. The first wave in front of the players has already dealt with one. But LeBron already so much low on his HP as Wave. He's been finished off already. But there comes the trade. And it is going to be the players of Bolt Rushers Esports. Did they fail in the last time? But this time wasn't the case. Respected everybody. Took control over the zone. And did take down the Enigma. And managed to get a beautiful chicken in this one.
But still, Enigma Gaming, what a performance that was. The amount of elimination points this team racked up.
Ludicrous.
It's incredible. Indeed, it was a nuclear performance for them. But still, talking about the teams that needed to perform, right? 7 Hills, we did see them in the top 3. Unfortunately, Norman was all the way back in the blue. Was trying to go for a mid strat. Did not really work out. He got eliminated on the 3rd spot. Moving on forward to Bolt Rushers 2, the team that we saw taking this chicken dinner. Even they needed to win this game desperately too. And well, they won the game and made a statement.
They certainly did, and I think a decent amount of finishes should be enough to make sure the doors of qualification have opened up for them. There's no chance on earth that they're not making it into round 2, right? But still, the question mark, I think it looms over the heads of the players of 7 Hills, because yeah, surely they made it into the top 3, but is that going to be enough? I mean, where does the cutoff end?
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think so the cutoff's going to be that high, as I mentioned, considering it's just Enigma
13,
dominating the lobby entirely. I would even say sometime, I mean, there's a chance the cutoff can also be single digit. Maybe 9 points, somewhere around that. So that's why I said qualifying it's out of the top 7 isn't really tough, but when you just see one team just hammering down the lobby so much, it gets really tough to squeeze in any sort of points. Even teams like 7 Hills were struggling. Even Deadly Sins was struggling. So that in itself should be a prime example. 7 Hills has been one of those teams that has got their hands warmed up. So you cannot even say they had the first game jitters. No, that was not the case. And still 7 Hills was not able to do anything. You saw all the 4 players moving out in the open. That was desperation right there. If they would have taken some early measures, precautions, this case wouldn't have been there.
You know, I really felt that the teams were starting to overthink, especially if you remember that fight between Enigma and Moon Esports. I mean, they barely even reacted. They were not even moving a muscle, right? And you kind of get a glimpse of that in the Fury finishes, which we have. But it all started with Fly High. They did manage to deal with the players of TRB, managed to put their run to an end, at least in Sanhok. We still do not know if they're going to qualify or not. But again, Hyderabadi Coders, they were also all over the place against Sacred Eyes.
I mean, in the fire finishes, all you see is Enigma all across the board, right? I mean, Enigma Gaming just taking shots here and there. LeBron from the top was making things way too tough for Team Fly High. And then this is what I'm exactly talking about. All the players from Seven Hills just running out in the open. And when that decided to take that late move in the save zone, that's when everything just came crumbling down. They should have realized there's probably going to be so many teams around them holding the line down. And as soon as the players moved out in the open, they got absolutely destroyed. Maybe they should have had at least one of the vehicles that could have helped them rotate a little bit faster, but they didn't.
You know, to be honest, a vehicle in that situation, it's something that you would want to avoid. Because, you know, we have a prime example. I think it was Team SS Elites. They managed to kind of somehow rotate in one single vehicle from the eastern side, all to just get mowed upon by the players of Team Enigma. Now, this is again, you have to talk about Enigma. They've been the one true king in round number 1. At least for now, with the kind of benchmark that they set for themselves. I think 24 finishes to their name. Yeah, a chicken dinner could have been an icing on the cake, a hat trick, and could have been a dominant run. But I think I do not have much to complain. But surely do for the players of Sacred Eyes, especially how they started off and how Hyderabadi Coders, I think, did a good work out of them.
Oh, Hyderabadi Coders, another big topic right here.
Yeah.
First 2 games, Hyderabadi Coders was doing really good. I'm not sure what happened on the game
this time
of
Enigma?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not sure what exactly happened over here, but Hyderabadi Coders, hopefully they have made it inside of the top 7. I think so. They probably have. It's not going to be that big of a deal for them, considering, as I mentioned, there's a chance even the cutoff is probably going to be single digit. So probably they would have been able to make it in. There's also a chance even Seven Hills can make it in. I'm not sure.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
But I think, you know, we need to touch upon Mogus because they kind of went off to boot camp, not dropping there really, but they were kind of going up for those third parties, right? I think it was against one of those teams, I think the Conquerors, where they managed to take 2 of their players down. But eventually, when they kind of wanted to move inside the circle, we kind of saw the players of Enigma shooting from the back lines. It was a fight against Infinite Reality, if I'm not wrong. So I think for the Moggers, maybe they got a little ahead of themselves because they really were desperate. And it was not the players of Infinite Reality who were trying to get those finishes. It was Team Enigma having that higher ground and dishing death from above.
The good thing for Moggers is that they were always there on the screen getting the limelight for themselves. They were always the part of the action. So I really respect them for that, right? They were showcasing that confidence. They were also taking some of the good shots. One thing is for sure, when it comes to the firepower, this team can actually be good. But overall team play, making the decisions together is where something that I would say Moggers struggle a little bit. Because you saw the third party that they did, right? From the far away, just taking the shots. Because every single player knew exactly what to capitalize on, what spot to look at. And that's how they were just able to get those little bit of scrape points here and there, even though one of the points was stolen away from the opponents. But still, looking at the brighter side of things, I would still say Moggers, a decent performance, considering we've got so many teams moving in from the in-game qualifiers, right? These teams are rookies. We got to give them a little bit of an edge here.
Certainly rookies, but rookies here to set their mark.
Yeah.
At least the Premier Tournament, it's the first official, the BGIS. You know, everybody sort of waits for that. And for the MVP, I'm not going to be surprised if, again, you have Siles showing up. Surely someone from Enigma, right?
Yeah, I think so. LeBron can also be there because even he was putting some insane numbers on the board. But you know what? We don't really need to guess anymore. The MVP is going to be on the screen right now of the previous game. It is going to be LeBron with 9 elimination points put up and 38% of finish contribution with the map impact of 16%. This is incredible. Getting 9 finishes and still just having 38%.
This is mental. This is absurd. Getting 9 finishes and still just 38%, and it does not really do justice. But yeah, of course, Enigma, they were all over the place, right? It was an Enigma showdown, but the same usual suspects. But for Ariostic, gotta give it to this lad. Eventually, towards the very end, not only did he get those couple of finishes to his name, but did some justice by surviving for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, then you also see another man from the side of Hyderabad Coders right there, right? So you can't say Hyderabad Coders, even though they could have probably only gotten 3 points or maybe a little bit more to top it off. Still, I would say Hyderabad Coders, they have probably made it in the top 7. 7 deadly sins, getting those 3 elimination points with the finish contribution of 60%. Now, we saw this man too over there on the board. Unfortunately for 7 deadly sins too, things are not really looking that smooth. But in general, it's all about Enigma today, because they have proven the lobby unparalleled, and the statement they have made it inside of the lobby. It's really tough to take our eyes off from that performance and just focus on the other teams, because this is a complete annihilation that they've showcased.
Oh, certainly. I mean, it's been an Enigma show all around, and that will be very well reciprocated even in the point standings once we have it in front of our screens. But, barring Enigma, we still do have 15 teams inside the lobby, and that's where the big question arises. Bolt Rushers, I'm pretty sure they're going to make it through. But for Seven Hills, I think these 10 points should be enough to open the doors for them in round number 2. And even for the 7 Deadly Sins, right?
That's what I mentioned, right? Probably even 7 Hills have made it in, and even 7 Deadly Sins. You can't say they were a little bit consistent, because first game, okay points. Second game, okay points. Third game, 9 points accumulated. I would say that's quite decent too. So 7 Deadly Sins, they have probably barely qualified inside of the round 2. Moving in forward towards Infinite Reality, getting 6 points. Fly High getting 6 points themselves. Hyderabad Coders once again over there with 5 points, which is decent outing in my opinion, considering the first 2 games were good. And then you've got on the 8th, which is going to be IPS Esports. Now another team that should be a part of the conversation over here is going to be ZX Officials.
For sure.
This team, we saw them inside of the grind, but still, once again, when they've returned back over here, ZX Officials, they're completely unknown.
Is it the pressure that just surmounted them? Something really devoured ZX Officials. Surely they've seen better days than this. And when it all mattered, I think they failed. And I really feel like they're not going to make it inside the top 7. Considering I'm pretty sure, Necro, the cutoff is not going to be in single digits. Especially when you have got the likes of 7 Hills, 7 Deadly Sins. Just by the virtue of this one game, they've secured that much points. Hyderabad Coders being so consistent. You even have the other teams, right? They've done so well. And getting those couple of finishes to their names, I think they kind of... You talk about flying high. Every single time, even in Miramar, they managed to get a couple of finishes. Even in the previous game, in Erangel, they were kind of holding on to the center. 5-6 points there as well. So they're kind of averaging it out, which is a good thing.
I mean, the cutoff, it's still really tough to know, because this game of Sanok definitely amped the cutoff a little bit.
Yeah.
So you can't say, yes, it should be barely on the double-digit side.
Still above 10.
Yeah, still above 10. It should be barely somewhere around the double digits. A team that is barely qualified to, barely made it to the top 7, they're probably going to be thanking their stars, because they know they're the lucky ones to make it. Now, over here, talk about a team that can barely make it to the 7th. I think so. It's probably going to be Team Rule Breakers. What do you think?
You know, man, that breaks my heart. Surely a shame if they don't make it to round number 2. They were the interesting prospect. They were doing something out of ordinary, and have they made it? No. So the cutoff ends at 14. And yeah, it's in double digit, but look at the number set in by Enigma Gaming. That's ludicrous. 78 points. Are you kidding me?
That's the most amount of points so far in one single day. Enigma Gaming. Impressive stats on the board. Most amount of points, hands down, so far. Teams have accumulated in the span of 3 games. As you mentioned, even ZX Officials, they have made it on the 6th spot. Fly High, barely making it on the 7th spot. Now, Fly High, I genuinely thought they're not going to be struggling much, but I think so. It's just this game of Sandhawk that has really made things a little bit more different. As I mentioned, this game of Sandhawk has amped up that cut.
Yeah, and would be really thanking their stars. It was a narrow escape. Just somehow managed to latch onto it, but for Sacred Eyes. Now this is what, even Johnny and I were discussing. Now this is a team that did have the potential. Even in the previous game, we did see one of their players. I think it was Griffolian that made it to the top 5 players. But yeah, just missing out on 1 point. But hold on, I think the journey might not have been over, because you still have that top 32 teams making it into round 2. Just barring the top 7 that make. And who knows, with just those 13 points, they might make it.
I mean, think about this, right?
We're going to be believers, Necro.
Yeah, at this point, we're just putting in that hopium. because we do not know how things are going to be looking like in the other groups, in the other matches that are currently happening offline. Maybe over there the stock difference will be clearly visible, because over there maybe the cutoff will be even higher. The cutoff can be around 20 as well. I'm just saying, it can be around. You never know what's going to happen, right? But yeah, for now, inside of this lobby, with how things are looking like, it's clearly visible that Enigma Gaming, they're just hammering down the lobby single-handedly. It was a one-man show, or one-team show, you can't say. And then the rest of the teams, they were just trying to keep up with the pace.
I think for Enigma Gaming, they might have just made it worse for Sacred Eyes over here.
Yeah.
Had Enigma Gaming not gotten those points, maybe Sacred Eyes could have managed to gather a few there. And yeah, like you said, I gotta agree with you. That is gonna be a tough pill to swallow for the players of Sacred Eyes, but it is what it is, right? We had one of those groups matches already ending. Now one of those group games already done and dusted. Now another group is gonna come up, and that has really some interesting prospects as well.
Yeah, and the upcoming group has also got some more returning names, so my eyes are also going to be set up on those names. Considering Seven Hills, with the way they were able to perform, it's just really putting up a lot of question marks in my head. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the new stuff, and Craft in India always keeps on bringing up new stuff. So for now, let's move on forward and look at this promo.
ये है बदनसीब लाल, इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
Well, you guys saw another set promo right there, but you know what fixes? The same thing keeps on happening with me. I'm not that lucky enough to get my hands on that set, man.
We're on the same boat, buddy. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure we do not have Lady Luck kissing us, but for all the viewers, certainly can take a try. And for so many thousands of people watching, surely somebody is going to get lucky tonight.
Maybe, man. I mean, everyone's got 10 UC lying around right in their account, so might as well give that spin a chance, and maybe you can be the lucky one to get your hands on that set. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming group is going to be flashed up in front of our screens right now. You mentioned there's also a lot of the big names, a lot of returning names. This time, all you can hope is that the returning names will actually perform really good.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a soft corner there. You know, you've got great esports coming back. You've got the Brawlers, Sanguine and I go way back. But yeah, they've not done really well in the grind. Surely they have to redeem themselves tonight.
I mean, whenever I listen to the Brawlers, it's just all the sad memories that I've got in my head about them, because inside of the grind, the Brawlers, they were struggling too much. Moving on forward towards another team, which is going to be Great Esports. This team, in the first week, they were looking impressive. They were looking incredible. The amount of elimination points they were able to wrap up, it was quite nice. But then, when it came to the continuation in the remaining 2 weeks that they had left over to play with, the remaining 3 games, the consistency dropped down. We did not see those elimination points flow in. Another team that is going to be returning back is going to be Zenji Esports. Even we saw this team inside of the grind, and Zenji, they struggled too. Before now, I've got Johnny join alongside with me on the panel. And Johnny, what do you think, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite excited to see this group in action, as you mentioned. I mean, and Fix has also brought it up. Sangwon is there, and along with him, a lot of big names in the lineup of Brawlers. Vexy, Slayer, I mean, all legends we have known in the past. But again, I mean, the legends right now are being replaced as we speak in this BGIS. We are seeing new players up on the rise. Zenji, I was quite hopeful actually to see Zenji move forward directly to the later stages of BGIS through the grind with how they started the journey off. But unfortunately, just like you spoke about Great Esports, right? They started off strong, But then, during the later weeks of the grind, that is when Zenji also started to fall apart. And well, they missed out on a lot of points, because of which they are here in round 1.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of new viewers watching us, right? So it's a little bit of a backstory given to you guys.
Yeah.
Great Esports, in the first 3 games inside of the grind, they were performing really well. They had the most amount of elimination points in the 3 games, and then moving on forward towards the latter 3 games. Great Esports, it was a complete letdown. They were not able to get any sort of points. Yeah, not so great at all. The same thing can be said for Zenji. Even they were looking pretty strong in the initial weeks. Later on, they phased out too. The Brawlers should be the main part of the conversation over here. In the previous group, we had Enigma, which was a known banner. Inside of this group, we've got the Brawlers as a known banner. But talking about their journey in the past, it's been way too dicey. It's been way too dire.
Yeah, it has been quite interesting to see the Brawlers crumble under pressure for the first time around, considering we know these lads, and as I said, they are the legends of the past. There's a history there with them and this game and the competitive circuit itself. But unfortunately, this just goes to show that even the newer players, the newer teams, they pack a pretty solid punch. And you want to take this conversation towards the Brawlers. I still believe, and I was just about to say this, it's a new day, it's a new start, and I believe Great Esports and Zenji might turn out to be the heavy hitters from this particular group.
You know what? I'm going to make a statement right now. I would say Great Esports is going to dominate this lobby.
Yeah.
They're going to dominate this first game. They've got the confidence. They know how to take the fights as well. Sometimes the main problem can be not to overextend. And this is where the real problems were witnessed inside of the grind, where Great Esports ended up overextending and taking the fights that they were not supposed to take. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. For Group 2, the first game begins right now as the plane flat path starts all the way from Lipovka towards Zarki. And if you do want to extend all the way towards military base or even Noropno, it's going to be a tough stretch.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough stretch, as you mentioned. Even Ferry Pier, Quarry, Primos, Gatka can be a challenge for a lot of these teams. But if you're looking to land anywhere towards the northern half of the map, you are in luck right now. And I believe we had this discussion in the first Erangel itself, Necro. In round 1 of BGIS, when you are completely dropping into that uncharted territory, a lot of these teams do like to utilize those off drops of Stalberg, Kamishki, shooting range. Even Zarki can be occupied, and for the first time we have Zarki quite close to where the flight path comes to an end. So I would love to see if one of these teams, one of these 16 teams, actually takes that drops, puts it to use, and then ends up securing those placement points in the first game, because that placement point oriented playstyle is what you try to emulate when you're playing from these off drops towards the extremities of the map. But at least in the early stages, I believe a little bit of a drop clash happening in Yasnaya Poliana, out of all places.
Yeah, we've got 3 teams dropping in that same vicinity, Johnny.
Yeah. Yasnaya, Rozok, Severny, 3 drop clashes towards the northern half of the map.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then you've also got the players of UME moving towards Kamishki. Brawlers down south towards Milta Power.
Comfortable start.
Yeah, really looking comfy before now. SR against Dynamic. Simpoy all by himself, and this time, yeah, not a lot of chances will be given to this man to recover from that spot. Instantly, the nail's going to be in the coffin for him. Unfortunate stuff. Desync from SR. He gets a great start for his team. And these type of single individual blows in the early phase of the game can really be a massive pressure subsider for a new team.
Yeah, especially when you have nowhere left to run, because these 2 teams early drop clash in the city of Severny towards the extreme northern edge of the map, the northern shoreline. And if you look towards the west, there's the shooting range. SR will have an opportunity to follow up Team Dynamic if they try to escape towards the west. Towards the east, there is no cover until you reach that Stalber Hill. You can take an early exit, cross the river, move towards Rozok, but when we were looking at the map feed a few moments ago, we saw even Rozok had 2 teams in it, so that rotation itself is going to be risky. Yasna has 3 teams, so you can't head there. But Johnny, well, here's Johnny, did try to take the spray inside of the smoke, does not really connect on the opposition.
It's fine, though. They've already got the advantage inside of the fight.
True.
If they do want to make sure that things will escalate from here, they can do so as well. With the man advantage, everything just stacks up in their favor. But you never know. 3v4 as well, it's not that hard to execute.
Yeah, it isn't.
Yeah, all it takes is finding one single man isolated from the squad.
I think at this point, the players of Super Rock can actually try to suffocate the players of Dynamic for loot, because they have that man advantage early, and if you can keep the players from Team Dynamic just pinned into just a few set of compounds, 2 or 3 buildings maybe, and just keep them there, mark the exits, just make sure they are suffocated for as long as possible for movement space, for loot, for fighting opportunities, lines of fire. They will eventually make a mistake in overcommitting, but as of now, Super Rock, it seems like they want to be the ones leading the charge for this fight, as we see Warlord trying to sneak in, gain a flanking position. He's gone wide across the road, and he's trying to gain the access behind enemy lines of Team Dynamic.
Stalemate. Warlord trying to move in from the outskirts. And for SR, it is their fight to lose.
True.
They would not really want to back away from this. They've got the man advantage. But still, just make sure you're not really burning through a lot of the time in the fight. Be a little bit quicker so you can position yourself better inside of the zone, considering Yasna Poliana right now is the centric part.
Yeah. And again, burning time, opening, well, finding openings and looking for opportunities, all of this pressure is down to that one-man Warlord. We see him on the flank, needs to move up a bit to gain line of sight of the opposition, but this is what I wanted to talk about. No utility available on him. So he has to commit for a direct firefight. Just 1 nade and 2 smokes to work with. I don't think that is enough to actually try and engage against the players of Dynamic. It can backfire. Not enough utility to actually secure a knock. Oh. Nice nade.
Yeah, desync. Good presence of mind. Here's the footsteps. Instantly tosses the nade in. But unfortunately, no knock being confirmed just yet. And talk about this fight once again. Another man isolated all by himself towards Rozhawk. It's dark. As the other players, they try to make that push happen. EVE. They've got that player in the sights. They can't see the man right in front. But it's going to be a DBS versus DBS action. Whoever managed to land the first blow is probably going to be the one to win this fight. All it takes, that first initial bullet. And now Firas is actually making that push happen. And of course, it's him to come out on top. Even though the opponent had the peakers advantage, still it's the players of EVE getting that initial elimination point in their hands. And now the situation's taken down to a 3v4. EVE with the big advantage.
They have a big advantage, and I believe in the position of KT, bot was compromised. Drago, though, in the meanwhile, has been successful in hiding his presence, so he has been able to sustain inside of that building for a long time. But here it is, the second knock. And the third as well for the players of SR. Dynamic down to their last man, and Desync knows exactly where he has been hiding all this time. Easy squad wipe being handed to the players of Super Rocks.
Super Rocks, this time they're not really the one to throw the rocks. Instead, they're tossing those nades in to perfection. A man was spotted out in the open, and Mike Baba's taken down so low. Johnny, oh, that could have been an elimination points. That could have been grabbed easily. But unfortunately, he had a PP Bison in his hands. And that far away, that SMG is not going to be doing the maximum amount of damage. But still, Mike Baba's taken down way too low. And Johnny, for now, has got a big question mark in his head, not knowing exactly where Mike Baba is positioned. And all Dynamic Mike Baba needs to do is just stay quiet in that house. Not even move a muscle.
But they're still on the hunt. And they know he has not gotten too far away. How long does Mike Baba survive all the hopes and dreams of points from this first game of theirs? Team Dynamic on his shoulders. It's a 1v4 as well. He has the DBS to work with, but his HP is not coming back up. So no boosters, no first aids, nothing to sustain himself in this situation. Even his armor is damaged. Level 1 helmet as well. I think this is done. The moment they find him, he's gonna eat that dirt.
Seems like it. I mean, it's all the 4 players trying to push in tandem. And they think that he's actually in the three-story building. But that's not the case. There's no one inside of that three-story. Dynamic Baba positioned and compromised, and the players of SR, they're on the search, and finally now it's time for this compound to be searched. The man's ready with his crosses train, and now his position's also compromised. A couple of utilities will be tossed, and yes, this util is going to find the confirmation. Mike Baba taken down, and that's going to be the final nail in the coffin. Dynamic, the first team to be eliminated.
Yeah, first team to be eliminated from this matchup, and without even trading out a single frag. And of course, Super Rocks, they will be super happy with this fight, this victory of theirs in the early stages of the match. It gives them full control of Severny. And of course, all the loot that was taken away from the other half of the city can be brought back in their favor. In the meanwhile, though, we have Team Last Chance. They have taken a hit in their fight against Echoverse. But the trade is there. Drago finds a knock, an important one, but how does he follow up? There's a lot of distance between him and the opposition.
There indeed is. And look at LC. Oh, Drago. Took a lot of shots upon himself, but luckily enough, they did not connect. Ares OG's taken down low. LC trying to disengage from this entire fight. And this team is the Lava of Champions. They're probably here to showcase that champion performance, right? Or no, it's actually Last Chance.
Well, let's see. This is their last chance.
Yeah.
If they aren't able to secure the top 7, then you just sit back and pray to be in the top 32, the overall leaderboard at least, to qualify for round 2. Otherwise, yeah, your last chance would have slipped out from your hands. But after Stark being finished off, I think even the players of Echoverse have taken a step back, especially after losing one of their own. The fight has been brought to a 3v3, but look at the shift of the circle. Now the zone centered around Prison. We do see already Team Iconic smack in the center. Hopefully they have some cover in those open fields. Otherwise, that cluster that's forming around them, well, they're going to be the prize that everyone's eyeing out for, those 4 points.
The amount of teams that are still in the blue, tanking that damage from the initial stage, it's okay for now. But look at all the prime spots, Shawnee.
Yeah.
Look in the smack center of the save zone. It's like a splash of colors. The teams that have already taken all the good spots, and the remaining leftover teams that will need to adjust on the remaining slots.
Necro, now I'm very curious. What happened in Yasnaya Poliana? We saw three teams drop into that city, and yet there was not a single fight. I don't think even frags were exchanged from either sides. And now we just see one team still holding on to the northern compounds of Yasnaya Poliana, while the other 2 squads have completely vanished.
I mean, it is quite a big city, though.
It
So
is,
you can't
but
say 3 teams can drop in there and get their loot done.
yeah, but escaping without a fight, that is impressive. So with 2 teams, it is a very predictable situation that develops in Yasnaya. Usually you either divide the city with the road as the central point, or you go with the east half split, where east-west split, where one team takes control of the god building towards the eastern side, and the other teams take control of the big apartments present towards the southwestern periphery of the city. But with 3 teams, it becomes extremely tricky, because after a certain point, you know for a fact that you are being choked for loot. You don't have enough throwables available on you. You won't have enough ammo to sustain in an extended firefight. And I believe because of that, we might have seen those 2 teams move out a little bit early. But yeah, even mid-rotation, there could have been a development. But again, brawlers on our screens, UME not too far away from their position. They make some noise. That noise can be heard potentially.
I mean, Johnny, you need to understand it's also the first game for this group.
True, yeah.
So, yeah, no one would want to actually go for the early game fights. Everyone wants to be the one to survive till the late game.
Unless you're Super Rock, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, that team, they just went for that collision head on.
Yeah.
And considering they had the early game advantage, they also had the man advantage too, so everything just looked really good for them. Super Rock, that was good execution. Did not really back away from this fight. They showcased confidence, and that's something you need to do as a newer team. But confidence is also what you struggle with when you're new inside of this arena.
Switching focus to Team Warner now. We haven't really spoken about them at all. This is the first time we are seeing them on our screens as well. And of course, right now, the compounds that they have in their control are, to be honest, kind of in a decent position inside of the game. It's close to the center, not too close, so that they have to deal with unnecessary pressure. It's away from the open Yasnaya fields, away from prison as well. So in a few moments, if the zone moves away from the lads of Team Warner, they will be in an isolated spot. And if the circle takes an eastern or a southern shift, then Team Warner will have an opportunity of picking off a few of these individuals mid-rotation. Well, they could have, eventually.
Yeah. I mean, so far, we're not really seeing a lot happening on the board, right?
Yeah.
It's just been that first single squad wipe that we witnessed. Unfortunately for Team Dynamic, they were not able to survive for too long. Super Rocks was the one to kick him out of the lobby. And then moving forward, we also saw those individual blows being given out to the players of LC and EVE. But then after that, things being just completely settled down. No one's really going for those early game fights towards the Yasnaya. You mentioned there was a drop collision, but unfortunately no one went for the execution. No one went for any sort of fights over there too. And I would just say it's the early game pressure.
Yeah.
It's the first game jitters that's really making all this stuff happen. But look at the next zone. That's going to form up on the right side a little bit more. Shifts in towards prison. And this time, talk about the teams that are going to have the advantage. Brawlers has to be one of those.
It's their move to make. The result of this game is going to depend where Brawlers move next. Do they take the prison main buildings, or are they going to hold on to the compound just east of prison? Important decision, and I think they've gone for those smaller compounds. In the meanwhile, a massive cluster forming towards the western half of this circle. You have teams pouring in from every single direction. LC will be one of the last teams to move out. But look towards the northern side. Even in Yasnaya, we have Super Rocks just rotating from the northern edge of the city, heading east.
It's a big wave of vehicles just moving inside the safe zone. And probably we're going to be seeing a little bit of that rotation clash happen. And that's what happens. LOC, Lava of Champions, Fury caught out in the open. Not really that much of a champion rotation that they try to pull off. That's why Fury could have almost been eliminated from the game too. Luckily enough for him, he's alive for now, but for how long, that's still a big mystery. And Lava of Champions, Fury out in the open, trying to move into the safe lines. There's a chance his lifeline can be cut off right here, right now. But the man still stays alive somehow. And then you've got another team in front of us in the name of Zai. SR, Super Rocks making another push against him, and Super Rocks is one of the most confident teams inside of this lobby. A team that has moved in from the in-game qualifier, showcasing so much confidence. I'm loving to see Super Rocks.
Of course, an amazing momentum inside of the game. They have 6 eliminations on the board already, and they are looking for a few more, especially considering that now in this fight they have the players of Zai pinned out on the first floor. And Arjun, he's looking at the staircase armed with the DBS. Fails to connect the opening shots, but he's hoping that the players from Super Rock charge towards him. An off angle found, and Arjun is going to be forced into that panic room. But the nade still connects before he falls back, so damage is dished out on the stairwell. Catches one off guard, the knock is secured, the other man is extremely low. So Arjun might have just turned things around in the favor of Zai over here.
Nothing can be said just yet. Still the man advantage in the hands of Super Rocks as Arjun now is trying to move in from the outskirts of that house. Do the opponents know exactly where Arjun is? Some are down line. They do hear all the footsteps coming in as well. But it's all about the pre-fire, and Arjun catches one upon himself. He's taken down way too low, barely surviving on a sliver of HP. Now goes for the patch-up too before SR. This is going to give them the time that they need to get the resurrection back up onto the fallen comrade. And the same thing has also been done by Arjun. This is incredible. This is brilliant from him. He pretty much traded the knocks, and now is also going to be trading the reses.
Yeah, impressive moves by Arjun. As you mentioned, just playing this fight out perfectly, but it's the man disadvantage that I'm worried about, Necro. It is a 2v3 situation, and while Wilgax has an 8 to work with, he needs to be perfect with how he lobs it and where he lobs it, in fact. He's prepared. Even he has a DBS to work with. Helmet is gone, though.
Still, for Zai, all it takes is that one single DBS shot. Having up close and personal, it's the shotgun battles, right? So Helmet, yeah, it's whatever. Anyways, the player's going to get one-shotted.
True.
Yeah, for now, though, SR. Nade being tossed to perfection. Wilgax, but he ejects out himself, and he finds that shot mid-air. Shuts down the man. The confirmation not flown yet, though. And for Zai, this team's already managed to find 2 knockouts. What just happened? Table's been flipped against the Pleasure Super Rocks, and within a flash, you blink it and you miss it. The entirety of Super Rocks, they just come crashing down.
All 4 of them. The fight began with Super Rock showing up with the entire squad, and Zai already left bleeding because this was a mid-rotation fight. Few of the individuals of Zai were picked off mid-rotation by SR as they were backstabbing late rotation from Severny and Wilgax, and especially Arjun. He has to be the MVP of this fight, being able to sustain himself, stay alive in that 1v3, secure the knock on Johnny, and then go for a revive on Wilgax, bring him back into this fight, and clutch out the 2v3. What an impressive moment, but we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, because we might witness a few more, as we have Mad Esports now being caught off guard by the players of Echoverse. And while a knock could have been found on Aman, it seems like Shazzy has been caught off guard. And Mad Esports, well, that is a mad enough push to fit their name. They find the second knock on Faris as well, and that leaves Sahil, the last man left standing for Echoverse.
Mad going crazy. And for Echoverse, their verse is being taken away from them. Mad, stop for now, though.
Yeah.
Look at this instant drop that we witnessed, right? But it's not peace yet, though, because you do hear a lot of gunshots around him.
Yeah.
Open grounds, gunshots. We do see a couple of knockouts happening here and there. This compound right now, 2 foes sharing a single compound. I'm not a big fan of this. All it takes is one single nade to find the opener, and then for the enemies to push up close and personal.
Yeah, especially it's much worse in the case of where Mad are.
Yeah.
Because 1 nade can actually find 2 over there.
Indeed. The amount of gunshots we're hearing right now, it's crazy.
It's like firecrackers going off in the distance.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure it's just teams trying to burn through enemy meds. Look at the next circle shift, right? Shifts a little bit to the other side, tilts to the left. And the majority of the ground's out in the open too, so every single team who was towards shelter or at least position over there, they would have to move inside of the zone. Luckily enough, majority of the teams were actually on that spot itself. So it's good for now. Great esports, even this team survived for long enough time. M416 spray. The man's not able to find any sort of connections, but he did spot out every single player in the front lines, and he does find the knockout finally. But even White Hat from the side of Great Esports is taking too much damage as he gets knocked out.
He's expecting someone to be peeking the left of the shack, but prioritization given to safety and going for the revives. In the meanwhile, though, we have Team Hextech. Look at these 2 lads, YT and Emulsion, slowly and steadily trying to sneak their way inside the edge of the circle. And while they barely managed to make it through, their position is completely compromised. Look at their rear. They are exposed from every single direction. The only team, I feel, Necro, that has a brilliant position to work with is UME. But we'll come back to that as we see a very chaotic fight. Brawlers showing up, knocking on the doors of Shoot at Sight. But instead of shooting, they're going for those nades. They have secured 2 openings for themselves. And Slayer and Draken are the only 2 lads left from the side of Brawlers. And even Draken falls.
Brawlers, they've taken too much damage at this point. And Shoot at Sight for them. Oh, this nade's gonna find the confirmation. 1 single nade. And yeah, it gets the job done. 2 finish points wrapped up from Shoot at Sight so far. But it wasn't exactly the shot that got the elimination. It was the nade, so you can't say nade at sight.
Yeah. And I believe they have 2 eliminations, so the other 2 points were picked up by someone else. Points stolen from Shoot at Sight as well. They are going to be aware of the threat lurking in the distance, as now we have the players from Team Warner showing up. And behind them, it's going to be Wilgax from Zai, still waiting and lurking behind the rock.
Zai. Wilgax was actually prone out in the open. He's so lucky to not get shot by the player. Within a nick of time, he instantly backs away in the cover. Team Iconic, they've been eliminated from the game too, and look at this push! Wilgax welcomes him with open arms! Another player looking to do the same thing, replicate the same thing, but Wilgax, he actually sat inside of the vehicle so he could not get ran over. This is brilliant!
This is brilliant, and Wilgax is actually very lucky because the players from Team Warner were actually picked up by Shoot at Sight. Wilgax just got one frag from that entire fiasco. The rest did go to SAS.
Sai Esports, still in the race though, still in the contention. Oh, Shoot at Sight. Catalyst. The man's a little bit separated from the pack, but once again, it's all about making it inside of the zone, right? And unfortunately for these teams, the zone's actually out in the open. The only compound that's available, it's already taken by another team. So there's no good spacing to play around with. The warehouse is taken over.
UME, they've been there for a while now. They haven't really stepped out into the open. I wonder if they can keep all 4 of their players in check, but great esports in the meanwhile. Necro, they might have lost 1 man, but finally I believe this is the moment where we see them build up the momentum. 4 eliminations, 5 eliminations already on the board. And with this nade from Whitehead, I think they can dish out enough damage to the players of Zenji Esports down in the dip to secure a few extra finishes as well.
This is the 3rd time Whitehead's been knocked out. But yeah, for now, Shoot at Sight. 2 players knocked out for themselves. 2 Catalyst inside of the compound. Gets spotted. 7XD. Nicely done. Now Shoot at Sight. Just down to that one last man alive Explorer. But there's another 3rd party around the corner too. LOC, Lavo Champions now, trying to make their entrance inside of this fight. But even they get dealt with within a matter of seconds. Too many fights happening at the same time. Too many shots taken from all the different angles. It's really tough to keep a track of what exactly is going on inside of the Battlegrounds. And Explorer's now the only man left alive against the players of 7XD around this compound. But he misses him out. Scry gets knocked out. But he's not going to be surviving for too long. But still, that thirst is something that's going to sting him.
Yeah, an Exploser over there does manage to secure that last finish before he gets taken out by the side of 7XD Esports. But guess what? The circle right now belongs to absolutely no one, not even UME. It's just great esports who have just now walked in towards that northern edge. But the player that was there, Whitehead, also gets shut down. 7XD in the meanwhile, they look to move forward up north on these open fields. And they realize the threat that's lurking and waiting for them on the flanks. Want to clear that up before they move out. They do find that one opening on the lads of Zenji as well, who are fighting for the King of the Hill against just one man. Rishi is the only man who's standing in their way.
Oh man, getting caught out in the open. Not too good for the players of SB. Instant confirmation flows up, and SB, they've already been eliminated from the game, considering they were really desperate to move inside of the safe zone. While all that commotion was happening, Great Esports took a brilliant rotation all the way from the northern side inside of the zone.
And look at this man. He was right in front of the players of Zenji. But because of the distraction, he did survive for a few extra seconds instead of going out on the 4th. He takes an exit on the 5th. He takes an exit on the 4th position. We are down to the top 3 teams, and 7XD, they're doing a brilliant job dealing with the players of UME. Behind the wall of smoke at the last second, and Ninja misses the opportunity to shut down Thor. Oh, hit markers found. More damage dished out.
UME, the only team that can give a tough fight to the players of 7XD. But once again, even Great Esports can play a big spoiler. Great Esports' player's been spotted. All he's waiting for is that player to stand out in the open, stand still. As and as he does, a lot of shots being taken against him. That's going to buy enough time for the players of UME to reposition a little bit more. But Great Esports, they can't be the one to third party this entire fight. And yes, 7XD is able to find that opener too with that beautifully placed nade. Ninja gets knocked out. Now it's all down to the remaining 3 players. And then still, UME's able to find a return knockout. 7XD too, now in a big world of trouble as Nexus is in the backline of Thor. But Thor, he's already taken too much damage. Even Nexus gets knocked out. UME, for them, this is a date with destiny. The stars are aligned. It's their time to strike. It's all down to the last man, which is in the name of Dead Rex. And Rex, Even he's probably just waiting for the right moment to strike. He's not going to be revealing his position just yet. As Power, he wakes back up, stands back up, but then eventually he spots out Deadrex and he shuts him down. But it's all down to Power. It's going to be the players of Great Esports. I mentioned this. They can't third-party this.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, as we expected, in fact, Great Esports having a pretty nice match and pretty nice way to kick things off in this first game of Erangel. 9 eliminations secured by them as well, a grand total of 19 points being brought on the board. That is an impressive performance, but UME as well. This was another name we were looking forward to, and they did a phenomenal job in this game. Kept their heads down at the right time when they have the safe haven to work with inside the circle. As soon as the zone moved away, they waited for their opportunity in the back lines, waited for everyone to fight amongst themselves, and as soon as it was their time to step out, they stepped out with everything that they've saved up this entire match. But I have to say, I'm quite impressed with how 7XD was playing this game. They were phenomenal.
Remember when I mentioned Great Esports is probably going to be the one to dominate this lobby?
Yeah.
That's what exactly is happening. Great Esports getting the first chicken dinner, even though they shouldn't have, considering they only had 2 players alive, and all they needed to do was just wait for these 2 teams to duke it out against each other, and then just third party and get the remaining elimination points in their hands. And in the end, it was just Power.
If you remember, like, before the chicken dinner showed up in front of us, you go back about a minute, you see Ninja turn around towards the players of Great Esports, take a few shots on one of the lads, and he left him with about 10 HP.
Yeah.
That was it. Had that man been picked off, then this game would have ended in a totally different way. Who knows, maybe UME could have won this chicken dinner for themselves. But that one missed opportunity is what will come back to haunt UME. Although I don't think it's going to be much of a nightmare, considering even UME have a lot of finishes and a lot of points to work with in this match.
Every single team in the final few moments was doing decent. They had decent amount of points for themselves. They had decent standing. So you can't pretty much say that inside of the top 7 after the first game they're looking comfortable. We do not exactly know what the course is going to be after Sandhog, because in the previous group, in Group 1, Sandhog was the one who completely flipped the script and who also amped up that benchmark that was needed to qualify inside of the top 7.
True. I mean, we do not expect it to hit double digits, but hey, it did. And I think in this group, it might just be a little bit higher because of how evenly balanced some of the top performing teams from this first game look in terms of the points they were able to walk away with. Although I think consistency on Miramar might change all of it. If we see a different set of teams within the top 5, within the top 6 of the rankings of Miramar, then all of that can change. But I think that second game will turn out to be the very important matchup for a lot of these teams, especially the teams at the top, because with that second match, they can draw a dividing line between the teams that make it through, have an opportunity to make it through, and everyone else inside of this lobby.
In general, there's still a lot of mystery, right?
True.
We do not know how Miramar is going to play out. In general, all these teams are just facing off against each other for the first time. We did see a lot of those drop collisions happen inside of the Yasna Poliana, but then later on, we did not really see action for a long time. It was just the players of Super Rocks going for fights against fights, and luckily enough for Super Rocks, they were able to dish a lot of damage, but then that one fight that they took in the mid phase of the game, they just messed up completely.
Oh yeah, and it was a fight that was in their favor as well.
Yeah.
It was against Zai, who had just 2 players remaining, and both of them were split up from each other. Wait, let me correct myself. Zai had 1 man remaining. The other player was knocked out. Wilgax was knocked out.
He traded the knocks.
Yes, he traded the knocks first.
And also the revives.
On Johnny, brought it down to a 1v2, put pressure on the players by making sure that even their HP was down to half with those few extra shots from the DBS, and then ran back for that revive. That entire fight deserves its own little breakdown segment. It was so perfect decision making from one individual, not the entire team. Just praises for that one man there.
The fact that he did not really give into his intuitions and the thoughts was also really good. Probably at that point in time, considering he knows it's a 1v2, it is doable now. He's already taken down one of the players. As a person being in that clutch scenario, automatically your thoughts are going to be saying that, yeah, just go in. You can do this 1v2.
Yeah.
But instead, he did not do so. He played things a little bit more patiently. He played things a little bit more smartly. Went for that revive onto the fallen player. Got that player back up on the feet. And then they pretty much did a 2v3 in the end.
That was a textbook experience of what fundamentals should look like when you're in an unfavorable situation. And Arjun, huge props to this man. I mean, with that one small little play, you can see that there is a potential for Arjun and the rest of the players from Zai Esports to actually move up to the next stages of this tournament. And I would love to see this individual, more of this individual in the future. I mean, hopefully we get to see him move to round 2, round 3, and see how the team improves and how the teams sort of adapts to the later stages. Because while you have just 3 games right now in round 1, once you move forward, the teams, they get a little bit tougher to go up against. And of course, the number of matches you play against those tougher teams also goes up.
Indeed. I mean, as the round keeps on progressing, I've been mentioning this over and over again, inside of the grind too, as the days and the rounds keep on progressing, the competition's going to get even tougher. There's no easy way out of this entire official tournament. Everyone's going to be giving it their best shot because they know it's one of the opportunities that everyone's been looking for. There's hundreds of thousands of registrations, and these are the only teams that are currently playing in here. So once again, these are some of the best teams you can pretty much say from the region.
That is true, but let's bring our conversation back to this particular match, right? Because we've been talking about, or in fact praising the side of Great Esports. We've been giving praises to Super Rocks, Zai Esports as well. But let's talk about individuals who have done outperformed in fact everyone else inside of this lobby. Let's have a look at the MVP of this game, and who is that going to be? Well, that is what we are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Although before that, Necro, do you have a prediction? Quick.
Well, it's probably going to be in front of us, so I do not really need to give my prediction. As soon as I would have tried to give my prediction, the MVP is probably going to be in front of us, so yeah, I did not even try. But yeah, we've got Deadrex actually from 7xDX, and of course getting 7 finishes wrapped up with the finish contribution of 54% and the map impact of 11%. Interesting stuff from 7xD Esports.
I mean, it all began from that museum fight that they were involved in. It was very impressive how they were able to pick off the individuals from the opposing side. And of course, then stepping out in the open, they were trying their level best to shut down the side of Great Esports, and of course along with them UME as well, but unfortunately they were outnumbered over there. Deadrex, he's leading the charge with 7 finishes to his name. We have Nexus from 7xD Esports as well with 5 eliminations secured, Surya Jot from Great Esports with 5, Wilgax from Zai with 4, and then we have Jot from Shoot at Sight with 3 eliminations secured for his team. But Necro, there's an important thing that I want to talk about, and we'll see this when we are at the point standings of this game. There was another big name we were talking about. We were discussing, in fact, quite in depth what we can expect from them. But unfortunately, in this game, we don't even see them in the top 8. I'm talking about Brawlers.
That's pretty characteristic of them, right? Because the Brawlers, once again, in the grind 2, they were not able to perform. Once again, inside of the round 2, or inside of the round 1, I would say, they're not able to perform. So it's pretty much the same thing, just repeating itself. I'm not sure what the Brawlers are really trying to do, but usually you see teams do learn from their mistakes, but that's not the same case with Brawlers. They're just repeating the same mistakes over and over again. The point standings in front of us, of course, 7xD Esports with 18 points. You've got Ultimate Mirage Esports 2 with 10 points. Zai Esports with 9 points. Zen G, a team that you and I had expectations from, considering it is one of those returning teams. Even they've got decent points accumulated. Now, the real question over here really lies is where also Team Last Chance is.
Oh yeah, Last Chance. And we saw them involved in a very awkward situation where they got wiped out. And I think, again, Last Chance, it is important for them that they start to push forward, move forward in this game as quickly as possible. But I don't think they're going to be high up in the rankings. I don't believe they had a lot of points from this match. Let's have a look where they are. And, of course, the big question, where are the Brawlers themselves? Well, Brawlers find themselves on that 15th spot with no points. Team Iconic also with no points. Warner as well, as Warner was the first team to get taken out. But Last Chance, we see them, Necro, question answered. They're on the 10th position with just 2 points secured from this game. Although, I mean, look at the stark difference that's there with the team on that 9th position and the team we saw on that 8th spot as well. It seems like the top 8 of the leaderboard, if they are in any way, shape or form slightly consistent on Miramar, I think they might have just put in the work to secure a spot to round 2. You just have to secure like 7 or 6 points. This goes for the top 8, not for the bottom 8, by the way. Top 8 teams, 6 points on the board in Miramar, and I think you should be good to go for next round.
Still, just to be on the safer side of things, you can try to get 6 points each game that's left over, Miramar and Sandhawk. So you pretty much have a guaranteed slot inside of the top 7. But talking about the latter half of the board right now, I mean, Brawlers over there, you're also seeing Echoverse Esports, Team Last Chance. It's another one of those teams that I was personally rooting for, but Last Chance, not able to perform. Now, look, let's be honest a little bit here, right? We might be a little bit brutal on Team Brawlers, but truth to be told, and sometimes it's not really going to be that easy for the players or for the viewers themselves to listen, but Brawlers, they have been given enough amount of chances to try and improve upon themselves. In the grind too, they have tried to showcase their performance, and we keep on saying that this team is one of those teams that is returning back. They have so much experience. They probably do pack a punch as well. But so far, we're just not seeing that punch. It's missing completely.
I think the mechanics are there, but it's the macro that they are struggling with for the first time because of how the game has changed over the years now. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, we always have new things lined up for you guys. And before the next match, let's have a look at what's in store for us from Crafton India.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Well, you guys saw that beautiful promo in front of you, and of course, thanks Crafton India for that. But now, getting back to the conversation, we know the upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar. Another chance for the teams to try and do something, because I keep on mentioning this, it's easy to rotate, but tough to sustain the spot that you've got.
That is very true. And again, I mean, focusing on some of the bigger names that we have a lot of expectations from, I think, again, it can be said, last opportunity for the side of Brawlers. As you said, enough chances have been given out to them to improve. As of now, they have struggled. If they have a big game on Miramar, I mean, imagine securing 20 points on Miramar, and that one game can help them move forward to the second round of BGIS, and maybe we see them in a new form in round 2 itself. But what is going to happen in this next game, ladies and gentlemen, only time will tell. What does fate hold in store for the Brawlers, for teams like Iconic? Last chance as well, as we keep talking about that. This can be their last chance inside of this tournament, inside of BGIS. And of course, if on the other side of things, if great esports end up being as consistent as well the other teams from the group prior, then maybe things can develop in the same way that it did for Group 1 as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, again, a rotation for us as well, because now we have Mr. Fixes who's going to be joining us on the panel. And Fixes, just a simple question. Were you satisfied with the action and with the performances these 16 teams delivered in their first game?
No doubt. I think there's no caps on that. Especially with ZI Esports, that one fight where you had Vilgax surviving along with Arjun. There were just 2 men against the world. They still somehow managed to survive. And that's just not where they stopped, right? You've been discussing about Brawlers. They decided to push upon Shooter's side. But it was the boys from ZI that managed to take down 2 of their players, and Brawlers had no idea of what was coming their way.
Yeah, Brawlers also were forced out into the open. So, again, quite an unfortunate position to be in. Not really.
I'm going to be very ruthless over here. Considering the names you have in your roster, you cannot afford to make those rookie mistakes, right?
Yeah.
What on earth were they thinking for pushing so out in the open without even a single smoke being tossed out?
You told us they are your friends and they know where you live as well. Are you forgetting about that?
I mean, for a matter of fact, no. I mean, you have to understand these are the basics. And when you've got teams like 7XD acting upon it, you've got so many people fighting. There was no communication between the players. It was absolutely lacking.
That is very true. But while we talk about an experienced set of players not performing, let's talk about the opposite as well. Players with not enough experience but doing phenomenally. I'm talking about great esports right now. And of course, along with them, it is 7XD Esports. Both these two teams, I saw perfect decision making with how they want to approach fights, how they want to rotate, what should the timing be, how to tackle the pushes from the blue zone as well when they have choked outside of the safe area. Great esports. I'll bite my tongue and say, like, alright, they got lucky in the end, but they were still doing quite well. They had a lot of eliminations to work with while they were inside the top 3.
Already 19 points secured out of the first game. What else do you expect? And that was quite in contrary to how they really approached the game. This is one of those teams that loves to amp it up, get those finishes racked up for themselves, which might happen in Miramar. And talking about Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We set sail to the desert, and this time around a similar flight path trajectory. Now there's something very common that we're noticing in all these lobbies, right? We're kind of having those similar circles, we're even having those similar flight path trajectories. I mean, the last Miramar, this Miramar, it's just a little bit of an angle change that has happened.
Yeah, it's just a slight shift. It is still a north to south, but it just goes a little bit off center towards the southern edge of the map, towards the west. And again, on Miramar, I don't think anyone is going to complain about this trajectory as well. The map itself is so massive that it takes a long time for fights to develop, for teams to be in a position where they feel comfortable going up against each other. But with a flight path like this, one thing that excites me is always the fact that the option for Partonia is going to be available to these teams. Now, we haven't seen that new location being utilized since the grind till now. We haven't seen it being utilized as much as you would hope to see it in action. But, I mean, there's a lot of teams in round 1 of BGIS. So, hopefully one of them showcases us how to use Partonia, the newest location in this map of Miramar, to an advantage. It's the southernmost point in the map as of now.
Hey, look, it's just the start of the BGIS. I'm pretty sure there is one circle in store for us where Partonia, that's going to be the eye of the zone. And when that happens, we're both going to lose our minds. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yes.
But you know what, Johnny? I want to bring our attention to the previous conversation that we were having, right? With my complaints on brawlers, the list is potentially endless. But talking about teams like Great Esports, like I said, this was a little bit of a different approach that they came up with. Wanted to secure some position points, wanted to go for that chicken dinner. Now they've got their shackles loosened off. Yeah. But there have been few other teams that were really impressive. 7XT Esports, like you said, they did everything right. Found the perfect balance between getting those finishes, the right position points. But Ultimate Mirage Esports, they were kind of quite decent as well. But hold on, we've already got a fight brewing amongst us. It's going to be shooted sides. A little bit of trouble there as Jar does respond back. And Team LC, now things have evened out.
It's shoot at side against Last Chance with KT Bot knocked out from the side of Last Chance. Shoot at side also lost one of their own, but the revive is underway. In the meanwhile, though, we see Ares go for a push up ahead. And I think rather than a push, it is a revive for the side of Last Chance. This is a fight that both the teams have just jumped. Well, they both jumped the gun on this. No one has enough ammunition to actually go for a long sustained fight against the other.
Yeah.
But SR, Super Rocks, second map in the row that they have the first finish of the game.
You know, in this particular fight, there's no objective to be accomplished, Johnny. Imagine you even get a knock. How are you going to push? That's out right in the open. And instead of just instilling fear in the hearts of your enemies, you're not going anywhere. But for Team SR, at least a decent start to the game. Again, a first finish they managed to secure for themselves. But then again, coming back to our conversation that we were kind of having even around the brawlers, right? Don't you feel, Johnny, you've even cast them multiple times. This is a new team, for sure. But I feel like they're their own enemies, right? Overthinking, this is a team that can go way aggressive. But for now, Whiteheart, he's got Warlord right in front of him, and he messes the shots up, and suddenly Warlord finds some semblance of cover. Now switches onto his shotgun. This time, however, does not miss on that flick.
Oh boy, two of the most... Well, two teams that were not afraid to display their aggression in map number 1 now going up against each other in this map of Miramar. And while White Hat might have found an opening for his team, still need to be careful. The players from Great Esports still need to be extremely cautious with how they approach the lads from Super Rock. In fact, considering now they have information that one man from the side of Great Esports is in an isolated spot, they want to pick him off. They rotate just to see if they can catch White Hat off guard. But hearing all of the noise made from the vehicles, White Hat, he just simply falls back. That is the easiest escape I have ever seen in this game.
You know, for the team of Super Rocks, even in the previous game, they started off with a shebang.
Yeah.
But kind of fizzled out, especially in that fight against Zai. You could see 4 of their players just charging in. Now, they kind of give me those vibes that Fly Eye sort of showcased in the previous group, right? They start off with a lot of firepower, but seem to kind of the tinder just dies down pretty soon. Still in contention though, and for all the viewers that have even qualified, a lot of those players are watching these games. Now they kind of have figured out how to really crack the code. It's all about trying to play a little bit slow in the first game, secure that 8 to 9 points, and then average it around 4 to 5, and you're good to go. Considering the previous threshold was at 14, and barring the fact that Team Enigma, they just went all out. So I think the cutoff, if you have to average it out, should be around 16 to 18 points at the very max.
Yeah, I think 15 to 16 for this group, because yes, they don't have, or maybe we're going to see one of their own version of Enigma Gaming develop after this game. I think the competition is going to be much tighter because of 7XD, because of teams like Great Esports, and because of teams like Super Rock, who are very frag heavy, it seems like, in the early stages of this match. And the problem with having a lot of frag heavy or finish heavy teams in your particular group is there are not enough finishers to go around for everyone else then. And it can lead to a very chaotic situation developing in terms of the rankings. But talk about Chaos and Brawlers, they show up. Slayer, there's no need to reload, buddy.
Oh,
yeah, it's done. Finally has ammo in the magazine.
finally does. Once upon a time, touted as one of the best the country had to offer. And seems like still a little too rusty.
I feel like, alright, considering Sangwan is in this team, do you think they're still waiting for Sanok?
I mean, look, previous game, nada. It was 0 points. Now, in Miramar,
Yeah.
if they do not get a chicken or maybe around 10 to 12 points, I think no matter how much they push off in Sandhawk, yeah, we've seen those antiques, right? Especially when you've got the likes of Vexy.
Yeah.
Now, getting back to this particular game, right? Like anticipated, a similar circle, nothing out of ordinary. The previous one ended around Chumasera. This time, take a guess.
Chumasera.
Again?
Yeah, why not? I mean, alright, my favorite circle in Miramar, if I'm being honest, is that Minas del Valle Hill.
Okay.
I love that terrain. Apart from that, I think it's the southwestern hill between Los Leones and Puerto Palacio. These two terrains are extremely awkward to maneuver around in. There are these small little covers available for you in terms of compounds. Other than that, you have to completely rely on your positioning and communication as a team to be able to sustain fights in these areas of the map. But, I mean, those circles are very rare, so I think I will have to settle for Chumasera. In the meanwhile, I have to say, I love the spread that's going along the eastern edge of the circle right now.
Oh, yeah. Now, you've been talking about your favorites,
Yeah.
Johnny. Lately, I think it was week 4 where we witnessed those Los Leones circle. It had been a little while, but hold on. We've got a fight amongst us. It's going to be Team HXT. Now, Hexetics, this is a team that did not really show up in the previous game, but now a fight against Team Warner. Now, this is another one of those teams that kind of plays for position.
Yeah.
In the previous game, they tried to do that one, but fell right flat on their faces, thanks to the heroics from Vilgax, and then it was shoot at sight. Now, the panic button has been triggered. But again, coming back to this discussion. So now one thing, I'm pretty sure all those aspiring players, they're looking at, they found a pattern. Now we have the circles repeating and the same zones coming through. Maybe the first days, first games, that is something if they pay a close attention to. I think the groups that come in second, they might be bound to succeed.
Yeah, but considering you have had first-hand experience of how brutal this game can be with the circles, I think you would also agree that tomorrow
For
is going
sure.
to be extremely different. And yeah, the patterns might not be the same in the games that you play. Although one pattern still, Brawlers out in the open. Draken taking shots on those vehicles left by the players of Last Chance. And while he might have compromised his position inside the game, I think the opportunity, the distance between the two squads does allow Brawlers an opportunity to stay back and stay
Alright.
safe for the next few moments.
At this point, it's just painful. My eyes are hurting, especially for Brawlers. They've got Vexy, for God's sake. And, at this point, they should be replicating something like Team Enigma did. And considering that fear, I do not know what's happening in the IGL department. I think they've been trying out Draken as a new IGL, because previously when Sangwan did come in, it was Cincinnati kids that he was playing from.
Yeah.
Now deciding to opt and kind of get back the Brawlers, the OG Brawlers. And certainly you miss those players, but yeah, at this point that circle shift again. This time Team EVE right at the heart of it with Ultimate Mirage Esports. Now this is one of those teams that we did not touch upon a lot.
Yeah.
But even in the previous game of Erangel, even you would agree, Johnny, they held on to their horses. And as a result, I think they accumulated quite a couple of points.
Yeah, I mean, they could have won the game, for crying out loud. They were set up for success. It was the backstab and the timing of it all from Great Esports that took it all away from them. And of course, I think it was Ninja from the side of UME who, for some goodness of his heart, just let one of the players from the side of Great Esports survive, did not finish him off. So, and that came back to bite them. So, again, UME need to be careful. If you see a player, you see hit markers inside of the smoke, go for the finish, commit the spray, commit the entire clip. You can always ask for more ammunition from your teammate if they have some to shell out, of course, for you. But along with that, one more interesting development in this game is that fiasco that is happening between Team Warner and Hextex. Both the teams are rotating in tandem, but neither of them is able to breach the circle.
I think it's all about the pressure. They're just taking their sweet time. And considering how they're rotating through, right? It's from the Western Highway. And especially when you have your objectives clear that you need to find a piece of the pie. You need to find some real estate, and then might be a possibility that, yeah, you engage in those fights. But for now, Team SR, I think desync, he's completely desynced out of his teammates and screaming and yelling for help. But for 7XT, I think the floodgates have opened. They realize they've collected so many of those points. Now they can just decide to go all out. I think some shenanigans from their side. I think I would not really be surprised as another fight breaks out. It is the Ecoverse against Team Mad.
Yeah, Ecoverse versus Mad X Esports, and well, Ecoverse, they have the opening. Ankit and Mewati knocked out. Should be easy finishes for this team. Those are 2 easy points secured. The other 2 lads in the back lines, we see them on the radar. They're trying to run away, trying to escape, not lose their lives in the process. And I think it should be an easy escape as well, considering they have all of this cover from the factories and the silos around them. So they can hide, stay hidden for a long time, quite close to the center of the circle as well. So no incentive to expose yourself and risk getting taken out. Although, as we were talking about SR and 7XD over there, I don't know why 7XD backed off. Desync was out in the open. They could have actually finished him off. All 4 of the players were there as well. So I think that was one of the shenanigans, maybe what we can expect from 7XD, that after a match where they could have built momentum, in this game we just see them go passive.
At least I think I would not want to get a little too critical about them, because understanding the gravity of the situation, it's the pressure, right? They're the underdogs, and certainly getting a chicken dinner would make things easier. They want to make sure that the doors of qualification, they just don't open it. They break through it. And a right start, nonetheless. But I think it's a little bit of a contrast to what we are witnessing with the previous Miramar and to now. In this particular game, you could notice so many of those teams are kind of congregating around the central areas.
Yeah.
Not a lot of those teams around the edges. And certainly, it's going to get quite feisty once we get that 4th shift. Now imagine a hard shift again this time. Imagine this one going maybe towards the eastern side of Valle del Mar.
Yeah.
I think that would be absolute chaos.
I mean, As del Valle, that is where I wanted to be. And I think, along with me, Shoot at Side would also want that shift to happen. They're the only ones present at that hill. You have LOC closing in on their position from the rear. But we'll talk about that when we see the map, ladies and gentlemen. In the meanwhile, development as Dynamic step in front of the players of Great Esports, and shots were fired from these lads upon the opposition on the opposite hill, but unfortunately they weren't able to catch anyone off guard. But as a result, they have exposed where they are on the map, and it's not just Great Esports there as well. It is another top contender from this match, UME, who are stuck in that valley as of now, but I think they will have an opportunity to bounce back, take that high ground when the circle eventually moves away from them. In the meanwhile, Baba, he tried to go for a flank, could have been caught off guard by the players of Great. And White Hat, it seems like he read that play being made by Dynamic before it even happened.
Yeah, itching to take a fight over there. Look at White Hat. Creeping up, getting really close to Baba. He's got support from Surajot. Yeah, Ninja X, he's been spotted out. It's just a matter of seconds before maybe Great Esports. Now they've got that confidence surging through their veins. There you go, letting loose, rattling them down with bullets, but nothing really connecting. This grenade, however, could have been deadly.
Oh, it could have been deadly, and Surya has managed to avoid taking more damage as of now, but nades lobbed by Surya quite far away from where the opposition actually is. Lack of information for the side of Great Esports, it seems like. And that is the reason, that is one of the reasons why they are staying back as well, or at least presume could be. But finally, Zenji, they show up on our screens, and it seems like they're quite eager to run into this fight against the players of 7XD Esports. Although Mr. Cute has lost quite a big chunk of his HP, so he needs to be careful every single time he takes a step out into the open. Finally, shots being fired from the distance. It's the player lurking in the backlines, as you can see him on the map. But as soon as they run indoor, they ignore the flank, and Nexus, well, he brings the dreams and hopes of Zenji Esports crashing to the ground as 3 players get knocked out. Nexus and Deadrex in tandem. Brilliant crossfire setup, and it pays off quite nicely for the lads of 7XD.
Oh, certainly being the Grim Reaper over there. 7XD want to get those confirmations for themselves. With just that one player surviving. You know, for Zenji in the previous matchup, we saw them playing so well, and well, our prayers have been answered. Goes right to where we wanted, and ultimate Mirage Esports, they seem to have found the sweet spot. You could see just around the shorelines, there are those tiny little compounds. Would want to hold on to the real estate, but look at that paw. Coming in from the eastern side, you've got Brawlers, you've got Lava of Champions, you've got Shootage side, you've got the players of ECN, you've got Mad, and so many more. It is going to be an absolute brawl fest happening around the eastern side.
Yeah, it is going to be a brawl for sure. And I think one of those brawls, Reflex, has to be careful. He's quite close to the players of Shoot at side, and they will have a high ground advantage over there as well. So you need to watch out for the hills now if you're using that highway towards the southern side of the map. But Brawlers again present themselves on our screens. This time Draken, he's stuck in a dip, but his teammates have the high ground around him. So they might be looking for information about our position in their surroundings. Sangwan, yeah, there's no one there. But he doesn't know that, we do. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the map, we have...
Oh no.
Super Rock still in action, and Great Draco has been dropped to the floor. Surya George still in the backlines. Desync. We see a nade equipped. Is he gonna lob it for the finish or for the knock? Doesn't matter. White Hat finds the trade. And I feel like this could be the end of Super Rocks in this game. They have been sandwiched. The nade looks perfect. Well, it just blows up outside the house. A little too overcooked. But I think the second one should do the trick. He's looking for Desync. And the wall of smoke allows Desync a little bit of a breathing room to go for revive. But White Hat, he is relentless with the utility, one after the other. The nades lobbed, the Molotov lobbed indoors. It catches no one. And Abhi, a big blunder. What is this? He just threw the game.
Had no idea. Had no idea what was coming at his way. Ever Team Great Esports, 4 finishes already registered to their name. And
yeah,
look at how much they are in sync. Now, I was talking about them for Great Esports. Now, this is one of those teams, they're known for their aggression. In the previous game, managed to get a chicken dinner by virtue of how they positioned themselves. This time, they've decided to breach in from the edges. They have no monkey business around the center of the circle. They want to carve their way inside the zone. And yeah, for Team Super Rocks, again, they kind of start off well. But look at how flat they fell on their faces in this one.
That leap from Abhi right in the face of Great Esports was monkey business, man. It was
quite literally.
Yeah, such a risky revive. And I mean, okay, to be fair, I do understand the fact that they were out of options to escape as well. But maybe, you never know. Maybe you could have tried out for a fight. You could have secured knocks, cleared up the flank, found an opening.
Pressure.
Who knows? Pressure. People crumble under pressure.
And he did.
He did, but it seems like 7XD, it takes a whole lot of pressure to make them crumble. As of now, sitting at 5 eliminations out of the game, and they are looking for a few more. They set up that bridge block as they expected someone to still stick around or at least try and fight for the control of Valid Elmar. They are securing a few extra eliminations against the players of Team Warner. And there's last chance as well on top of that bridge. But 7XD, they set themselves up for success. Now they can move along the hills or along the highway towards the southern shoreline. But the circle's shift is so drastic. Oh, that's a curveball and a half to deal with. Only team in the center is going to be the side of EVE, Echoverse, and I think Fixes. We might just see Echoverse secure a chicken dinner if they play their cards right.
But they're going to get surrounded in just a little wee while. If they can defend that, that would be a different story altogether. But look at Simboy closing in on Blaster. They're trying to move in tandem with each other as Faisal from the sideline, and Simboy, alright, he's got his attention distracted, and this might make things worse for him. Is he even aware that one of the players from Ultimate Mirage is right beside him? And this could go wrong in multiple ways, in multiple manners, as White Hat, having been knocked out by the players of Team Dynamic, with Blaster not even budging, not even moving, finally gives his position away. And now Team Dynamic really keen to see if they have any utility on them. One Molotov could be enough to flush him out. But look at Blaster.
No shotgun on this man. This is a situation where you hope to have a shotgun in, but Blaster was just left with the UMP and the M249. Dynamic, they just pour in on his position, finish him off, and while Danger was knocked out, it is going to be an easy revive for Team Dynamic to bring him back on the board. In the meanwhile, though, Hextech, YT, it seems like has been caught off guard by the players of Team Warner. He is isolated, nowhere left to fall back. Look at the radar as well. His rear is blocked by Dynamic. There's another team holding on to the high ground in the form of Great Esports. So even they have an opportunity to look in his direction, and they will have line of fire to secure that pick as well.
It's a lost cause for him.
Yeah.
He needs to get the hell out of there, and before he even could think of this semblance of smoke, giving his position away. And as a result of which, yeah, I mean, the other players have still made it inside the circle. They've got the players of 7XT right beside them, but Team Great, they want some revenge, redeeming themselves. Overkill, getting a beautiful knock over there as Simboy also falls down on his knees. And Great, they're going to take all these finishes with open arms as TW. They're also being rattled down with those bullets, but Team Great, understanding the gravity of the situation, they march their way inside the circle.
Yes, but it's the 5th stage of the game, and they might have delayed themselves a little too much, getting greedy for those finishes. TW in the meanwhile, though, they're losing their players. One of the men knocked out by the blue. And then even Dynamic and Great Esports are falling to the blue zone. Hextech, though, they realize what a wonderful opportunity has presented itself to them. And Ritesh in the distance overexposed, but Reflex from LOC can't really connect the shots. 2 eliminations on the board for this team as of now, but they are looking for a few more. Although the circle still favoring the lads of Echoverse. That high ground advantage, it will prove to be quite significant towards the ending stages of the game. But in terms of finishes, I think the battle will come down between Great Esports 7XT, and I have a feeling Hextech. Alright, I take it away.
Look at White Hat. Aww. Just being dealt with. Really thought he could sneak his way inside there, could survive. But Great Esports, yeah, that was a running halt. But for now, considering how the circle has really shifted, Johnny, like you said, Echoverse having the best position, but I really feel like Team ECN, they've got something cooking up. They've got that little bit of a higher ground advantage, and yeah, Echoverse, they're going to be pushed at from multiple fronts like anticipated.
Look at how critical this shift was. EVN, they've been holding on to the zone for a long time. Shoot at side have just moved in close to the center of the circle, and ECN, as you mentioned, they've taken control of that northwestern edge. But apart from that, a lot of teams fell when they were trying to move from Minas del Valle, Valle del Sur towards the south, from the southwestern edge. They were trying to move along that southern highway towards this eastern circle from their respective position. A lot of teams fell mid-rotation. 7XD was one of those names that is still left standing, but I don't think for long, considering they have revealed their positions and are in the line of fire of LOC. But Love of Champions, now they have taken a hit from the rear. The flank, the off angles by the players of Shoot at Sight come into play. Emulsion from the side of Hextech. The last man standing takes a final fight, and he falls as well. Thraw, will you bring down the thunder? I think the answer is going to be no, as he falls down to King. Dead Rex, he's the second last man left standing for his team along with Scry. Just 2 last players. They're still looking for finishes, but can't find any at this point. Scry still holding strong, hiding behind that blown up UAS. Such a critical position, critical point for this team. They have 8 eliminations on the board, and they are in the top 9.
Oh, they certainly are. At this point, 7XT just brute forcing their way inside the zone. They've already done the needful. They know they've already made their mark. And they've qualified for week number 2. And everything that they garner from here will be added bonus. But for Ecoverse, they've got to fight against Zai. Zai on the lower grounds, and now look at the push coming in. Arjun already being dealt with, Black already losing out on his life. It's going to be all on the nimble shoulders of Vilgax and Divyansh. And now with Ecoverse having that little bit of a high ground, they in fact are opting for the revives.
And well, I guess Vilgax, it is time to repay the favor to Arjun for the revive from the previous match, but no time. But look who shows up now, Fixes. It is the Brawlers themselves, Vexy and Draken. It seems like they've kind of shooed away the players of Echoverse from Zai, but Zai, they have lost 2 men now. 2 of them were knocked out, so the revive, survival in this game, it will be extremely tricky considering Brawlers, if they gain that southern flank of this hill, they will have the line of fire available to themselves to finish off the players of Zai and secure those points. Although they get distracted by the players of Maddox Esports in the backlines, they pick up the point as Aman goes down. Panda, though, succeeds in making his rotation inside the edge of the circle.
At least for now, Brawlers, they're showing the signs of fighting. But still could have been one of those pushes that they should have really committed over there. And now Echoverse, look at them setting up the crossfires already. Brawlers pins it down, dead to rights already. With Firas having had to deal with Vilgax, surely has to be put down to the ground. With Panda, oh, he's got all 3 of the players visible in front of him. It's just a matter of moments before he'd let loose. And he has 2 squads. And Shazzy, he might be a dead man walking.
Easy 3-pointer. Watch this, Fixes. Lands. Oh, he went for the spray.
Never mind.
Never mind, ladies and gentlemen. But Echoverse, they're still left standing with 2 players in the back lines.
Alright.
Wow.
Panic.
Alright. No worries. No one saw that? That Molotov came from Brawlers, okay?
Yeah. Certainly did. But for Panda, having his position given away at this point, just having 1 finish to his name, Brawlers surely want to exterminate him from the server. Panda trying to put up a fight over there, a little bit of a smoke screen will just hinder the time that he stays alive. With Slayer and Vexy just trying to push in tandem. Look at how unconfident they are, unsure they are of themselves. Where they should be really just brute forcing, marching their way through. Draken should be driving over Panda. You could see the hesitation come through, but now surrounding the little Panda. He's been put down to ground, sent to the forest as now Team Brawlers. Now this is a game they really need to seal the deal with.
Yeah, they definitely need to win this game and nothing else. Because for the win is when they get 10 points on the board. And they just have 2 eliminations. We're down to 4 teams, 9 players alive, out of which 3 belong to the Brawlers themselves. Big numbers are going to be needed if they want to keep the hope for qualification alive. And mid-air, Vexy makes sure that Dracula is not going to fly anywhere. Comes crashing to the ground. Firas also extremely low. Should be another easy point in the back for the Brawlers themselves. And then there were 3 left, ladies and gentlemen. ECN, Blocker, he's out in the blue. King was out in the blue as well. ECN, they get finished off and shoot at side. They're left with just 1 man, Raw, who definitely would like the fact that he does not need to row right now. Needs to go for a revive. It's a 2v3 situation that will be still advantageous for the Brawlers themselves. They have the high ground to work with in this fight. Exploser and Raw. What can these 2 individuals pull off in these final few moments of the game? 2 teams remaining, a final 2v3.
Team SAS, Shurit side, previous game, they also encountered against Brawlers. But Brawlers met their untimely fate over there. But this time, Brawlers, they've got the upper hand. With Vexy and Draken together, it's a 1-2 split going in. With Roar, he's going to fight from the foothills, and there you have it, Vexy leading the charge. Surely has to push it against Roar, already taking quite some damage, but that grenade from Exploser, that's going to be devastating, as now it's reduced down to a 1v1 situation. Slayer versus Exploser, as those shots connect, it is going to be the man himself saving the day as Brawlers get it home.
Yeah, they bring it home. The chicken dinner, it is theirs, and a decent number of finishes to make us happy as well. Fixes, the Brawlers have done it. This is what we expected from the start. We were surprised to see them take an early exit on Erangel, but now I think our hope in this team has been justified. Although, I have to say, shoot at sight, that was a brilliant way to handle such a chaotic situation. And it was a scrappy fight in the end. The Brawlers did win, but it was brought down to a 50-50 between the two individuals.
Yeah, kudos to Exploser. I mean, it could have just ended in the blink of an eye had he not thrown that grenade. And thanking Brawler's stars, Slayers had a different angle, but it did come down to the wire, right? It could have gone either ways. Now, this is again one of those fights I did mention about, which happened in Erangel, or was actually intended to happen. Brawlers sort of wanted to knock on their doors, but this time they made sure they not only managed to win that fight, but also get that chicken, and I'm pretty sure now they've also broken the doors of qualification for themselves with this game.
Yeah, I think so. I think they will have a comfortable 15-16 points on the board from this matchup, and that should be enough to keep them beyond the threshold. But if we start speculating about the future, I think the performance needs to be taken up not just 1 but 2 or 3 notches if a team like Brawlers, a team of this caliber, wants or in fact hopes to go at least till round 4 or maybe even all the way towards the grand finals. I mean, things are just going to get more and more difficult as we move forward in this BGIS. But along with Brawlers, along with Shoot at Sight, I think huge props to the lads of Zai. It seems like the decision making is off in certain moments. I mean, that 3-way fight between ECN, was it? No, it was Echoverse.
Yeah.
3-way fight between Echoverse, Brawlers and Zai gave Zai the opportunity to actually fall back and go for a reset, but for some reason one of the individuals was just sticking in the front line while Arjun was just slowly crawling back. Wilgax, my apologies, was the man who was still stuck in the front lines, and had all 3 of them just backed off together, maybe the revive could have been secured, and then they could have reset into a 3v3v3. But then again, Brawlers, as soon as they got the flank, I think they just got too overeager and just kept pushing, too much pressure on Zai to handle with. And one more team I would like to mention, 7XD. They have been phenomenal. What are your thoughts on them?
I think with 7XT and Great Esports, I have nothing much to say about. They've qualified already. They've been doing pretty well. But this Miramar game was kind of a little bit of a slower one because everybody was kind of paying respect to the circle, and which had to really go against all these teams, right? Especially when you're not clearing out the teams right in the very start of the game. This is bound to happen, and in all of these teams kind of managing to mess it up over there, it was Brawlers, right? They had a rather slow start, and you could see them building up that tempo. Initially, they started off from Gear 1, where they were kind of trying to get close. They were kind of trying to play around, just tickle the players. I think it was a fight against Echoverse and against Xyverse that Zai that they went up against, but still did not engage, did not fully commit, and they took their chances. Went after Panda, then you could see that confidence suddenly building up. And once they had it, I think they bagged it home.
Right, and again, I mean, one more team I would like to talk about is a team that has been able to secure that first finish, both the games that we have witnessed, Super Rocks. Because Super Rock is, well, they are rocking for sure, and I love the confidence this team has brought into the game, right? We do not see this from the newer teams in the circuit normally, wherein you see them inside of the matchup and instantly they just start going all in. But Super Rock, I think, they've set themselves up for success, at least in the last game. If they can stop in the top 3, they can secure a spot in the top 7. But these are the moments of the winner-winner chicken dinner. Exploser bringing it down to a 1v1. And those final few shots on the body of the opposition from Slayer were enough to secure the chicken dinner.
You know, I think for Super Rocks, I was kind of disappointed in this one. Pretty much, you can connect them with Fly High. And surely need to work a little bit on their endurance. Their survival skills have not been there. They've been getting themselves in the thick and thin of fights. But quite impressed with Shoot at Sight, though. Because Shoot at Sight, even in the previous game, they might not have gotten the chicken dinner. But they still managed to stay in the race with all those finish points that they accumulated. And this time, even a second position isn't too shabby. I think they also might feel quite secure. And in Sandhawk, I think it is going to be everything just blowing up.
But again, there has been a reset kind of momentum for the teams that actually did do well on Erangel. So I believe now maybe there is going to be like a stark difference between what we feel are the teams that are definitely moving forward and the teams that still have an opportunity where they can slip either outside the top 7 or still stick around in the top 7 if they do decent. I mean, and when I say decent, I mean like 6 to 7 points on this map of Sanhok needed. If it is more than that, then popping off in this last game, too much pressure to deal with, and with experience, without experience, I mean, you can't really deal with that pressure. You need that stability in the pro circuit, but a lot of these newer teams, I mean, with the amount of aggression we've seen, particularly from this group, do you think we might see a new contender rise up to the challenge from the second page of the rankings?
You know, so far from what we've witnessed with these teams, there have been a few consistent names. Surely you're going to talk about Great. We've seen the likes of 7XT. I'm pretty sure they're going to replicate that. But now with Brawlers finding a little bit of that more momentum, you never know. They could get a chicken dinner. I think this is a team that has the caliber in them. But if you really want me, to say somebody who can surprise me, should be Team SR, right? Super Rockets, because they kind of go off to a really good start. All they need to do is kind of try to carry the fire burning in their veins, because now they also know the pressure is starting to build up. So I think for me, Super Rockets. Alright,
I mean, Super Rock is going to be your name, my name, for a team that I want to see them bounce back, and I know they have the potential to do it as well, is Zenji. They've been getting annihilated in the first 2 games. No opportunity is being given. The fights, well, they are picking up a few points here and there. But Zenji can have a big game just like Great Esports. We saw the potential in them when we saw them the last time around. And this time, though, I think just struggling with aggression from the newer teams. I don't think even they expected this from one of the first few lobbies in the BGIS, that everyone just decides to just take the firefights, but hopefully they've been able to catch their breath, and when we see them on Sanhok, they are going to be at 100%. But another big question, in terms of individual performances, which individual do you think has been popping off nicely? I've been talking about the MVP.
Somebody from Great, I guess.
Somebody from Great? Well,
or maybe 7XT.
Let's find it out, fixers. Let's find out who is going to be the MVP of this match, ladies and gentlemen. And it will be from Great Esports. It is White Hat with 4 eliminations, which is a 57% finish contribution for his team and a map impact of 7%.
I think considering how Great Esports started off, you know, they got... In fact, White Hat was the one who took one of the players of Super Rocks down. And I think they just never looked back. Surely did not get a chicken dinner this time around, but they've been in the block. They've been inflicting so much of the damage. But when you look at the other suspects, I think Echoverse, considering that position they were holding on to, a couple of finishes to their name, even for Shoot It Side, Exploser towards the end, that grenade, that was beautiful.
Oh, that was actually quite beautiful and phenomenal. I think even the players from Brawlers will remember it for the next few days at least.
Close call for sure.
Close call for sure, but we've seen the individuals on our screens, and of course, Shoot at Sight, even Raw, Explosive, both these individuals doing quite well for themselves in this game. Shoot at Sight doing well in the previous game as well. I think all that is left to see are the points secured from this particular match. And in fact, whether our calculations are quick enough and correct enough, precise enough to help us figure out fixes as to who is in the top 7 and who isn't in the top 7.
I think considering that there has been not even a single team that popped off like Enigma did, maybe the cutoff sort of increases, and we've got so many of those contenders for the top 7. Now, it's going to be really interesting once the point standings do come up. But, you know, bringing back the conversation around Zenji, I've noticed one of those things is that they kind of tend to rotate around the edges all the time. And this is where, you know, you're one of those established teams. We've seen you in the past. I really feel like you should bring the fight to the enemy rather than always focusing on the circle. And this is where you kind of feel like you're soaked in so much of that pressure. Really want to see them bouncing back in Sanhok.
Yeah, and talk about bounce backs. I mean, it's not just Brawlers that have gone ahead and secured 17 points for themselves from this matchup. Team Iconic on that 4th position with 11 points. This is another one of those names. This was ECN who were just lurking towards that northwestern edge. We did not see them in a single fight. Well, they were in a few of them. There are 5 eliminations on the board. But again, ECN was so under the radar that I think even the opposition missed where they were. And I think they were eventually taken out by the blue, I believe. But incredible way to bounce back as well. Now, this brings them in a contention for top 7. And I think Iconic, they need to hold on to that momentum when they drop in the game of Sanhok. But 7XT, we see them there with 9 points. Great Esports there with 7 points. Lava of Champion with 6. And Maddox Esports with 4. So from the top performance of the previous game, we have Great 7XD and Maddox returning, and a lot of new names. But talking about the downfalls, we have Zenji, no points. Team Warner, no points. Last Chance, no points for them. And of course, UME and Super Rock, also a little bit of an upset in this game, both the teams securing just 1 point each.
Now look at how things have got really tight, because Ultimate Mirage Esports, they played so well in Erangel. Even for Team Warner, they were one of those few teams that made it inside the final circle. For Super Rocks, yeah, they got a lot of finishes, but this game, nada. That's going to be a huge denture. Just that one finish, I think they're going to start feeling the heat of the lobby already. Now, considering it's going to be Sandhawk, and one thing we've witnessed from the past couple of games that we've seen is the fact that we're kind of tending to have those similar iterations of the first zones. However, the third and the fourth iteration is where the real magic happens. That's where the BGMI gods kind of get into those shenanigans. You see those curveballs being thrown off. And this time, it's going to get even more exciting.
Oh, it can get exciting. It can get extremely ugly on Sandhawk as well, considering, as you did say, Super Rock missed out on a lot of points in this game of Miramar. And with what I have observed from this team, they are not afraid to run into fights. Doesn't matter if it's early in the game, it's late in the game, they're at an advantage or they're at a disadvantage. And considering the next match is Sandhawk, which does reward aggression inside of the game a little bit, I think there's an opportunity for Super Rock to put up big numbers on the board in the next game.
They should change their name to Shoot at Sight already, because every single time they've been sighting someone, they're shooting at their direction. I think that makes more sense.
What is Shoot at Sight supposed to do then, Fixes? And it is a difficult question, to be honest. But while the teams figure out their strategies and Fixes figure out a new name for Shoot at Sight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at new things being brought for us by Craft in India. Here it is.
ये है बदनसीब लाल. इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए.
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है. इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है. Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे. तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा. तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर. गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स. पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा. लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Luminous Muse set out in BGMI. Do go ahead and check it out. Fixes, who is your muse?
I would not say that out.
BGMI, BGIS, that's my muse.
Alright, Johnny. I mean, I don't want to say words that have me out of here, but I'm going to hold on to myself for that. But anyways, let's bring the entire attention back on the desk. It's the final game of Sandhawk.
Yes.
And right now, we're talking about Super Rocks.
Yes.
A new team, a new name is something that I think you've been intending to give.
Yeah.
But maybe I think we should ask Necro about it.
I mean, yeah, we're going to bring Necro and ask his opinions about Super Rocks as well. I am very impressed. I like teams that have confidence in them. I like teams that are not afraid to take fights. And that is what they've displayed, at least in the first two games. See, 2 games in a row, they have had the first finish. Can they make it a hat-trick? And with that, also, what is your prediction for the next game, Fixes?
You know, I'm going to say that, but I was hoping you'd give yours. That you've given a prediction that Super Rocks, they're going to get the first finish. I think Necro might have something else to say about it. But Necro, my man, welcome back on the desk. And the previous Miramar certainly was quite intense, got really feisty towards the end. And with Brawlers getting the chicken dinner, so many of those teams that performed well in Erangel and now starting to fall off, I think we are set in for a very interesting match in Sandhawk.
We indeed are. I mean, I was sitting in the back lines, looking at this game. Great esports, another great finish in my opinion, getting those decent amount of elimination points. You guys were having a full-blown conversation about Super Rocks.
Yeah.
First game, they were looking really confident in the fights they were taking. Second games, the confidence was there, but unfortunately the conversion was something that was lacking from them, but it's completely fine. And then talk about shoot at sight, that second last finish of the day. Things were looking really good for them too.
Oh yeah, they certainly were. But when you talk about giving new names, now we did talk about Super Rocks trying to take shoot at sight, because they've quite literally and figuratively doing what shoot at sight are supposed to do.
Yeah.
But for shoot at sight, they've not been too shabby. So cannot really go for the other names. Gotta give them that respect that I think, yeah, even they've opened their doors to qualification. But now getting into Sandhawk, certainly have to ask you, what are you anticipating any team that you're really hoping to see perform?
I would say Shoot at Side would probably perform once again.
Get a chicken dinner this time?
Yeah, probably. They're going to get the chicken dinner. Shoot at Side, they're doing decent for themselves. But even 7XD should be a part of the conversation. Because 7XD, they have been phenomenal themselves. Now, the real question lies is, are they going to be able to continue on forward with the consistency that they've got?
I think with 7XD performing so well in the first game and even in the second game, kind of maintaining that wave of consistency, they also know that they've qualified, right? Once you know that you can go all out, once those shackles are removed, that's where we kind of see the inner demon sort of unleashing. And I think we did see something from the first group that we did cast was Enigma. So I think we still are yet to find who the Enigma is inside this lobby. And if I have to ask you, who could that be? Do you think it's going to be Brawlers finally getting that momentum, Vexy, Drake, and they're going to go all out? Or maybe someone from Great or 7XD?
We might just be asking a little bit too much over here, okay? Enigma Gaming, yes, they performed exceptionally well. I don't think so there's going to be any type of team that's going to give us as good of a performance that Enigma Gaming did.
You have to be believers.
Because, let's be honest, okay? Brawlers, first game was a complete bombshell. The second game, yes, a good one.
Yeah.
Third game, I'm not sure what's going to be, because once again, it's Brawlers. We know they can probably bomb it up once again. So I just hope that the consistency is going to be there on the board.
And you know, when you're talking about consistency, certainly have to bring in the discussion about the cutoff being put on this particular group, because the previous time it was around 14. I'm pretty sure it's going to break 14. Maybe we're talking about territories of 18 to 19, considering nobody has been as devastating as Enigma. So, you know, any predictions around the cutoff?
Oh, around the cutoff. I think so. It's going to be around 16 or 17, somewhere around that, because in this group, you can't see the points are balanced a little bit more equally compared to the previous one. Because in the previous one, it was just Enigma hammering down left, right, and center. They were just getting the majority of the points, but over here, the points are distributed a little bit more better. Now, another team that I actually wanted to focus on was Team Dynamic. First game, they got eliminated instantly. Second game, Miramar doing decent. But still, just a couple of finishes. But I genuinely think so. Dynamic might just have something in themselves. With the way they were playing, I like the fact that they're able to reposition instantly inside of the fights, but still, they're not able to sustain the amount of damage that the opponent's putting on them. I just hope this game of Sandhawk, it really does sort of benefit them, considering, as I mentioned, it is a zone-centric map. If you reposition yourself in the zone, and if the zone keeps on forming on top of you, it's all good in the hood. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Last game of the day rolls up and boots up in front of our screens as the plane flat pat's going to be starting all the way from Cow, or at least next to the Cow, towards Kampong.
Well, you're talking about the rainforest and surely the heat waves in India, troubling so many people out there. Must have your mocktails ready. I love myself a pina colada. I don't know about you though. I think you want a virgin mojito, right?
I would say I'm someone who just rocks anything, as long as it's cold in summer.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, even water with ice cubes, I'm fine with that.
All right. I mean, brace yourself for a sore throat maybe next time around. But for all these teams, it is do or go out. As now we can see some early fights breaking through. It's going to be Team LC in a whole world of trouble against the players of Echoverse.
Echoverse against Team Last Chance. And for Last Chance, this is actually the last chance as well that they've gotten. And for them, unfortunately, they do not really have the guns that are needed to take this fight. All the players just completely stuck.
Oh, look at
This man's got nothing in his hands. He's only got a machete to back him up. But a third party as well instantly can't be there. There's a couple of teams around the corner. Bot gets spotted, and he is not able to do anything. For us, is going to be the one to put that nail in the coffin. Last chance outside of this game, and also outside of this event.
Yeah, the last chance I think the dream shattered yet again, and at this point really raises speculation as to why, when you know you don't have things going in your favor, why would you drop down on a hotspot? And kind of ends down to an RNG. Maybe the idea was to be going all out, and they just fell flat.
I mean,
it was all or nothing for them, basically.
They did go all out, technically, if you speak about
all or nothing.
Yeah.
That's what we conclude. But look at this.
7XT.
Yeah.
And shoot at sight.
Is he aware, though?
No.
Not at all.
Thor's got no clue.
It's his hammer.
I mean, the way Jot's playing over here is completely taking the advantage of the TPP. So Thor's got no clue what exactly is going on. But 7XT2 is quite a good team in this lobby. They have been placing themselves quite consistently on the top.
Yeah, I think for 7XT, this is even if they kind of have a bad game, nothing to really worry about. But look at Warlord scraping his way through. I like this. This is what happens in Sanhok, and the epitome of crawling through. We've got Sangwan playing in this particular map, and it's going to be a sight to behold, don't you think? But for Super Rocks, we know they like to get really naughty. They really like to get, very close and personal. Maybe want to tango it through. This time, however, oh, there you have it. Warlord spotting out. Scry just escapes with the skin of his teeth. Does he have any healings, though?
He probably should. Stuck behind that tree, and he's got no meds to back him up.
Oh my god.
So Scry's messed up, that's for sure. 7XT, a big world of trouble for them. Scry's almost on the verge of getting picked off. You can see Warlord just trying to move in from the left lines, creating that off angle. Reposition's good, and Scry's going to be caught. Two of the players knocked out from the side of 7XT. You talk about 7XT being super consistent in the first two games, but in the last game, probably that's not going to be replicated.
Yeah, Super Rocks this time around, not just one, but maybe two finishes to their names, and it's going to be the big sharks. 7XT Gaming, we did talk about them. What a beautiful two matches they've had. And this time in a whole world of trouble, Necro, but that's still not going to hinder them from qualifying into round two. I think they've done the needful. And getting a little too careless this time around. And Super Rocks, we know they love taking fights. As Nexus tries to come in close, screaming, yelling for help. Thor, he knows what he signed in for, as the push is inevitable.
But I mean, for now, SR, they're not being too aggressive, actually. For the first time, we're seeing this from that team. But slowly and steadily, they are inching in towards that compound. I think so they lost track on Nexus. And you can see them just scouting out the grounds, trying to find that knocked player. But Nexus already patched himself up and is also looking pretty unaware of the fact that he's also getting chased down by the foes.
Look at how apart they are from each other.
Yeah.
And even considering the scarcity of the loot, and they've managed to cut on their losses and make a run. Because even they've gauged the situation. They know how the lobby is. And with Super Rockers, I think this is a smart move. Considering they fell off flat in Miramar. They knew that if they're just going to push with blinders on. And if the other players of 7XT had multiple angles, this could have been an early exit for them. So really playing it down to the books. They know they've got the center of the circle. Talking about the circle. Where does it end? Does it go towards the southern side? Or does it go towards the central lands? That's a big question.
Same thing everyone's wondering. I'm going to like the thought process from Super Rocks. They just wanted to hold down the high ground, right? Considering they're right in the smack center of the circle, too, so they know this is going to be the prime spot. And the intel, too, that you can gather from this spot, it's quite a lot. So yeah, just trying to play a little bit clinical this time. Just taking that tactical approach in this map of Sanhok. Looking around the map, though, you've got ECN2 now slowly and steadily wanting to be in that off-centric spot themselves. Great Esports, another team that is quite confident in their duels that they take. But if that confidence is going to be carried on forward on the map of Sanhok, that's a big question mark. You've also got Mad. In the first game, they actually made quite a crazy push happen against one of the opponents. But then after that, Mad, they've been getting eliminated left, right, and center.
Kind of living up to their name, haven't they? Because even this time, I'm really starting to ponder as to what they're really up to. at the very southern corner of the map. They've got Lava champions in front of them.
Fixes.
In the previous game, however, Panda did survive for a while.
Maybe the game strat is to be unorthodox. If you don't know yourself what you're doing, how are the opponents supposed to know what you're doing?
Well, they kind of remind you of, we had that one team, right? The rule breakers.
Oh, yeah.
They are the rule breakers of this lobby. And we kind of love connecting those dots.
Yeah.
Certainly could be one of those teams. But they fell off. I think just missed by a bare margin. I hope that does not happen with Mad.
Oh, it is probably going to happen.
Why? Why did you have to do that?
You saw them perform in the first 2 games. And
Just
Matt's
be hopeful, man.
performance.
Just be grateful. Be nice to people, Necro.
I mean, I am trying to be nice as possible,
you're
you
not.
know?
For sure. No, wait, that's not nice. But what's not nice either is the fact that Team Econic, they've kind of closed in on 7XT. Now, the big question, however, is are they aware that they've already lost out on one of those players?
Probably not. 7XT, though, all the players just trying to stay put in that house. Not even moving a muscle. Making sure that the opponent's going to have those question marks in his mind as well. Lingering around. It is going to be a 3-on-4 fight. But still, for the players of ECN, it is going to be a big task to execute. 7XT has been one of those teams that's doing really good inside of the lobby. Even if they do lose out in this game, they anyways do qualify. So for 7XT, they've got nothing to lose. For ECN, though, they've got everything to lose. This is the only game, only glimmer of hope they've got in their hands.
You know, I would have really loved to let it cook a little bit. You know, 7XT not moving a muscle, not budging in. Suddenly, Econic comes and checks the compound and kaboom, right on their face, a DBS being fired out with all those commotion. I'm pretty sure Team Econic know what they've signed in for.
You're the one with the real evil thoughts, and you're saying I'm the one being mean?
I mean, that's some vile accusations. What do you want to follow up?
Well, I mean, the audience heard it. You said they shouldn't have even moved a muscle, and then it would have just been a surprise on their
Who
faces.
would not love to see some fight happening? I mean, it's completely silent. And that is not exactly what we are privy to, especially when it's a map of Sanhok that we're talking about.
Yeah. Understandable, you know. Well, we've got brawlers in front of us. Previous game was really good. But is that really going to grant them the momentum that's needed? Yes, it will. But it's about how they use that momentum and the swing of things that they've got in their favor for now. Mad up against the players of Lavos champions, but the champions this time, they take an exit from that entire spot. And yeah, Lavos champions on to move themselves. 3 players in one single vehicle. I'm not a big fan of this.
It's the entire horde.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this, especially on the map of Sanhok. That's a big red flag.
Especially when you talk about the previous Sanhok, it was SS Elites. I think it was Team Enigma. And absolutely shredded them apart to pieces.
We've seen the same disaster even in the grind with one of the teams.
Yeah.
Where the entire team just got eliminated instantly because the vehicle was blown up.
And, you know, things might just go awry for them. But for Team Warner, now this is one of those teams that Necro in the previous game of Erangel, they did well. In Miramar, it was a different story altogether. But Brawlers, look at them making the same mistake. All of the players, oh my god, they're counting all their eggs together. And this could really blow up for them.
Oh, the fact that they're also driving around is a big red flag even more. And Team Warner. This team is looking to back away from this entire spot, actually. Fixes, they themselves are quite scared. Even for Team Warner, this game is desperately needed in their bag. So Warner as well, they cannot take that risk that's not needed to be taken. But this time, Warner, if they won, they can actually take a fight against the players of Brawler. It will be a tough task to execute, though.
Now for Brawlers, I think you could finally see that they're starting to let loose a little bit. While all of that is happening, 7XT in a little bit of a pickle there. Tedrex having been knocked out. Certainly will get the revive though, as ECN, they do not have that info. Surely do not know what's going on. But while all of that is happening, Team Great, they seem to have lost out on numbers, and same goes with Iconic. What's happening?
What just happened with ECN?
What? 3 of their players put out?
It's all down to King. I mean, we see 2 elimination points on Thor. What just happened with ECN? Huh? We come back to this situation and ECN is just down to that solo survivor. But you know what? For now, let's focus on the zone. as the zone moves a little bit to the northern side, but it's favoring the ruined side a little bit more, so that there's a high chance the circlet's going to be forming on the left. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of the teams moving into that island instantly. Before now, Nexus taking shots. The man's quite chipped up, that's for sure. If 7XD wants, the rest two players can actually make that push up close and personal, but they're not doing so. They do not really want to go for that extra bit of risk, and King has only got his hands on the pump shotgun.
They really need to find a way to remedy this hemorrhage, Necro, because even if you're talking about 7XD, this is one of those teams that barely has any loot on them. We just saw their players. They kind of escaped from a particular fight and haven't really closed this one out yet. So the thoughts really being planted, the seed of doubt is getting there as the circle has shifted away. Even for the boys from LOC, they're going to be feeling happy about themselves, right? They made a very bold movement. They made it inside the circle, but for 7XD, look at how carefully they're moving. Because Nexus, at this point, is keeping a close watch on King at this point.
The funny part is, even if it's a compound 5, we still haven't even seen a single utility being utilized. And now look at this, 7XD getting third-partied. This fight has been elongated for too long, and then the third party comes in. Super Rocks, of course it's them. Just knocking on the doors. And now it's all down to Nexus. Hey, this is where it's a little bit of a neutralizer. You can't say 1v1 inside of the compound. So Super Rocks was like, you know what, 7XD, you're overpowering the players of ECN. We're over here. We're going to be the Empires.
We're sort of starting to manifest, aren't we? Like, especially with Super Rocks, we hyped them up so much, and this time, they're doing everything right. And they're chasing the players of 7XD. Even in just a couple of moments ago, I think it was Super Rocks that managed to take 2 of the players of 7XD down. And this time, they were just watching. And the moment, they had their chance, they went out for the hunt. But now, it kind of makes things worse for 7XD. He's got really nothing to play around with. You know, he does not even have a helmet. Look at it. It's almost done and dusted. A level 1 armor. Barely any util. He's just counting moments before he gets wiped out.
They also found the trail that they lost on the players of 7XD, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, getting those 2 elimination points is of course going to put that smile on their faces. And yeah, Super Rocks being the referees in that fight, just bringing the situation down in 1v1. I'm not sure when we're going to see that execution happen before now.
A referee that bites.
Yeah. A referee that is down to take matters in his own hands if the players are not doing anything themselves.
You know what? I've had it.
It's like a UFC fight where the 2 players that are inside of the ring, they're not willing to fight against each other, and then the referee steps in, and then he starts punching the players.
No, I think you've got the wrong reference. I think it's more of the World Wrestling Entertainment. I think we've seen a lot of instances.
Oh yeah, we've seen one of those, yeah.
There, but that's a different story altogether. But again, bringing all the viewers back, it's been a slow Sandhawk so far. And we could understand why, because it's gone so competitive. It just could be anybody. Nobody wants to make that mistake. Even for brawlers, they kind of aren't sure if they're going to win this one. Just round the edges, but look at Great. Having lost out on 2 of their players, still putting a fight out there.
Lava of Champions right now in the prime spot. And also holding down the only compound that's available inside of the zone. Best compound you can say. Great ESPORTS. They themselves engage in a fight. Draco is taken down way too low. While you can see on the screen, you've got Dynamic with only 3 points to their name. Just pinning down that player in the front. Making sure he's not going to be moving out at all. Behind the rock, pinned down, nowhere to go, isolated too. Yeah, all the odds just stacked against that man. For Dynamic, it's a free 1 elimination point. Who would not want that?
And it's so important for Dynamic at this point, especially considering the situation they were in. Nexus trying to fight it out, and now he gets eliminated. It is going to be Vansh from Team SP that puts an end to him, and now he's got to make a run inside the circle. With having nothing to play around with, it's still stage 4. And look at this, still 12 teams alive. LOC, this is the perfect chance for redeeming themselves right at the center of the circle. But for Team SP, they've got nothing much to work around with barely any utility available. He needs to play the survival game, but look at Mad. Inching in closer to Hextech as Whitey's kept a close eye as Aman is already down on the ground.
I'm gonna be knocked out. And even mad they're taking too much damage. Panda 07. The man's chipped down. But a return knockout is also being found, so you can't say things are being kept equal for now. But it's an uphill battle for the players of Mad. Utilities being tossed. It's not really going to find the mark that's needed, but instead, those are the smoke. Just to buy them enough time to back away from this entire fight. And that should be good enough. They make it inside of the safe zone. But still, the backs are quite exposed, including the sidelines. They do not exactly know what's going on in the zone itself. So Mad, they're up for a tough task.
And considering the fact that a couple of moments ago, they were taking a dip in the summers, and now they're in the mood for a fight. Faisal out in the open. Mewati, what is he up to? How could he let him pass like that? Necro, I'm not able to process what's going on over here. As Panda, he's already down and out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Mewati was doing there. But the man was literally just crossing out in the open. Still, he did not take any shots. That could have been the opener his team was looking for. But instead, he did not even pull out the gun, scope in, and shoot. He was just watching that player reposition in front of him, and then slowly and steadily, his entire team just came crashing down. And now look at this. HXTX. The entire lineup is looking okay for now. The next circle shift's going to be in front of us soon enough. And HSTS Faisal is also doing so much damage against the opponents. Finally, Mewati has been spotted, but he's been taken down within an instant.
Yeah, good fight coming in from Hextech, considering the fact that... look at the splash of colors we have on the southern side. It's also going to be Brawlers. And they're starting to slowly spread their wings. It is Sangwin's Battlegrounds. Is what we kind of known over the past couple of years. Surely needs to redeem himself. They did in the previous game over here as Draken. He opens it up against the players of Great. As now Draco out of the picture. Brawler starting to wrap up those numbers. Get it on the board. 3 already for them with all their players alive. Apologies with Sangwan already out now. Now, look at Hextech. They're kind of on the lower grounds, and Slayer, he wants to do some beating there.
Oh, look at this nade. I thought it might just be on the mark, but no, instead it was a little bit of an overshoot. Brawlers. Oh, they do spot out that player from Hextech. Shots taken. No connection found, though. Brawlers themselves, they're getting quite paranoid about the back lines, which is understandable. You do not really want to be one of those teams that's getting backstabbed by the foes. And for now, shots have been taken from Drake, and he finds the knockout, but then he's also spotting out the push that's currently happening on top of him. Shuts down another man from Hextech, and with that, it should also put an end to that entire team.
Still, somebody is alive, or maybe not. Finally, Hextech put down to ground. It had to be Power from Ultimate Mirage Esports that put the final nail in the coffin, as Team Brawlers somehow have clawed and scratched their way inside the circle. Shoot it side in front of Draken. He needs to heal, has no time for that as another one falls. It is going to be Brawlers and their Brawl Fest. That kind of echoes through the map of Sandhawk as now. Look at the confidence. This is what we wanted. Surging with pride and pushing over at Exploser. Again, a fight. You know, this is a rivalry that has been tickling us, not just in Erangel, but also in Miramar. Followed it up in Sandhawk.
Finally, Brawlers, they do take down the foes. And they've also gotten a decent spot in their hands. Barely making it inside of the zone too, but considering the zone's quite out in the open, also including a little bit of that bridge line, I would say that's a decent spot that they've gotten. But look at what's going on with the players of Zai. There's a big split in the players. The man who was split out a little bit more far away, he's been taken down, confirmed, which was Vilgax. But now still the team's down to a 3-man squad, and they've also gotten a decent position to play with. So in my opinion, Zai, they can have the highest chance of winning this entire game. But look at what the players of EVE do. They instantly push underneath the bridge. That's a really good move in my opinion.
You know, that certainly can be. But for now, look at Brawlers. They're fighting their way through 8 finishes strong. They know the qualification is done for them. But for Zai, they've got to dig in a little bit deeper. They've got a really good position, like you said. But, you know, it could go anywhere once the circle goes away from them. You've got the players of Lava of Champions just waiting for them. As now Blacks, he's got all the players of Team Brawlers dead to rights. With Brawlers not really having the right set of util on their players. As now the hammering keeps on continuing.
Zai, they do not really need to go for those unnecessary peaks. They can just try to hold down the players of Brawlers. Wall of Death slowly and steadily now going to start to move in.
Look at the shift.
Yeah, the next circle shift's going to be there too in front of our screens. including the players of Zai. They will need to try and move away a little bit more. Brawlers, 2 players knocked out with that one single nade from EVE. Draken and Slayer knocked out. Another nade tossed in. It does a lot of damage, but still barely that player surviving. Vexy just trying to hang on to that edge, just trying to hang on to that ledge for now. And Vexy knows all it takes is one single nade to seal the deal, and that's what happens. EVE, they toss that nade to perfection. They get all those 3 elimination points wrapped up, and now look at Zai. For them, the front lines are completely opened up. LOC, even they're taking a lot of damage. 2 players knocked out, and Dracula's going to be the man to get the thirst on one of those. 11 elimination points so far from EVE. What a monstrous performance.
We might have heard of the Metaverse, but now we know of the Ecoverse. They're certainly setting a mark for themselves. 11 finishes already, and on route for their chicken dinner. Lava of champions, they're starting to bleed over there. As Dracula, he wants to explode that vehicle, but seems like he's gotten the better out of Dark already with Goku. Not really getting into his Super Saiyan mode as he bites. And this time, just blood dripping out as Ecoverse inching in close, wrapping in all those finishes to their names.
Dracula getting stronger, the more elimination points to keep on feeding himself, and now it's all down to this one last man, Black, and even he will be put an end to. Zai out of the game, and now it's all down to Reflex. A 1v2 in the front lines. Dracula going for the resurrection or the revive onto the fallen player. But Sahil, somewhere down 9, knows exactly where the foe is going to be positioned. Reflex goes for the push out in the open, and that's it. He's not going to be able to survive to see another day. He has been eliminated from this game too.
For sure, Ecoverse, that one bold move, getting themselves underneath the bridge, and yeah, set for success. With that, they've also marched their way through, broken the doors of qualification, and we open them with, you know, big arms into, we kind of welcome them with open arms inside of round number 2. But, you know, I was kind of flabbergasted with how good they performed in the previous matchup, especially with, you know, the players of Zai having a really good position. But, you know, that sheer cojones on these lads to kind of go rotate with a vehicle with everybody looking at them. I mean, kudos, man.
Realizing the fact that that position is uncompromised and instantly trying to capitalize on that position, making those quick adaptations and those quick moves on the fly is not something everyone can do, because at that point in time, there's just too much things going on inside of your head. But still, this team, they instantly capitalize on that position. And as soon as they did so, I mentioned this as well, that's a really good position that they've gotten. And as soon as they got that position, even Sangwon's team, which was the Brawlers, even they were struggling too much, they got eliminated instantly. Then later on, Zaya as well at the top of the bridge, they were doing some damage against the players of LOC. LOC was completely just pinned between these two teams.
Yeah, I think nothing much to really scoff at if you're Brawlers at this point. They did their heavy lifting, right? Got a chicken dinner in Miramar, and 8-9 finishes, a couple of position points here and there. I think they're still going to be happy about it. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, we did not have any team getting multiple chicken dinners, which means we know 3 teams that have already qualified. But it's still cutthroat competition that goes on, because when you look at 7XT suddenly at this point, you could see those cracks in their armor. And even Great might have had a really good start. They did get a chicken dinner, but this game did not go the way they planned.
Exactly. I mean, this is what Sanhok really brings in, right? The RNG factor. You mentioned things really did not go the way they planned, but once again, when you do try to bring a plan inside of the game of Sanhok, Sanhok itself will not let that plan come through. Because the unorthodox shift of sometimes that you can witness inside of the circle, it really throws you off. And moving on forward towards the fiery finishes, right? The winner chicken dinner moment. And this is how the players of EVE just eliminated the last remaining player of Zai. Black, he did get 1 knockout, but that's all he got. In the end, he was just Reflex all by himself from LOC. So at least he got the 2nd position secured for his team, right? So the question still remains. Do you think LOC have made it in the top 7?
It's very difficult to say at this very point, considering the kind of finishes they got. Yeah, they might have had a good game in Sanhok, but like I said, right, it's going to be a close call, because I really feel like we could be talking about the cut of sort of exceeding around 19 to 20 at this point, especially how Sanhok really brewed up. But what happened to Super Rocks, man? They were absolutely rocking ahead. Still had such a great stat. Took the better out of 7XT. Had a couple of finishes here and there. Somehow, kind of failing to finish the race.
I mentioned this, right? Taking the unnecessary fights.
Yeah.
And that's what the players of Super Rocks were doing, right? Even on the map of Erangel, they took some of the fights that they should not have taken. Same thing happens on the map of Miramar too, just going too aggressive and then getting eliminated themselves. The same thing probably happened over here because we did not really catch their elimination on the live screen. So, unfortunately, yeah. But I would still say Super Rocks, they should be able to barely squeeze themselves in that top 7.
It's going to be a tough call. Really, at this point, I'm kind of trying to rack up the points in my mind because there's so many contenders this time. It's not the usual suspects. Every single time you have a team that plays well. Every single time you have a team that played in the previous matchup but absolutely fell flat on their faces in this one, which sort of kind of pulls us into the discussion. Who makes the cut?
The same thing can be said for Shoot at Side too. This game was a complete big bummer for them. Even Shoot at Side got eliminated quite early inside of the game. So, in general, this game of Sanhok was a big bummer for a lot of the teams.
And now are you going to give me the luxury of saying this out loud is the fact that maybe we might have some of the team ending at the 8th or 9th position could make it into the top 32 because this time it was not a high scoring matchup. We do not have Enigma.
Now you can definitely say that. Yeah, there's a chance. Still, as I mentioned, there's a chance. There's still a lot of the games that are also happening offline, right? So we do not exactly know what the points cutoff is over there and what the points cutoff is going to be in the future inside of the round 1. So it's just speculations, ladies and gentlemen, because of course we cannot really guess the future.
We certainly can't guess because you've got 64 groups playing. We had a couple of groups already playing today, and you might be wondering where we might get to know where can we check those points out. I think it's the Crafton India website. All you've got to do is just Google it and you're going to find, and you're going to check if you've qualified or made it into the next round, or maybe if you're supporting for some underdog team out there. But surely this is one of those groups that really excited us. We had so many of those teams that we weren't really expecting they would perform, but they came out and they went all in.
I feel like Last Chance as well should be a part of the conversation, considering we're not going to see them move on forward inside of the main event. And Last Chance has been one of those teams that is returning back inside of this official tournament. BGIS, even in 2023, I saw this team play. Now in 2024, the Grind 2, Last Chance was playing in the main event round 1 itself. This team was playing, which was right now. And unfortunately, Last Chance, they're just not really learning from the mistakes that they're making, man.
I think sort of reminds you of ZX Officials. What they were doing in the previous group, right? We kind of expected a lot out of them. They still qualified. That's not a big story. But you know what is concerning, Recro? It's still round 1 and they barely managed to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the teams, right? Now let's talk about the individual players that managed to perform. Who do you think is going to be the MVP? I mean, in the final few moments, even...
Should be Dracula.
Yeah, it should be Dracula. He was actually racking up a lot of elimination points, right? Even against the players of LOC, he was getting some insane amount of elimination points by himself. He was putting a lot of pressure on those players. So let's move on forward towards the MVP and find out who is it going to be. But instead, no, it's going to be EVE x Firas from the side of EVE. And of course, getting 6 finishes wrapped up in a finish contribution of 35% and the map impact of 10%.
I liked it. I think the way he was giving those entries for his team, and I think Ecoverse would be really happy with how Firas has been playing. And it's just not this game. Even in the previous matchup of Miramar, we could see him go all out. But when you talk about Firas, I think we have to mention Dracula because he also managed to get 6 to his name. You've got Sahil, so yeah, Ecoverse, they were all over the place. But then we had the players of Team Brawlers, and Draken, he did have his moments this time.
He did, including Vexy as well. Even he was trying to keep up with the pace, right? He was the actual last remaining player from this squad, but there were too many nades being tossed up. Yeah, he was quite helpless. He was just trying to barely hang on the ledge, and in the end, one more nade just sailed in and got that elimination point confirmed. And yeah, all thanks to Echoers for that, because this was the only team who had the nade range towards that team. But yeah, moving on forward towards the point standings, this is where things are going to be broken down a little bit more, and we'll be able to figure things out how the top 7 might look like.
This is where I think we finally have some clarity. So, Brawlers, surely they're going in. For Echoverse, yeah, nobody can stop them. Yeah, but for Zai, they've been consistent. This is also one of those teams that we can count in. But Super Rocks, they've managed to get, what, 12 or 13 points. I think they're out.
Interesting. This is really tough now.
Yeah.
I thought things might be cleared up a little bit more to know exactly who's going to be there in the top 7, but this point standings, it's just made things even more confusing.
What about Lava of Champions?
This is what I was about to ask you as well. What about Lava of Champions? This is the only one single solid game that they've had so far.
Yeah, and considering we're talking about cutoffs hitting those 18 to 19 point range, I think this might be really going to haunt them.
What about Zenji and Shoot at Sight?
For Shoot at Sight, surely, but they had the second game of Miramar really go into their favor.
Yeah.
So, could have that little bit of a respite. But for Great Esports, now I'm concerned. I mean, should I be though? Because they managed to get 19 points in the first game. They might have qualified. But for 7XD, what are your thoughts?
7XD definitely have qualified. First two games were super consistent from them, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, third game being left out is complete fine. You cannot really win them all, right? You cannot really be consistent in every single
What
game,
about
so it's
Iconic?
complete fine. Iconic, I'm not sure about them. Genuinely, it's a big question mark. Great Esports, even they have qualified. Last game of Sanok, things not really working out, but the first game, they had a lot of points.
Yeah.
Second game, they had a lot of elimination points to back themselves up. And I also still remember in the game of Miramar, this team was staying all the way outside of the zone and going for that fight. And Great Esports has been one of those teams that favors elimination points more than the placement points.
Yeah, and that's what did also happen in Miramar. I think White Hat just went all out.
Yeah.
But now I think we've got a slight idea. Maddox Esports, they're not making the cut. We know last chance. They did have the last chance, and they might pretty much be out. Team Warner, same can be said for them. I think the only good game we saw from their side, I think, was the game of Erangel.
Yeah, exactly. But now it's time for the reveal, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's time to look at the overall standings and find out which are going to be those teams who have made it to the round 2 from the round 1 itself. And the overall standings in front of us, Zai Esports barely making the cut. I mean, I'm not really going to look at the top 7 for now, but look at the latter half of the board. Zenji also eliminated. Man, Team Last Chance, of course, as expected. Super Rocks out of the game as well. I really wanted to see Super Rocks in there. But Echoverse, 40 points accumulated.
Wow, I mean, that's some consistency over there. The Miramar game really strong in terms of finishes. This time they had the best of both worlds. Brawlers, after that cutting loss in the first game, they seem to have climbed back in. But the cutoff, however, was 15 points. But when you look at Zai, they're really amping up those numbers. 21 points for them. So I think then we had that little bit of a fallout over there. But I think otherwise, I'm pretty impressed with how equally balanced this group was. Won't you?
Lao of Champions 2 barely making the cut, right? Fixes on 21 points. Shoot at Sight with 25. As I mentioned, Shoot at Sight's probably going to make it too. Great Esports, 27 points. Just look at that difference between placement and the elimination points. 17 elimination points backed up with only 10 placement points. The same thing can be said for Shoot at Sight as well. Moving on forward to our Super Rocks as well. They only have 3 placement points and 10 finish points. So yeah, I mean, Super Rocks, honestly speaking, I am a big fan of teams that love to go super aggressive, and I want to see Super Rock back in the future. Of course, I mean, they've been eliminated from this tournament, but in the future tournaments,
Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe next time.
But this time, you know, I've got to point it and credit where credit is due. Ultimate Mirage Esports, they've defied the meta. We changed the point structure. We wanted to have it a little bit more limb heavy this time around. But this is one of those teams. They're like, we don't care. And we're just going to play on by the virtue of our position points. And they had very few finishes to their names. It had to, I mean, Super Rocks had more. But it was just those extra position points that they could garner, as a result of which they qualified, and Super Rocks did not.
I mean, it's a prime example of consistency always overrules things. But Fixes, as you know, the show is also coming to an end. You've got any final words to summarize the day?
I think it was an enigma day today, all along.
Of course.
Brawlers, finally, after that big fall, they did manage to climb up, but we were really impressed with how the other teams, the underdogs, really played out there. I'm pretty excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, day 1 was like a big mystery box that unfolded in quite an interesting fashion. Before now, it's time for us to take a leave. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and also Fixes. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।